a well-known virtual game that gathered a record 50 million online players and 400 million users in 1 month since its release. Some people didn't understand the success of this game, but it was actually quite simple. It consisted in creating a perfect virtual reality that helped the players to be fully immersed in this game. Even those who previously did not see any sense in it are now completely occupied with their own universe in the game called Scheme. The main character was also no different from those people, because in the past he was also one of the skeptics, but now he was completely captivated by the magical views of this game. Within the confines of his small apartment, he could at the same time hear the sound of the waves crashing against the shore. The main character's real name was Lee Kehoe, but since he was a Scheme player, he was known by Mos's name. One would have thought he was a knight or something, but such thoughts were interrupted by male voices behind him. He looked back, looking directly at them with a dumb question on his face. They informed him that if he wished to continue looking into the void, he should find another place to meditate and not disturb their work. Of course, he didn't want to interrupt anyone's work, especially his colleagues, because he himself was a slime cleaner. At the time when the scheme achieved tremendous success, virtual money and items became many times more expensive than real currency. There were currently 3 tiers for artifacts in the game. The first category, which contained normal weapons, was unremarkable and fairly cheap. Speaking of magical and rare artifacts, getting them was no easy task. It was not easy because they give additional stat points, which were very much appreciated by users. With each new stat point, the user has an opportunity to raise his level. The player's physical abilities also depend on stat points. For example, you can get an ordinary person who, with a new stat point, will fight at the level of a professional boxer. These stat points are a very necessary and valuable resource, so they are valued at no less than 10 million won. There are only rumors about rare items, because since the release of the game, no one has been able to find a single thing. For this reason, it is unknown whether there are items higher than rare. To put it simply, magic rank items are now the most prestigious and desirable. The creatures with which the main character's work is connected are the simplest monsters from which you can knock out artifacts. This is the reason why most players hunt for them so diligently in the hopes of obtaining a truly valuable artifact. It must have been everyone's job if the slimes dropped useful items. It turns out that slime scavengers are desperate players who want to knock out a magical artifact for virtually nothing. Mos himself had been actively hunting slimes for the 2nd month, but luck was clearly not on his side, so he never saw the magical artifact. All in all, he only got 20 silver for the slime he sold in the seaside town of Lindork. The buyer explained such a price by the fact that recently most of the players bring it. It turned out that the price had halved in just 1 day, but the boy could not do anything other than accept these 20 silver coins and give away the slime. Hunting all day and receiving minimal pay for his efforts, the boy did not understand justice at all. Injustice awaited him, and because of the large number of hunters, the number of slimes was decreasing day by day. During these 2 months, he had put all his strength into his sword, so it was bound to break very soon. Even if he invests all his earnings on a new sword, he will still not have enough 5 pieces of silver. While mixing real life with gaming, Lee Kehoe also tried to save some money for college. But in the end, it turned out that his bad luck played a cruel joke on him again, and he got neither money nor pleasure from the game. Perhaps if he had known that all his efforts would end in a similar way, he would have devoted more time to work. Collecting all his thoughts, he had no choice but to accept that this game should be over. With his penultimate exit from virtual reality, he decided to take a last look at his inventory. It was insulting to him to just exchange his last 5 gold, which he had earned for 2 months with maximum effort. That is why he asked himself to do something completely unexpected on his part, without looking back at the consequences. These thoughts were interrupted by a noise that came from the boy's left and caught his attention. In the center of all this noise stood a man holding a leaf and a stone in his hands, while the crowd shouted at him to open it. With trembling hands holding the stone, the man desperately begged for luck to smile on him on this 8th attempt. After the man spoke the words, the stone exploded in his hands, turning into a big pile of smoke. A moment later, instead of a stone, a fish with a human-like face appeared in his hand, which was not even suitable for consumption as food. To loud laughter from the crowd, the man rushed in the opposite direction with tears on his face. Apparently, he also wanted a magical item. As he got closer and closer to the center of the noise, Mos could guess that it all looked like a lottery. The man who was the organizer of this lottery and was also in the center said that if the man had tried to play a few more times, he would have definitely won something. In the end, he was waiting for one more applicant, who might be lucky for only 5 gold. Such a lottery, which looked like a scam, brought genuine surprise to Mos's face. Judging by everything, the owner of this lottery, in addition to a sense of smell for money, also had good eyesight. Pointing to Mos, the man asked about his desire to try his luck. Quickly realizing that in this case he would be left with literally nothing, the boy began to claim that he was not interested in this at all. The man still insisted on his decision because he felt and saw something special inside Mos. He called it a hidden source of luck that completely surrounded the boy, creating a barrier around him. Such a person is significantly different from others. That is why the man waited for her for so long. The expression on his face because he heard some mystery and truth in the man's words. But he was quickly brought to his senses by a person who was next to him, who informed him that this was not the first time the owner had said something like that. Of course, words like that cut through his hopes inside, but he wasn't too shocked. He had already decided that his path within this game was irrelevant due to his constant bad luck, so with this last act he could put an end to history. Once inside, Mos is penniless because of this possibly not-so-smart contribution. He was glad that he was finally able to get out of the crowd that was shouting nasty words in his direction. He was both sad and happy at the fact that the end was already quite close. Looking back, he discovered the not-so-pleasant truth that he had no memories of that game at all, other than cleaning up the slimes. However, a significant decision has already been made. All he had to do was open the stone's contents, accept the fact that his luck never existed, and exit the game. Suddenly, the stone in his hands began to rise little by little, while at the same time it began to glow a pleasant purple color. He was already determined to lose, but the reflection of this unforgettable event left a significant contribution to his decision. This pleasant purple color was inherent in rare items that no one ever received. Little by little, the purple light began to break the walls of the stone from the middle, coming out from the middle. The room was so filled with purple that it crossed its borders through the windows, thereby attracting the attention of passers-by who even forgot their way. Soon, the small crack inside turned into a huge hole that was supposed to be in the ceiling. A small pendant with a precious stone that looked like a drop gradually approached the boy's palm, coming straight from the ordinary stone. All of Mos's guesses about the color were true, and this pendant turned out to be rare. Schema TV was the local source of game news. Its host was Ji-hyun, who at the same time reached the 2nd place among streamers in Korea. All the users gathered in small groups to watch another wave of news that Ji-hyun offered them. And today's topic was novelties among artifacts combined with interesting facts. She said that the first new artifact was the one that was bought at an auction for the largest amount in history. A Yanasa's magic ring was rumored to drop from the boss of the northern region, and its special effect was to restore health. Perhaps health restoration was not a powerful ability, but it was considered quite rare among known magical. Summing up, the girl emphasized that precisely because of its foreign value, it is considered the most valuable artifact today. The crowd was outraged as no one could even miss that restoring health would cost the same as a new car. After all, the topic of the day wasn't the artifact itself, so she quickly moved on to the second item, stating that it had the most valuable effect. Cavalcade Langris's magic necklace adds 3 stat points to strength. The amount for which it was bought confirms the popularity of the effect. But for Mos, the world of such prices always gave the impression of something unknown and far from him. He would probably continue to have this impression, but yesterday changed his life dramatically. Comparing the scheme to other games, it was quite different because in other games, rare artifacts are considered something like trash. So if this rare item were to be auctioned off to scheme players, the amount would be infinite. The very first rare artifact in the entire history of the scheme went to such an unlucky guy as Mos, which he was infinitely happy about. Tears of joy appeared in his eyes, although he was already determined to leave the game. Suddenly his rather loud idyll of happiness was interrupted by the thought of the cost of this magical ornament. Come to think of it, the value of the effects of Florin stars is much higher than that of magic stars. And to top it all off, this pendant has the most popular effect, which is health regeneration and in large quantities. It turned out that this rather inconspicuous decoration, among others, was worth a fortune. In the case of an auction, The price will continue to grow, so it will bring the main character the desired wealth. He will forget all the worries, including paying for college, which he has been chasing for so long. He will be able to buy himself a nice apartment in a magical skyscraper. But if he carefully monitors his expenses, even a car can become his property. Having already forgotten about his involvement in this game, the boy began to carefully search for the auction button in order to forget about this ornament once and for all, bathing in money. At the very last appropriate moment, he thought about it. His gaze was directed towards the rare artifact as he carefully analyzed his situation. After all, being a rather picky player himself, he couldn't sell the artifact without testing it. Some say that even 3 extra stat points of strength gives a player a completely different level. Based on the fact that the boy had never been able to get rid of slime quickly, he wanted to test all the power he was capable of with this artifact. Perhaps together with him, he will be able to move to a level similar to the leaders and play together with them. Looking at this artifact, Mose thought that anyone else, based on the experience he had gone through, would of course sell it. But Mose himself, although he would have been happy with the wealth and the possibility of fame, but still decided to indulge himself a little for the first time in 2 months. In addition, after testing this artifact, he can put it up for auction without any problems. His characterization left much to be desired, so with a loud sigh he wore his salvation around his neck. As soon as the suspension was so close to him, his characteristics instantly increased, leaving not even a hint of a low level. Along with the increase in his own level, the boy felt an unbearable pain that seemed to pierce him from the inside. Unable to bear this any longer, the boy fell back, and luckily there was a rather soft bed under him which softened his fall. Although this pain was virtual, it did not become any less unbearable. He expected similar consequences after the pendant was already far from his neck when he decided to put it up for auction. Pulling out a silver coin from his inventory, he was able to bend it easily with just the power of his 2 fingers. Such acquired skills with the help of an artifact seemed very shocking to the boy. Now it was clear to him why most scheme players were going crazy over common artifacts. After getting out of bed, Mose couldn't wait to put his new powers to the test. Everyone knew that from the center of the continent, you could easily reach any region. And finding allies and a team to play with was quite easy because there were many players in the center. It was in the center that the most popular city among all game cities called Asparagon was built. It was there that the main character made his way, traveling in search of adventure. As he had expected, the streets of Asparagana were walked by wealthy people who had the opportunity to go out in the city wearing valuable jewelry. Now he was worried about whether he thought too much of himself when he decided to visit here, especially based on the fact that apart from the star hanging around his neck, he only had an old, almost broken sword. Finding a team with similar equipment would be quite difficult. Walking over to the board of possible adventures, he began looking for a possible quest, figuring that it might be for solo adventures as well. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard behind him, which definitely caught his attention. Looking around, he noticed a pleasant girl behind him who, based on the fact that she had a bow and arrow hanging behind her back, was an archer. Addressing Mose, the unknown apologized, wanting to clarify whether he was looking for a team. Looking around, starting to feel a tense atmosphere, a positive response. Before he could finish what he had planned, he felt an unknown person grab his hands, stopping his answer. With a happy face, she announced that there was a free spot in her unit and invited Mose to join her. Meanwhile, the same squad in which the girl was continued to wait for her. One of the men, addressing a girl named Sharon, asked the second man where exactly she had gone. In response to this, the second guy, ignoring the angry face of his interlocutor, offered to wait a little longer. It was at that moment that the girl appeared. She called out to her team, drawing attention to herself. Before leaving, she set herself the task of finding the last player for their team, which she did. The first man, whom Sharon addressed as an uncle, understood that they should not have missed a single task, but taking a newbie into the team was no less a loss. Examining the boy who had just joined their team, the man couldn't help but notice a sword that was almost broken as well. Leaning closer to Sharon, the man noted that even if they were to hurry, she shouldn't have brought an inexperienced rookie to their team. While Mose was greeting Heil, who was the third member of Sharon's team, the girl informed her uncle that Mose's appearance was deceiving, and that he was the strongest player on the square. From the very beginning, when Mose caught Sharon's eyes, she was no less surprised than her uncle is now. It also turned its attention to the gear, which really wasn't the best this guy had. But despite this, the girl's sense saw that he surpassed all his surroundings in terms of strength. She was able to see this thanks to the acquired 40 of the second level. Glancing behind him, the man addressed Mr. Silborn, informing him that their quartet was ready. The boy's eyes instantly widened when he not only heard that name, but also saw the famous man with his own eyes. The same Mr. Silborn was the head of the Silver Guild and a famous sorcerer. According to rumors that Mos heard more than once, Mr. Silborn has as many as 5 magical artifacts that give him special power. Building on the words his uncle had said a moment ago, Mr. Silborn summed it up by saying that they were fully prepared for the next task. After asking for some attention and silence from the crowd, who had been talking among themselves all this time, Silborn began his speech. The silver-haired man thanked all of their team members for choosing to join their hunt for the troll, led by the Silver Guild. The whole summation of their so-called leader made Mos a little dazed, because he did not expect that such a colossal task would be a test of his strength. Although trolls were low-level monsters, they had an aggressive character and a high ability to regenerate. They were distinguished by terrible strength, which without much effort could crush an entire boulder with one hand. Such opponents should not be underestimated, otherwise they would underestimate their victim. Although the boy was stronger than the previous version of himself with the rare artifact, he still wondered if he would be able to cope. Heil noted that the trolls were very vicious creatures, so it was better not to catch their eye. They are able to chase their prey until they catch up. Uncle decided to add to this remark, adding that trolls move exclusively in groups. The only thing that could overcome the troll was fire and magic. Trolls might seem like easy prey if a hunter has already hunted them, but one should not forget that the main reason for this hunt is money. As he asked the men about money, it was clear from the look on Mos's face that he was quite interested in the subject. He was quickly addressed by Sharon, informing him that the items that could drop from the troll were quite valuable, so they could make good money from it. For example, you can get his blood, which is used to prepare potions of higher grades, or troll skin and bones, the demand for which is related to the fact that they go into making good gear. All this is the reason why these creatures are usually hunted by large and strong guilds, such as the Silver one. So their team is lucky to be able to participate in something like this at all. Deciding to continue her husband's answer, Sharon also reported that the rumors turned out to be true and that the Silver Guild was indeed accepting new members. This is the reason why everyone is so stressed. The conversation about items from the troll was also supported by Heil. The boy said that a couple of drops of troll blood would be enough for him to pay for his studies. This statement to the boys seemed identical to Mos's questioning whether Heil was a student, to which the answer was affirmative. It seemed very familiar to Moses because this game was his salvation in the form of tuition as well. Heil remarked that they were brothers in misfortune and destined to work together. Watching all this thrilling conversation, a sad smile appeared on Sharon's face. Now she would like to return to the university so as not to live within the walls of the office. Their conversation ended as quickly as it had begun when a loud voice came from the direction they were walking. The man who was the owner of the same voice asked everyone to come closer to him so that he could tell them the whole plan. A moment later, the leader of the Silver Guild appeared in front of him, to whom the man entrusted to tell the same plan. Taking out an electronic map from his inventory, the silver-haired man began to focus on it. He asked all the members of his large team to turn out their cards as well. For the past few days, the Silver Guild had been risking their members in order to set traps for their prey in several cities. First, the members of his team must successively lure the troll into setting traps in his path. But he, being very clumsy and careless, giving all his attention to the victim, will fall into it. After that, when the troll is completely immobilized, all nearby team members must attack it together. With such a member, their mission will be completed very quickly. Since humans move much faster than trolls, they can catch one quickly and without risk if they follow the plan. Among the crowd, whispers began about the fact that in the famous guild, everything is thought out as always. Mos wanted to enjoy his new abilities on a new assignment, but it looks like that opportunity will have to be postponed until the next assignment. Their quartet also kept up with their whispers. Heil thought such a decision was unfair, but his uncle remarked that there was nothing they could change. Returning closer to Mos, Heil reported that there was no Silver Guild member on the team to lure the troll. At this, the uncle suggested that the Silver Guild members probably wanted to get more participation points for the kill. Eavesdropping on their conversation, Sharon couldn't stay without a comment, so she remarked that the four of them should thank them for even calling. From all this, Mouse understood that even if he was in the team, it was not a fact that he would fight with everyone. And the award was distributed automatically depending on the number of participation points. They had to show everything they were capable of and work for glory. 3 men from a separate team from the Silver Guild headed to the third trap area. One of them, for clarity, asked his allies if they should just find the troll. The boy in the blue cloak confirmed his words and added that they should also lure him into the trap. Confirming his guesses, the first guy had a bright smile on his face because in his mind it was the easiest task that anyone could handle. In his thoughts, he was already building dreams about how the Silver Guild would accept them and they would be busy only with hunting. Suddenly, strange noises were heard behind them, but the same boy missed that the third member of their team had slipped, so he was already about to make a remark to him. His eyes went blank in an instant after what he saw before him. A huge troll was already leaning over their partner, which had crept up to their company completely imperceptibly and silently. From all indications, the creature was unhappy about being noticed, so now it would have to deal with the rest of their group. As expected, she wasn't the only one surrounding the boys, so other trolls that had been hiding behind the bushes and trees all this time began to emerge from the forest. The boys were surprised to the core and at the same time alarmed by what they were seeing. But they didn't even understand how to deal with such a huge number of trolls. They were even more frightened by the fact that the trolls clearly did not think to treat them kindly. This was confirmed by their loud joint cry. Horrified by what they had just seen, they instantly decided not to waste time and run away from the trolls. After leaving the forest, they had already planned their direction in which to run in order to get to the troll trap. Of course, in their turn, the large creatures headed after them, not even thinking of leaving them alone. Running in the direction where the trap was located, they already hoped that their adventure was about to come to an end. Being already near the trap, one of them decided to show all his courage and leave the fear behind them, rushing to get his sword. His malicious attitude towards the trolls was probably intended to frighten them, but under the influence of emotions and desire for revenge, he did not even notice the situation around him. Thus, all his attempts to appear brave resulted in him tripping and falling into the black viscous liquid. When he started trying to get out of it, he failed because the viscous oil had the ability to immobilize anyone. Their plan included throwing the troll into this trap and dealing with him already in it. But instead, one of the team members got into it, which already had completely different consequences. One of the trolls, holding in his hand the already motionless body of the boy's partner, who was now trapped, stared intently in his direction, causing shivers throughout his skin. Addressing the members of the Silver Guild who were standing on the sidelines watching all these events unfold, the boy asked for help. There was only some laughter from their side, as if they had no intention of helping their partner at all. Quickly realizing what those laughs were about, the boy continued to hope that his thoughts remained only guesses. With a wave of his cane, Mr. Silborn commented on the foolish behavior of the boys who were so desperately hoping to be placed next to the smartest members of his team. That way, instead of a troll bringing them all a minimal amount of resources, the rest of the survivors could get a really valuable reward for minimal effort. Relying on the same words that Mr. Silborn had spoken before the hunt began, and he remembered how he remarked that this hunt would be quick and safe. The next victims in the hands of the trolls were to be the quartet, which included the main character. Their team was directed towards the Black Mountain Troll, which, judging by its name, had a history to match. With just one of his piercing gazes that glowed with a crimson-red light, he made his victims feel the inhuman fear that Mose now felt. Even before their encounter with the dangerous troll began, the uncle had boasted that he could handle the creature even alone, causing some doubts among the rest of his team. This was due to his strong shield that could not be penetrated by even the strongest attack force. Jokingly, Sharon said with a smile on her face that it was the uncle who would protect them while they were running away. This wave of laughter was picked up by Hale, infuriating the uncle himself. All this was watched by a troll who was on a mountain located a little higher than the main character's team. The sound of a crunching stick accidentally caught by the troll's huge leg caught Mose's attention. But turning his head in the direction of the noise and looking at the highest point of the rock, no creature was seen. Sharon also saw the boy's anxiety, and you decided to ask him what the problem was. Realizing that not giving it much importance could be a problem for them, he decided to tell the girl the truth. being turned to the girl's face, he did not notice at all how in the place of the rocks that were hiding behind him, something appeared that blocked the sun for them. Noticing the corresponding alarm on Sharon's face, he nevertheless looked back, and the troll that descended directly towards them forced the ground to move under his feet. Zima swung his huge club at the little people. He was about to strike. Uncle quickly rushed to them, who managed to cover them with his shield. Although he was not as powerful as from the man's stories, he could still save their lives. Even for a troll, this shield was like stone, so he pushed the man aside. But it helped buy some time to get away from the troll. Maybe they would have if Mos could react quickly to a stressful situation and not scroll through his mind that he actually saw a troll. Their eyes met as they missed their chance to get away, and the troll was set for his next attack. In fact, the boy's stupor was due to the fact that he had never seen trolls before and imagined them completely differently from the stories of the leader of the Silver Guild. Having already come to terms with the fact of his own death, the boy ruled out the possibility that he could at least run a little further from the troll. But suddenly, as if in a dense hail, arrows rained down in the direction of the troll, which were headed straight for the boy's back. Of course, they weren't powerful enough to kill a troll, but they were perfect for distraction. Working with arrows was the work of Archer Sharon. She understood that being in a state of stupor, she would definitely not be able to save either herself or her team. At this time, she allocated so that the uncle could switch to a dense attack in the direction of the troll. Gathering some strength and getting to his feet, the man picked up speed and headed towards the giant with all his might. With his shield strike ability, he was able to attack the troll, knocking it back. It was not the first time that the Proteus giant faced attacks, so he was able to easily survive this one by clinging to a tree. Little by little, his anger boiled in his veins, giving the light in his eyes an even greater red tint. Turning to her uncle, the girl wanted to improve on the fact that he was okay after such an attack. The man claimed that he was normal, but he was troubled by the fact that when he hit at full force, the damage received was almost zero. Arrows were also useless in such a case, so it led the whole group to a dead end. Mos then offered to lead the troll into a trap, because according to the words spoken by the group earlier, the trolls were quite slow. To this suggestion, Gil replied that this specimen was unusual. Judging by his size and appearance, he looked like a quest boss. This was pointed out by Ai to the fact that he came alone, ignoring the fact that usually trolls move in groups of 4 people. With each passing second, such a task seemed more and more impossible to accomplish in Moses' eyes. To all this, Hale replied that their chances were quite low, because even if he removed the regeneration, the troll's strength and defense level would still be quite high. In such a case, they could not guarantee the victory of this troll by force, and they had only one solution left. All this time, they had to focus on holding the troll back until the Silver Guild arrived. Based on the slowness of the troll's attacks, team members could choose the right time to dodge them, while Sharon is trying to do some damage to the troll with a bow and arrow, which all this time hit his steel-like skin and flew off in different directions, not even leaving behind a scratch. This whole situation annoyed the girl terribly. Although her arrows weren't too powerful, she couldn't call them novice arrows. All the while, her uncle was giving her orders, as well as the rest of the team, about what they should do for distraction. Now it's Moses' turn to show himself and manage to distract the troll by being behind him. This question was inappropriate now, but having already received the assignment, he wondered what exactly he was doing in this team. Apparently, the players who accepted him to their team have been working together in the team for a long time. You could tell by looking at them that they were enjoying the game. Unlike the main character, who against their background seemed like a pitiful newcomer who kept asking for hope that luck would one day be on his side. He drank slimes every day for 2 months, for which in the end he did not receive anything important. Every day, his hopes that he could get into such a team only grew. These thoughts completely took him out of reality, and he almost lost his chance to use. Finally, his eyes could see not only the desired pictures from his thoughts, but also the events of reality. Having already come to terms with another fact of his death, the boy was losing all opportunities to save himself. Once again, he was saved by a man who was able to react quickly and stand between the troll and the boy, protecting him with his shield. Quickly found an adjustment, attacking the troll with sufficient force. This was able to shake the creature a bit so that it at least lost its balance. That should have been enough for Mose to be able to get his mind off the ground and continue helping his team. He was worried if someone like him could start his grand journey a little later than the rest, but he perfectly understood that by postponing such a thing for later, he would never get to it. Grabbing the nearly broken sword in his hands, the boy prepared to attack the troll with all the determination he had. Most likely the rare artifact would have affected Mose's strength if his sword was even a little bit stronger. He supposed his sword could break at any moment, but definitely not now. The shard of the sword, which had become unusable in an instant, flew away in the other direction, leaving only a small scratch on the troll's skin. The creature, of course, did not like such an outburst, so with one movement of his hand, the troll threw the boy to the other side of their battlefield. Now, in addition to his broken sword, Mose also had low health and broken leather gauntlets. Turning to all the mostly unharmed members of the team, Sharon asked them to move quickly to the side. Anger boiled in the troll's veins, so his speed also increased, helping him catch up with his opponents. Fortunately, Heil was almost unharmed, only knocked out of the track. Summing up all of the troll's accomplishments during this fight, Sharon noted that he would be able to take them out in one hit. They had to move away from him in order to reduce the risk of their loss. This also applied to the man who tried his best to overcome the troll in close combat. But the man had a plan before their actual defeat, which he was going to carry out right now. He suspected that the troll would try to make his next attack with something heavy that he would throw at the man. With the help of quick calculations and dexterity, the man was able to dodge a huge tree, which the troll uprooted with his bare hands. Uncle swung his heavy shield as the troll remained motionless. The sharp edge of the sword managed to strike one of the troll's legs, inflicting an attack that was little more than a scratch. In a few moments, a cry of pain was heard from the troll's mouth in response. But the creature was also not going to leave the man unanswered for such an action. Keeping up with watching similar events, other members of the team warned the man about the danger. Suddenly, an unknown explosion occurred in the middle of their battlefield. Among the white smoke, which enveloped a very small part of the clearing, the outline of a person was visible. This person turned out to be the main character, whose eyes quickly opened. He marveled at the fact that he was still alive. His head ached terribly. His stamina was fully restored due to the effect of his rare artifact. This is exactly what the desired regeneration effect, which all scheme players dream of, looked like. However, there was no time for dreams and thoughts now. Heil's voice brought the boy out of his thoughts. Now the man was in danger, defending himself from the dense attacks of the troll with his last strength. Even being a complete stranger to his uncle, just as his uncle was to Mose, the boy still worried about him. You would have thought that the troll had led the uncle into a trap, but in fact he had some plan for such a moment. To be more precise, he and Sharon had some sort of plan for this eventuality. Having precisely aimed at a given point in the troll's face, the girl's arrow was supposed to hit him in the very eye, which she did, right in the blink of an eye, as long as the troll was too slow. Again during this battle, a loud cry of pain rang out from the mouth of the troll, but this did not deprive him of the opportunity to attack with his free hand, which was not holding on to the damaged eye. The thought of possible death during this battle was already running through the man's mind. Having almost lost consciousness, the man noticed in front of him rapid movements towards the enemy. Although Mose had no weapon, he had determination and renewed strength. Taking great speed, the boy, trying with all his might to shake the troll, jumped on him. This was enough for the creature to stagger off its feet and fall to the ground. Without even expecting it, Mose became really useful to his team, saving them all. Even though Hale was busy helping his uncle, he still noticed out of the corner of his eye brave actions on the part of the newcomer, which shocked him very much. In the end, the creature was still in a comatose state which Mose had to fix. There was still surprise on his face because he could not have missed that he was able to shake such a giant. With the extra time the boy had gained by slowing down the troll, he wanted to make sure the rest of his team was okay. Of the 3 players, only the uncle was seriously injured, as reported by Gile. At the same moment, a glow appeared around the man which looked similar to the light of healing, which Gale immediately noticed. This was another ability of the rare pendant on Mose's neck, which restored the health of other team members. After a moment, the uncle could already see with his own eyes and was conscious. He couldn't even expect to heal so quickly after such an injury. Now Sharon was faced with the question, what exactly did the boy pay attention to? And this caused the man to suspect that Mose was really an ordinary novice. However, the battle was still incomplete, and they had to return to the troll. Although the creature was now badly hurt, it could mean that it would now fight with all its might. Noticing that the troll was starting to get up bit by bit, Sharon quickly reacted by drawing an arrow in her bow and announcing that she would aim for the back of his head next time. Although the man was already conscious, all his strength went to the first stage of the battle. And seeing all the power that Mos was capable of, he decided to give the boy his sword so that he would finish this battle. Holding a two-handed steel sword in his hands, Mos's determination knew no bounds, and he was serious. Realizing that speed helped him better than anything, this time he also sped up before his attack. With a good sword and a full reserve of strength, the boy could not lose this fight, so he defeated the troll with one swift movement. Meanwhile, as the quartet struggled to deal with the powerful troll, the Silver Guild leader was enjoying his full inventory, with not a single slot to spare. If they continue like this, they will be able to make a lot of money in just 10 minutes of waiting. Such a strategy was a brilliant plan developed by the leader himself. As a rule, at least 120 people should participate in troll hunting. A Silver Guild has 40 players, and they have to find the rest from players outside of their guild. But thanks to an ingenious plan, Mr. Silborn came up with a way to profit. And for the sake of truthfulness and avoiding unnecessary questions, he brought several more experienced players to this hunt. In this way, rewards given to players for the most participation in the quest will be transferred in large numbers to their guild. This plan should be perfect, but still, he understood that rumors were inevitable, so he came up with a solution in the form of leaving the game for a while. Suddenly, a window appeared in front of them with congratulations on completing the quest, the result of which was the destruction of the Black Mountain Troll. This caused surprise not only on Silborn's face, but also on his guild members. In a moment, a similar notification appeared in front of everyone standing on this clearing. After the automatic distribution of the rewards that were received as a result of the destruction of the troll, it was the quartet that was engaged in this quest that received the highest percentage of participation. Mos received special honors as the player with the highest healing contribution to the team and the player with the highest damage rate. These events became colossal for Silborn, and he still decided to take part in the search for this winning team. When he tried to get to the one who assigned all the awards to himself, he forgot for a moment, and this moment turned into a real horror for him. When he opened his eyes, he saw a whole bunch of his allies lying on the ground already dead. He himself had neither mana nor health to continue his journey. He had previously ordered the other members of his guild to capture these bastards and bring them to him, but not wanting to wait that long, he himself set out to find them. Footsteps were approaching him little by little, telling him that they had been looking for Silborn for so long, but that their search was coming to an end this very day. They watched with fascination as the experienced player ran away from them like an ordinary rat, but the Silver Guild leader himself was curious that the Dark Guild had forgotten in this hunt. They did not give a clear answer to this question, explaining it by the fact that he is well aware of the purpose of their arrival. At best, he had to surrender, or his life would end right now. They did not give him choice and freedom of action, pressing him against the rock. He assumed he might be found and treated as he had treated the innocent players, but he didn't even let it slip that the payback would come today. While already in Aspar Square, Mos decided to look into the shop of all kinds of trifles and artifacts. Turning to the newly arrived customer, the cashier kindly greeted him while he fumbled in his own pocket, looking around. A moment later, taking out a black ring with a crimson-red precious stone from his pocket, the boy announced that he wanted to put it up for auction. His face seemed confident, but at the same time confused, because this was his first lot that he wanted to sell at auction. A few hours earlier, when the team was able to defeat the giant troll, they all stood there with their mouths agape, watching the bright light that came out of the core. After a moment, the archer noted that this core must have been truly worthy of all their efforts to defeat the creature. This was also confirmed by the husband, adding that, most likely, it was significantly different from the usual ones. Looking at the fruit of his efforts, the boy could not even imagine what could be in this core. The core was an item that could only be obtained after killing a monster. It resembled something like a treasure chest. The type of core directly depends on the monster, or rather on its strength. With each level, the core becomes larger, and thus gives a higher chance to get a useful item. Looking at the big ball, The boy in life could not have imagined that he would see something like this, not to mention his own efforts. Suddenly, the boy was called out by a girl who informed him that he should not just stand there and look at the ball, but should open it. They gave this opportunity because it was Mos who had the highest percentage of participation, and besides, no one was against it. Gathering his strength, the boy nevertheless came closer to the blue large ball, stretching his hands towards it. The rest of the team stood in anticipation, trying to guess what exactly would be in this ball. A moment later, a dense stream of bright light poured from her, followed by notifications about the items received. Everyone was delighted with the received items, which they had wanted for so long and for which they had made maximum efforts. While all this time, Mos stood looking at the fruits of his luck, which had been hidden from him for so long. Compared to this, all the hunting for the poor slimes seemed empty and a waste of time. Even with the precious item in his inventory, the boy still couldn't get rid of all the problems. He was worried about the price because based on all the jewels that sold for a higher price, this one could also be one of them. It was quite difficult to navigate as the cost can always vary greatly depending on the type and effects of the artifact. And based on the latest news, the audience of which was also Mos, the prices at such auctions became lower and lower. Having decided to try his luck again, the boy dared to bid the ring for a rather large amount, hoping that it would end up in the top. Worries about the price haunted the guy even after he put the ring up for auction, even though he couldn't change anything. Even if this price was quite low, there was no point in regretting what had already been done, so Mos only had to accept it. Finally feeling the soft bed under him, the boy began to think about how unusual a day he had today. Previously, he would not have guessed that he killed a troll in his first group quest. In addition to the valuable items he received from winning this battle, he also made his first friends in the game. It all happened because of the simple coincidence that he got Florin's star in that lottery. All this time, being completely immersed in the development of the game, the boy completely forgot about the real universe, which was a priority for him. He completely lost the sense of real time, enjoying the game for the first time in a while. His attention was drawn to his phone, which immediately received a notification as soon as he took off his virtual reality helmet. A message from his mother appeared on the mobile phone screen. The woman asked her son to eat well and said that she transferred some money to his card. As soon as some funds appeared in his account, they were immediately debited by all the paid services that Lee Ki-ho used. Another message did not make itself wait. According to all the guy's assumptions, it was another debit of funds for paid services. But his eyes immediately widened when his expectations were not met. Holding the phone in front of his face, he still couldn't understand what had happened, looking very confused. As he continued to look at the display, he couldn't take in the fact that the same ring he had put up for auction just recently had already been bought by someone for a pretty good price for him. After visiting the scheme's official office, Lee Ki-ho had already spent some of his money. Now he had much more serious plans to earn through the scheme, but to begin he had to take another semester off from college. He did all the things he wanted to do, including buying the powder from a specialist store for players. The powder was an edible supplement to restore and maintain the balance of substances in the players' bodies. This supplement has been very helpful for playing continuously and staying in tune. When consuming food in the scheme, the user receives this supplement using a device to move into virtual reality. All the necessary trace elements penetrate through the skin of the face to the blood, thereby giving users the opportunity to fully immerse themselves in the game without the distraction of cooking and consuming food in real life. Of course, it would be better to get out of the game and eat normal food, but since this was the boy's main job now, he had to be very responsible towards her. Flipping through the news feed in the scheme, he stopped in the middle of the street when he saw a news story that left him stunned. The two main news of the day were the killing of Silborn and Mos' victory over Black Mountain. He gained fame and success too unexpectedly, especially when he was called in the guild and offered cosmic sums for any information about him. After a little thought, he could already imagine how much trouble such news would cause him, considering the possible hunting for his head and tearing him to pieces with offers to join some guild. Every second cost Lee Ki-ho his life, so he had to hurry to his home. When he got home, he knew what he had to do to ensure that his freedom and his future in the scheme were not wasted. Now he had to leave Aspar, and he still had that chance. He had to get away from everyone, at least for a while, so that the noise around him would die down little by little and he could continue his earnings further. Mos visited the forge most famous for its stable and enduring works. The blacksmith made his own gear, which was made from the skin of a black mountain troll. The full set of armor looked perfect on the boy and had very good effects. Such equipment is ideal for a traveler who wants to go on a long journey away from all the players. Mos thanked the blacksmith for the exquisite work he had done especially for him, but his interlocutor was only happy to work with such material. Now he was fully prepared to embark on his long journey, the end of which he himself did not know. To do this, he needed to go deep into the mountain, which was a secret passage from this city. Assuming that he had made a mistake with the direction and ended up in a completely different place, the boy did not know what to do. Soon he decided to sit down by a tree and spend some time thinking about his situation. But his attention was attracted by a strange stone, or something similar to it, which was located in the middle of the earth and from which air came. After a moment's thought, Mos decided to get up from his seat and move closer to the spot, trying to press down on it. After performing such actions, a cave was formed in the middle of the rock, from which dense air came out. And in front of the main character, there were reports that he was the first who was able to open the Black Root dungeon. After entering the dungeon, the boy had to take out from his inventory the shining stones of Balsect, the effect of which was active for 30 minutes. Examining the unknown walls of the cave, on which a large number of drawings were depicted, the boy went further and further. The further he went, the darker it became in the cave. And in addition to the darkness, he was haunted by a sense of fear when he saw the contents of this cave with the help of a glowing ball. Wandering through the dark cave, he still reached something unknown and mystical. When he ran his eyes over the content of the text that was depicted on the fireplace, the writing evoked a strange feeling in him, not to mention the fact that enemies began to form behind him from the remains of skeletons. Just a few skeletons instantly turned into a whole army of knights, who definitely did not have good intentions. He perfectly understood that he would definitely not be welcomed in the newly opened dungeon, but he definitely did not expect such a thing. Well, after all, now he was definitely ready for battle, because he had prepared carefully, so he held the weapon in his hands very confidently. Now, his weapons and armor were much better than before, but that didn't give him the speed with which he could defeat skeletons. After all, they attacked him without stopping, not even intending to end something. Even if they were already dead, it didn't mean that they couldn't hold weapons in their hands, even if they were made of bone. The boy began to simply avoid the blows of his opponents because he saw no end to them. He was not a member of the martial class, although he had a rather powerful strength that he inherited as a result of an accident. In addition to all this, he was not a professional swordsman. But with all this, he has the tenacity and strength to face the horde of skeletons. They drove him into a dead end, surrounding him not only from all sides but also from above. Wandering around the room, he tried to find the place where all these skeletons came from. But as soon as he was distracted even for a moment, he did not even notice how he was covered with 100 living bones. The use of the force was like the flames of a supernova, and to do this without the support of side items, relying on the level of Mos would be impossible. But it should not be forgotten that now, in addition to the rare artifact, he also had a magical weapon along with magical armor. A new army of skeletons began to surround him again, even though he had just dealt with the previous one. This battle should have been over by now, and he had the strength for it, so now the skeletons can only enjoy the opportunity to be killed by such a professional. The last remnants of living bones were already strewn all over the floor inside the cave, with even an unharmed moose standing inside. Even without expecting the end, the boy still reached him, while even being a little surprised. A moment later, a large number of notification windows appeared in front of him, the contents of which congratulated the boy on his level up. This was a nice bonus because the boy could not even imagine that with ordinary skeletons he would be able to increase his level twice. He took some time to be a little happy that his supposed stone level had risen to above 10th. But his celebration was quickly interrupted by an unknown sound that came from the darkest corner and led to the next room of the cave. Bringing his sword blade up, Mos braced himself for battle, expecting something terrible to appear from the midst of the darkness. But after a while of waiting, he didn't hear similar sounds again. So he lowered his sword slightly, being interested. Stepping cautiously into the darkest room, he tried to always be ready for a possible fight. From the middle of the darkness, terrifying sounds continued to emanate, which were no longer so terrifying. Entering a very small crevasse, Mose had a glimpse of what might have been the creature's lair. But after a little more than a few seconds, he smelled a terrible smell, the source of which he had yet to find. On the walls were long, motionless bodies of travelers, the number of which was not as great as the number of skeletons. But still it could not be said that they were not few. Even in spite of the terrible stench, Mose continued to move inside, trying to find the same source. But climbing the stairs to the top, he found another stone that resembled the previous slab, the contents of which summoned skeletons. Approaching a little closer, he made sure that it was an almost identical plate, with similar inscriptions to the previous one. Despite all the danger, Mose, according to previous mistakes, began to read the contents of the plate. Running his eyes over what appeared to be ancient letters, Mose began to read the contents aloud. The author of the inscription stated that he hated the Imperial Army that burned their settlement using their fuel. After that, she had the audacity to mercilessly kill his entire family. The main feature of these monsters was that they always hid their faces and attacked quietly like ghosts. As the shaman of this settlement, this man cursed once and for all these people who destroyed their houses with a devilish smile. That is why they should never leave this place, being engaged to die, remembering their wrong decision. They were to wander around this cave suffering in torment for life, even after their own death, when they are left with only bones. Paying attention to the contents of the message left on the stone, Moses immediately drew his attention to the fact that what was written was different from the previous one. Such content evoked in Mose the levels of hatred toward the Imperial Army that the author wished to convey. Behind the boy, a window appeared with the offer to start a quest battle, the purpose of which was to destroy the leader of the deserters, Harathan, who was cursed by Moradol. To confirm joining this battle, the traveler had only to utter the words of the curse. After the words were reproduced, the floor under the boy's feet began to shake, and fragments of bones and parts of the human body began to pour down on the boy as if from the slab. He was immediately able to assume that these parts of the human body were coming together. But they turned into a real person, whose head retained the skull-like appearance. Although based on the appearance of the words spoken by this person, one could say that it was a real monster. Even Mose, supposedly prepared for battle, turned into a coward from the corresponding sight. The monster assumed that the boy in front of him was the person who spoke the words of the curse. Hearing the guess, Mose himself confirmed it, holding the sword tightly in his hand, preparing for battle. He wanted to take revenge for the souls of those innocent people who were destroyed by this monster. Eyes similar to those of the boy's previous enemy, lit up with a bright red light. This topic made Jiratan's blood boil in his veins and strike the first blow, pushing the boy away from him. The monster explained this attitude towards his opponent by the fact that no one has the right to judge him for his actions. He especially could not tolerate such actions from stupid people, meaning Mose. It didn't seem like the monstrous creature had any desire to destroy the boy until now, but now it openly stated it. Monsters in the scheme are divided into bosses in locations and ordinary monsters, and due to the fact that location bosses are stronger than normal monsters, it is impossible to compare their strength. Even knowing this, the boy could not even imagine that battles with such would be so difficult. This time it also applied to this fight, which was definitely not going to be easy. But despite the level of difficulty, he still had something with which he could resist the difficult monster. As long as he remains alive, he can be treated. Regeneration was instant thanks to Florin's star effects and new armor. The monster had never seen such a thing with his own eyes before, so he assumed that the boy was using dark magic for his trick. All monsters were angered by this and turned into an even more evil version of themselves. This became the reason for the boy to reconsider all his actions and react faster. He was able to slip under the arm of his enemy while he was planning to attack. He had to move as fast as possible before he caught up with him. And immediately after a confident dodge, an attack from the hand of Mose was to follow. He was able to counterattack when Jiratan's attention was on the attack. Hitting his weak spot, he was able to knock him off his feet. Perhaps this revenge was not as terrible as the main character imagined it, but still he was able to do it. With such powerful strength, health, and agility, the boy can move as he pleases, and thanks to this, he can overcome even the boss. He now fully experienced what it was like to have a good weapon, armor, and an artifact that made him invincible firsthand. The monster refused to suffer defeat at the hands of a novice, so he promised to take revenge. He vowed to take revenge, freeing himself from the curse with his brutal vengeance. Fortunately, the monster had the opportunity to choose his last words before losing at the hands of the same newcomer, which was to come very soon. It took the guy. Giratin also had a backup plan in case of his possible loss, which he was going to demonstrate to Musa, calling it a demonstration of class difference. A bright blue light shone directly from the middle of the pentagram on which the boss was located. It was so powerful that it had the power to push extra people away from it, removing the seals that held this monster. Giratin's level rose to 35, and in his ears appeared a weapon that was covered with lightning. Along with the level, his speed also increased. Using his weapon, he hit the boy in seconds without even giving him a chance to react. He had already turned to the side to repeat the blow, which could be critical for the boy, directing the sharp blade in the same direction. His speed was so tremendous that the light in his eyes could not keep up with this speed and remained behind him. Even looking at the beautiful artifact, Mos could not physically keep up with such a speed, so he was hit in the back. The monster was annoyed that the boy thought too much of himself and didn't think he was capable of defeating him because of the magic his items contained. Giratin saw no point in swinging his sword for no reason and was about to end his life. Armor really saved the life of the main character. If he was without them, this fight would have ended long ago. He was reassured by the fact that he was no longer what he had been before. He currently had 300 health units, which could be critical against such an opponent. The regeneration of the same health, with the help of a rare pendant, was more than 100 units every few seconds. Until he dies, he will always have a few seconds to fully recover. In the past, it would have been difficult for him to imagine that the lottery pendant would play such a large role in his future. Giratina was surprised that he was able to withstand the blow of a sword as powerful as the monster's sword. The guy was already completely restored and promised his opponent that he would definitely be able to destroy him, taking revenge for all the dead inhabitants of the settlement. Of course, such a schedule of events was unacceptable for the monster, so he tried to attack again. Who would have thought that the apparently rather fragile sword of Mos would turn out to be his powerful defender? He continued to keep his sword in line, though the power of Giratin truly amazed him. Turning his sword a few degrees to the left, he moved to his right, thus putting himself in danger but saving himself at the same time. This moment helped him buy some time out of the monster's attention and was already approaching to strike from the air. Yesterday, a sharp blade passed through the giant's arm in an instant, striking it. He was lucky, and he correctly calculated the force and the place where he delivered his blow. All that was left for him now was not to lose the momentum and deliver a few more such blows. Already on the verge of his arm falling off, he still swung it to hit his opponent. The blade was already several meters from the boy's head, but he did not look confused. This all indicated that his plan was either going to end in success or death for him. Apparently, from that day on, luck did not plan to leave him, or at least his plan was well planned. A moment of confusion flashed across the giant's face, slowing him down again. Right now, by all accounts, was the time to make the next attack, steadily moving towards a critical one. The magic sword went once more along one of the monster's limbs, already taking away its leg, thus taking away its balance. It was almost a victory, and the monster fell off its feet, becoming completely vulnerable to further attacks. The guy's plan looked flawless. You couldn't even imagine that he came up with it in the course of the battle. Now the sharp blade of the sword was right in front of Giratin's bony face. It was the end for him, which someone should have done a long time ago, and it was done by a newcomer. Even after so many attempts to defeat this ordinary youth, the monster ultimately failed. He assumed that the boy was similar to the creature that Bellica had blessed, or was the heir of Bernardo, who opened the chest of the dead. Calling himself a former knight and golden predator of the great imperial army, Giratin brought a look of surprise to Mos's face. He knew very well that the imperial army was not large at all, and he, in turn, was not a knight, but a murderer who did not feel any shame for what he had done. Mos's adversary was extremely unhappy with such an opinion about himself, because the boy had no idea what it meant to be a warrior. Moses did not consider such an invasion of a settlement and the destruction of all human souls to be the act of a warrior. In his defense, Giratin could only say that they had no choice. The war he had waged had been going on for quite a long time, and supplies had stopped being sent to their army. There was not enough food, and they were forced to ask for help from the inhabitants of the settlement, which they defended so diligently. But in response to this request, they repeatedly refused, seeing in the army members only enemies. This was the reason for them to take up arms and try to attack the soldiers. They didn't show an iota of sympathy for what the Imperial Army was trying to do to protect them. The inhabitants of the settlement did not know honor after they united and sided with the army's opponents. All this was still not enough to justify such a terrible concession on the part of a warrior, a man of honor. Movu hoped to hear even a drop of remorse in Jiratan's words, but he only claimed that if he hadn't been cursed by Morital, such a memory would have been magical. These rivals were distinguished by the fact that one of them knew exactly what being a warrior meant. He had a relevant past in the form of the 2 years he devoted to repaying his debt to his homeland. He knew for sure that before joining the army, all soldiers take an oath before the people and the nation. This very oath was violated by Hiratan, so he had to suffer the punishment for not keeping his words. This fight was quite difficult for the boy, not even from a physical point of view. He didn't even expect himself to be able to say such nonsense about a soldier's oath at a decisive moment. Suddenly, after his moment of understanding his own words, there were several notifications about him leveling up by a full 6 units. Although he had one of his unpleasant memories as a result of this fight, he was glad to have his own level raised. Another achievement was also waiting for him, which added 2 more units to all his characteristics. Even forgetting that this was a boss fight, being very focused on all the achievements he had gained during this fight, the boy didn't notice the fog that was beginning to form behind him. A large core quickly formed from the mist, which had lightning inside it and took on a crimson-purple color. It was very different from all the other cores that Moses had seen before. Touching it, the young man was quickly blinded by the brilliance that came from the middle of the orb, and following him made the boy's face acquire surprise at the fact that he had to see. In front of him lay a whole pile of weapons, which he received as a result of the victory of Jiradan. It all belonged to him now, and his hands were already itching to put all these things in his inventory. There was a golden gleam in his eyes from all the new, beautiful items that he couldn't wait to test this weapon in battle. But this brilliance still noticed behind him the blue radiation that he had to see during the battle. The victory over Jiratan gave the boy not only a new weapon, but also a weapon that belonged to his opponent. In front of him was a charm sword that added 19 points to strength and 14 points to dexterity. But the boy was most surprised by his appearance, which belonged to a unique one. The highest known grade level of the items was rare. But it should not be forgotten that the scheme was aimed at a wide scope, which meant that it could harbor the unknown. If the charm sword among the 11 engraved swords belongs to a unique species, then even in the future, someone will hardly be able to find something similar to it. He was the first among all the users of the game to receive a rare artifact, but now it was not a surprise for him, because now he could also have a unique sword in his hands. As the young man examined his new sword, it began to dissolve little by little into the air, leaving behind a blue smoke. And after Mose touched this smoke, a window appeared in front of him with a message that he had learned his first skill in the form of summoning an engraved sword. He waited for some time before his grand first test of the first skill he learned. But in a moment he spoke the name of the sword, which was 1 point for his summoning. Under his feet appeared the same pentagram that surprised him earlier during the fight with Jiratan. The sword summon had indeed worked, and now he truly had a secret weapon in his hands. Swinging it in all directions, the young man thought about how the sword rested comfortably in his hand, the weight of which was perfectly calculated for the power of Moses' swing. If he still took some time to learn new swordsmanship tactics, his next fight would definitely be perfect. Being careless in his actions, the boy did not look at his feet at all, and the result was that he found something on the floor. Taking something unknown in his hand that had a pleasant golden sheen, Mose immediately began to examine it. It was the seal of the defeated knight Jiratan, which also had a unique appearance, but only had a one-time use. In the information about her, the guy read that in order to start a secret quest, he must fulfill all the necessary conditions. Without even thinking about retreating, the boy began to quickly collect everything in his inventory while thinking about how he was already doing this quest. The amount kept creeping into his head as he looked at all the shiny things inside the bag, valuing them at 500 gold. It was already dawn, and before the start of his next battle, he decided to take all his new things to a nearby settlement. He headed to Toiko Art City thinking that the amount he would sell all the weapons for would help him forget his poverty for a while. Rumors and surprises about the new auction were already circulating in all corners of the game. Looking at the first page of the auction, you could see a book of skills, the price of which was increasing rapidly and with every second. After a moment, almost everyone in the middle of the streets opened the windows of the first page of the auction, surprised that all these items were put up by one player. The question before them was who exactly it could be, but all guesses came to the only seller, which was Mos. Looking at the given name, everyone was sure that the seller was indeed Mos, the same guy who had been with Silborn during the troll hunt. Already in the Central Trade Committee of Arantis, a branch in Toiko, the boy had several tens of gold, which he had received from the sale of weapons in front of him. In summing up, the trader reported that Mos received exactly 8,726 gold. This made the young man's legs buckle in surprise and find himself on the wet floor. He understood that he should be happy, but he still could not believe in the reality of all the events. Only in that dungeon was Mos able to get such an amount that he could live on for quite a long time. The boy was also interested in what kind of coins were in front of him on the same chair, next to the gold bars. The seller explained that in front of the young man was the token of Ormacon, which was valued at 1,000 gold. A similar token had a magical appearance and had a deep history that was connected to dragons. The progress of the game reached the point where the currency could also be magical. Also, Mos's interlocutor should have warned him to be quite alert to the attention around him. After all, now everyone in the city definitely wants to know who, after all, is the same Mos. In the game, a dark guild was formed, whose members rob and kill both players and non-robbing characters. It was for this reason and others that the boy had to be very careful. Rumors about him spread around the city very quickly. Everyone was interested in how much money he received from the auction. But besides the usual interest from passers-by, the boy hiding behind the dark cloak heard that everyone was jealous of him with black envy and wanted to rob him. Everything was much more serious than the boy could imagine. Now he really needed to disappear for a while. But before that he had to think of something to do with his hood, the stealth effect of which would wear off very soon. Such thoughts led him to one united thought, which seemed to him brilliant. Arriving at the forge, he stated that he needed a cloak that would completely hide both his face and body, as well as be durable. Summarizing, the blacksmith informed that the boy needed a full disguise with strength, which would cost him much more than he realized. But Mos said that the price did not bother him at all, and he wanted to see what the man had in his assortment for a similar account. The man placed the armor on the counter, which had a magical sheen, even though it was hidden in the far corner of his forge. It was unlikely that anyone would be able to recognize the boy if he was wearing such armor, so this fully fulfilled the request he made to the blacksmith. The man himself called these armors his real work of art, which he made for the competition, but the boy was only interested in the price. After some thought, the blacksmith finally named the price at 200 gold. With an exaggerated smile on his face, the man stated that he knew that such a price would be quite expensive, but he thought it was fair, since it was his best work with which he won the competition. His speech was interrupted by the jingle of gold coins and their bright shine, after which his eyes instantly widened. The boy gave the coins to the man without any hesitation, with a friendly smile on his face. He wanted to buy the whole set without exception to ensure complete privacy. In the night of the same day, when the sky was just taking on dark shades, new faces went out into the street. Two passers-by, who were able to recognize each other's familiar faces, turned out to be like that. A man named Veyron recognized his old friend Q as a passer-by, noting that she was currently on an errand and offering to help. The girl replied that during the execution of this task, the man could only become a problem for her, considering that she had been preparing for the execution of her plan for so long. He called the girl a rootless bitch, which was very insulting, but her answer did not make her wait. She moved closer to the man with extraordinary speed, throwing off her dark cloak. She placed a sharp blade at his throat as a sign of warning and the fervor of her nature. He immediately realized his mistake and apologized for his rude behavior. And she, in turn, understood that it would be unprofitable for her to get rid of her adventure partner so easily. So she hid her sword back, warning the man to think twice before opening his mouth next time. Having retrieved stones from an unknown direction, she turned to him, asking to move her to Astana. Throwing the same stones on the floor, it hit the asphalt loudly and flew to the side, thereby opening a magical portal to Astana for the girl. Moving into the middle of the portal, she quickly disappeared out of Veyron's line of sight, closing the portal behind her. Having failed to keep his promise, the man spent his old acquaintance with a wish corresponding to the opposite of the promise. A paper now appeared in his hands, the contents of which were too secret to be shown even to Kay. He was leading an open hunt for an artifact called Florin's Star, which was now in Mos's possession. Keeping the path in an unknown direction, the unknown man thanked Mos, who was hidden behind thick armor, for saving him. Mos, for his part, argued that such a thing was not worthy of condescension, and was fully satisfied with the recompense of the man's agreeing to give him a ride in his carriage. Benevolence on the part of the man was not an empty sound because just recently Mos had saved his life when the monster appeared out of nowhere. On the way in an unknown direction, the man decided to start a conversation about the identity of the unknown savior because he did not even show his face. The man assumed that, looking at such a young age, his savior was a student who simply wanted to earn money for his studies in a similar way. In support of the conversation, the man told his rather long history of acquaintance with Schema, where he worked as a delivery man. For now, the tongue was restraining its way into the unknown, but it would have to be corrected as soon as it reached the Silver Valley. When the cart was on the territory of one of the cities to which the man was on his way, he at the same time announced that Mos was an alleged bodyguard for him. Their paths were to part now, but they agreed to meet at the fountain, which was located in the center of the Silver Valley. Suddenly, a warning appeared in front of the boy that his armor was already in need of repair, so they should be the first thing to do. While the blacksmith was busy restoring his armor, he thought about getting the seal of Hyratin. He was worried about that secret quest, which he already wanted to start but did not know the conditions. There weren't even any hints for this secret quest. This thought bothered him all the time, but it never found an end, which led him to think that he was at a dead end. But first, with his armor ready, he needed to meet the man at the fountain and then plan his next steps. When the boy left the forge and went to the very center where the fountain was located, he was surprised by such a dense number of people. More than anything, looking at the whole picture, he could assume that the crowd was interested in the shouts that came from the lips of the unknown person who was taunting that delivery man. Just one delay, the unknown, who was actually the heir of the Valley clan, was furious with the delivery man, forcing the people to take the man's side. The people had already accepted that the Valley clan had always been at the center of all the trouble, but they were more concerned about why the 14 Knights Order would let something like this go through. Fist, which was already about to harm the man, stopped Mos by grabbing him tightly. From such a dispute, the blood boiled even more in the veins of the heir of the clan, because he did not even count on the fact that someone would ever stop him. Mos, hiding behind the armor, announced that something might happen on the way, and in order to taunt people about it. Jumping as far away from Mos as possible, the heir of the clan, holding his hand, threatened the unknown knight. He claimed that the young man in armor did not even know who he was, because if he did, he would be obliged to obey him. Such a trifle is enough to hit a person, but his interlocutor did not even see such a problem. So, in keeping with his fiery nature, he attacked the innocent boy with his fists, quickly getting away from the not-too-powerful fists of the clan heir. Although he was too agile in this kind of armor, it was enough for him. It is enough to deliver a blow and put a rude person on the asphalt with just one attempt. After calculating his strength a little, the heir of the clan found himself not only on the asphalt, but also a little further. But, unfortunately, he was lucky that there was a house behind him that stopped him. The crowd was shocked by the unexpectedly bold decisions of the unknown knight that they had seen for the first time within the valley towards the clan heir himself. Right now, Mos didn't care at all about that pitiful heir to the clan, so he quickly approached the man, asking him about his condition. The people were outraged and no longer knew what fate the unknown knight would suffer for such actions. From an unknown direction came a voice, somewhat similar to the voice of the terrible heir. Where did a man with similar red hair appear, who claimed to be the great Morik of the valley? But he could not tolerate such an attitude towards his son. In such cases, the man was not able to cope with words alone. His personal knight named Python had to resolve this conflict. Taking out his sharp sword in front of his opponent, he loudly announced that he would pay for the attack on the son of Mr. Morik himself. Python promised to deal with Mos in a moment, swearing in the name of the Knight of the Silver Valley. Now was an opportune moment to use the Sword of Charm, which had been given to Mouse as a result of Juretin's victory. A moment after the sword's name was spoken, it appeared in his hand, stopping the attack of Python's sharp blade. Maybe it was unexpectedness or the boy's strength, but he was able to push his opponent in the same direction where the son of the great Morik was. The man didn't know what to say to the fact that an unknown knight he had never seen within his valley was able to defeat such a powerful special clan knight so easily. Out of anger, the man began to shout at Python to get up quickly and prove to his master that he really deserves the title of personal knight. But that voice was silenced for a moment as Mos raised his incredibly sharp knife towards Great Morik. The crowd watched this fight, or rather its consequences. At that moment, one of the people present assumed that similar armor reminded her of something. This was somewhat related to the Order of 14 Knights, to which she accordingly attributed the person hiding behind the shining armor. In an instant, the crowd turned into something loud, beginning to approve of all the actions of the knight. They praised his strength and courage, glad to hear them at last. They complained in unison that the clan head was taking half of their income, calling it taxes. This chorus grew into a plea for a knight of the Order of 14 Knights to punish him. Mos really had no idea who these 14 knights were, but judging from everything he heard from the people, he quickly made up his mind. Turning to the great Morik, he wanted to know if all this was true, at which he was only shocked. He tried to defend himself by saying that it was partially untrue, but explained his decision by making some provisions in case of famine. After hearing a similar answer, Mos wanted to make sure of it by visiting his house. Seeing such an evil look of the knight, the man admitted that he had committed a real crime and he was very sorry. All he wanted was a second chance. Mos was not a maker of justice and was not going to be, so he decided to pardon the man and agree to his terms. If he admits his guilt, the guy decided not to take his life and give the opportunity to compensate all the victims. Such actions were admired by all present. They have faith in the Order of 14 Knights and in the possibility of a happy future. This rescue of the people of Silver Valley was one of a large number of hidden quests, for which Mos received 2874 units more than his glory. But in addition to leveling up, it also opened up the next hidden quest, which led to a rare artifact clue. All this was watched by real members of the Order of 14 Knights, and one of them offered to arrest the boy for impersonating one of them. But the other just patted him on the shoulder and reminded him of a prophecy about a certain person who would make this world a much better place. Thanks to Mos, their workload was reduced many times over, so they should have been happy to have such a gift on their way. They did not understand who exactly he was, but to one of them, this young man seemed similar to the famous Mos himself. What the hymn suggested was that this traveler was not so ordinary, so they decided to follow him, while he was choosing his next place, where he had to keep the further path. And it was in this place that Falup found himself, as it was written in the quest, the reward of which was a hint to obtain a magical artifact. In the city employment office, Mos fought with his last strength not to give up at the last moment, because he did not understand anything at all. This has been going on for several days, but little by little, he began to lose all his strength. A secret class that included special players who differed from normal players by having hidden powers or knowledge. Such players are quite rare because their task also includes hiding. These classes are so rare that very little is known about them in the scheme community. This was the reason why the employee of the employment office could not help the boy in any way. The boy wanted to choose the most convenient and easiest way for himself, but looking at everything, he will need to search the whole city. Distracted to the non-standard persons in the form of elves, the boy forgot a little and was fascinated by their beauty. Thoughts about the surprise of Falup and the sudden meeting with the elves made the boy lose control of the situation for a moment and not notice the man behind him. They are very hasty that he knocked the guy off his feet, blaming Mos himself because he was looking down at his feet. Turning to the same man, he seemed to say in response to this appeal a wish in the form of several pleasant words. But no one even suspected that these words would turn out to be true, and from the direction that the man ran, a loud explosion was heard. Unfortunately or fortunately, but the unknown man was alive despite such a powerful explosion. A small bag with money, which the man was running away with, ended up a few meters away from him, so he was going to collect them and run away. But suddenly someone's foot stood on the coins in front of his hand, which forbade the man to touch the money. Veyron looked very angry because apparently the man decided to beat him and run away with the money. Musa was surprised and even inspired by such power possessed by a man he did not yet know, But something else caught his attention. The ring on Veyron's hand looked quite familiar to the boy. But unexpectedly, the events of some battle between these two unfolded very actively. Veyron's money carter took out his knife and was about to attack the man, but the man, even seeing the sharp blade, did not blink an eye. He really had no equal in battle. He overcame the rogue in just a moment before he could react. He left the man, putting away his sword and commenting on this event with what only passes in his time. This once again pleasantly shocked the language because he did not even see the speed of these actions, as if it all happened in a time that was less than a second. Suddenly a window appeared in front of Mos, informing him that the hidden quest that had given him the hint for the secret class reward had been completed. But completing this quest at the same time launched the next hidden quest, the first task of which was to talk to the man in the black robe. Following the same black-robed man with his gaze, Mos should have caught up with him right now. And judging by the name of the hidden quest, Secret Class Swordsman, now his task was to talk to this swordsman. Following him down the dark alley, Mos tried to think as quickly as possible of his next course of action, in case he was spotted. He had just assumed then because he had seen Veyron, but now he had no doubts at all. His ring was exactly like Geratin's, remembering the words from the monster himself that he was also a swordsman. The young man did not think that killing such a boss would lead him to such circumstances. He had already begun to miss that luck really had something to do with him. But before he even had time to think about anything other than chasing the man in the black robe, he already lost sight of him. Although there were several meters to the end of the alley, the boy did not think that the Veyron would move so quickly through a normal alley. There was an omission that Veyron had been guessing all along about his company's extra eyes. The man quickly made his presence known behind the boy as he grabbed him by the throat and pulled him towards him. He pulled him into another alley that was in the middle and was too poorly lit. Vero was not going to kill the careless knight because he was actually interested in his goal. He sat him down in front of him, waiting for a full explanation of the situation. In order to be more likely to hear the truth, he decided to use a steel and sharp blade. He had already begun his interrogation, but suddenly he saw the pendant he had been looking for so long around the unknown man's neck. He wanted to know the whole truth, where it came from such an inexperienced young man who did not even consider his presence. Without mincing a word, Mos replied that he had won her in the lottery. Such an answer did not satisfy Veyron, but he delivered one of the powerful blows that left Musa at less than 5% health. The man was serious and did not want to hear jokes about such a serious matter. The young man continued to report that he was absolutely serious in what he said. He said that he bought 1 stone from an unknown man in the city of Lindork, after which he received this pendant. Veyron knew everything Mos knew, so he insisted on his own, yet he learned that the man had a gray beard and hair, and wore a robe. It was enough for Veyron, and he released the boy from his tight grip, as if a puzzle in the man's head formed a complete picture. But he learned that the person he was looking for was in Lindork. After Veyron released Mos, his health was fully restored, but he wanted to know who his interlocutor meant. Veyron explained that in the criminal world, this man was known as a high-class criminal. The face of the motorcade Lero was known to almost everyone because it hung on every corner of the streets. The boy could not miss that the person who sold him the stones that changed his life could be so serious. Veyron continued his story, knowing in detail that he was assigned to track down this Lyra because he knew the mystery of the continent about the disappearance of Cavalcade Langerus. The boy did not even know this name, which greatly embarrassed the narrator. The Cavalcade is considered a great fighting force on the continent, but one day it all disappeared from the path it had taken before the war. The search party has explored the place where these warriors disappeared many times, but as a result, they have only found ruined structures. It turned out that the rare pendant the boy had received belonged to Florin, who was the commander of the Langerus Cavalcade. When the boy first received this pendant, he thought it was an ordinary magical artifact, but it turned out that it was full of history. After waiting a moment, Veyron noted that all of Mos's injuries had healed so quickly, indicating that the star was real. Still, Veyron had a purpose for telling all this to the boy, so he hurried to get it as soon as possible. He dealt the first damage to Mos's armor, thus starting the battle between them. He did not even suspect that the man would start a fight so suddenly, so he did not even have time to react, and he did not plan to fight. Veyron revealed that since Florin was not with them, he intended to kill Mos and take the pendant for himself. It quickly dawned on the armored boy that his interlocutor had wanted to be his rival from the start. Of course, he wouldn't have told him so many secrets and kept them so desperately if he planned to keep him alive. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, Mos drew Charm's sword and made a determined move. He couldn't dodge such a fast and powerful attack, so it took away almost all of his health, leaving him with less than 10%. Rejoicing that the pendant would finally be in Veyron's hands, he even forgot that it belonged to the boy now. His health was immediately restored, which caused a mad surprise on the face of his opponent. At the moment when Veyron was waiting to see if the boy was immortal, Mos was also interested in the same thing. At the moment when Veyron was waiting to see if the boy was immortal, Mouse was also interested in the same thing. After a moment, Veyron didn't care because even if he rose from the dead, he would still get to him. All that remained in the boy's mind was that he only needed to wait a few seconds to fully recover and continue the fight. But Veyron couldn't let that happen, because he didn't want to remain defeated and stay on the side, watching how his opponent was being treated. With each attack, the man took more and more of Mos's health, breaking the 3% mark. Clear consciousness was already leaving the boy little by little, apparently, and luck. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, another man appeared and announced, telling Veyron that the swordsman keeps all the truth in his sword and devotes himself to it. And crossing swords with his now adversary in the form of the same Veyron, the man declared that he should have been reminded more often that this mission was top secret. It turned out that Veyron not only told all the secrets to the immortal, but also succumbed to temptation and behaved inappropriately. That is why the man declared Veyron a traitor and sentenced him to death. Starting to backtrack on his earlier words, Veyron turned to the man named Robin, trying to explain what was wrong. He tried to apologize for such behavior from his husband and to get another chance, but the man was definitely not going to listen to something like that and dealt with the traitor very quickly. Watching all of this, Mos couldn't believe that he had killed Veyron so easily. And turning to the boy himself, Robin noted that he was next. He himself should have understood the inevitability of his death because he already knew too much. Veyron was a boy, of course, but looking at Robin now, he truly felt a terrible fear. There really was a colossal difference between them, but he could not allow himself to die in such a way. He promised to become different, and decided to put everything he had on the scheme. The man was amused by the boy's enthusiasm despite the fact that he was the loser in their upcoming fight. The man standing in front of him belonged to the secret class, so if he didn't agree to fight right now, he might not have another chance. Even if he died and he would have to pay a fine for it, he still wasn't going to retreat in any way. With a look that was unclear about the boy's intentions, the man asked if he really wanted this fight, looking at their difference in skills. But the boy explained his decision by saying that he would die and rise from the dead, and Robin would still pursue him and try to kill him. Although he was trembling, Robin saw in him resilience and will to live. He had never met people with such perseverance even among swordsmen. But after taking a closer look at the hands that Mos desperately held the weapon in anticipation of the attack, Robin was able to make out a shiny ring. He immediately stopped the fight that had not yet begun, grabbing the boy by the neck and asking where he got this ring from. Such a grip did not allow the boy Annie to move or speak loud words, but he was still able to tell that he got it after the victory over Jiraten. In the end, the man released the boy to the ground believing his words, although he could not fully believe that Jiraten had fallen at the hands of such a novice. That the man had the opportunity to meet with the former rival of Mos, the boy decided to ask him a little more information. Robin confirmed the fact that Jiraten used to be a swordsman, continuing his story by saying that several hundred years ago, he turned his back on the swordsman and sided with the imperial army. At that time, there were not so many of them swordsmen. They could not resist the imperial army, and Jiraten, in turn, waited for the right time. Deciding to apologize for taking Jiraten's life, the boy was really worried about it. But the man assured him that something like this would happen someday. In this case, the man could not allow Mos to leave his company after learning about the secret mission. But a plan emerged in his head, one of the options of which Mos had to choose for himself. The first was rebirth, and after that dying each time in hellish torments. And the second man offered to join their secret organization and become a replacement for the now dead employee. Although the young man had quite a lot of time to carefully consider his decision, the man morally pressured him. Fortunately, such manipulations did not work on the boy, because he already decided everything for himself immediately after hearing, and he agreed to work together with Robin. Of course, the man did not expect such a quick decision, offering the boy to think a little more because such a concession was so incomprehensible, as if the goddess of the sun Balika suddenly covered herself with ice. But Mos was not going to back down and stuck to his previous words to the last. Accepting that the young man had made his choice, the man noted that he did not know the full probability that he would be able to become a real swordsman. But coming closer and closer, such words from Robin seemed very unexpected, but the blow turned out to be quite expected. Such a force made the boy completely lose his consciousness under the voice of a man who explained that such a blow was considered as a greeting. Opening his eyes already in a new location, Mos was able to remember everything that happened last evening. He was now inside the sanctuary, as the notification window informed him. On the territory of this very sanctuary, there was also a training hall where soldiers were trained. The guy immediately found a place for himself in a similar field and also quickly found an opponent. His opponent turned out to be Kia, who definitely did not want to remain at a loss, but did not expect that the boy would underestimate her skills. She is definitely not stronger compared to Mos, so they both continued to prove their professionalism. Still, the boy could find a weak spot in her in the form of being able to track every movement of her sword. Kea was number 1 among all of the master's students, and that was no mean word. But still, she was no match for Moses in terms of speed. But missing the opportunity to reflect the attack, he slowed down and was unable to stop Kei's attack, thus ending up on the floor, falling in front of the girl and making her the winner. But before the fight was over, Kia came closer to him, holding out her hand. The girl also noted that Mos was quite good at fighting, but he had room to grow. He accepted a friendly offer of help from his rival, saying that after some time he would definitely be able to offer help to her. After all, Licky Hone could always stay in the game universe, and he should spend time in his real life. From a conversation on the phone with her mother, because she understood that the woman was worried about her son, and more precisely about the large amount of money he had. She was worried that her son got involved in something illegal, from where he got the funds, but the way he tried to avoid talking about his earnings explains that this is because he should have left. After a broken dialogue with the woman, the boy looked at the alarm clock, wondering how much he would be tired from today's training. A few days ago, he woke up in a sanctuary that was a secret hideout for a group of mercenaries. They remained loyal to the goddess of blades Adius and presented themselves as a small organization that was engaged in the implementation of various international laws. In turn, Robin, who brought the boy to their vault and invited him to join the ranks of swordsmen, was one of the 10 masters. And Mos himself decided that such an invitation was something fateful. Without even thinking, he agreed. But after some time that he spent in the ranks of this organization, he had to change his mind. The physical load with which the master loaded them with Kia was long and very intense. So he thought about the reason for the small number of this organization, which could be related to its conditions. In addition to physical activity, they also had to study oral material, which was also taught by Robin. Sometimes the boy would get so tired that he would fall asleep during his lessons, for which he would receive a severe punishment because of the time the teacher noticed it. But he did not lose hope and bravely endured the teaching while looking at Ko. It was only thanks to her and her endurance that he did not give up and continued his path of becoming a swordsman. The joint work brought them very close, and after some time they were to go on their first official mission. Their paths diverged on different sides of the roads that led them to different missions, but they joked that they hoped to see each other alive already in the sanctuary. Glancing at Ko as she headed off to complete her mission, the boy didn't have to waste any more time heading to Aspar either. Mos has successfully completed his training course and is now a full member of the organization. In confirmation of this, he received a swordsman's seal, which was somewhat of a distinguishing symbol of their organization. To lay the beginning of his mission, he had to return to Aspar, from where airships fly to the snow wall, which was located in the north of Landnas. Looking at the new wave of players who became much more during his absence, the boy paid attention to them, eavesdropping on the conversations of other players, seeing how much their level has grown. A few months ago, everyone was hunting slimes in the hopes of finishing off at least one magical item, but now the average level of artifacts has noticeably increased. But with two big changes, the boy was snatched from an unknown direction and asked for help. The boy, who looked rather tired, attributed his situation to the fact that he had been robbed of all the artifacts he had collected in the Valinko Hunterlands. Around the man began to hear obstacles about the fact that the guild number 1 wants to take over this territory. This guild was distinguished by its experienced players, whose level of artifacts was no less than magical. It was rumored that they kicked out all the regular players in order to give number 1 resources to the powerful companies. Hearing this, the boy simply could not stand aside and not solve such injustice. Guards stood around the entrance to the Valinko lands, who forbade all travelers to enter the place, explaining that only members of the number 1 guild were allowed to enter. The guards were really experienced fighters, so it would be difficult for ordinary beginners to stand up to them. But the attention of the main one of them fell on one guy who himself asked for help on that square in Landness. The man explained that he expected money from him for the valuable artifact he had scratched. But the same man noticed next to the tired boy Mos, whose face was still completely unknown to him. The guy with the most friendly face tried to explain to the guards that the Hunterlands were a common area that was open to all players, and they had no right. In turn, the guards considered the number 1 guild to be the most powerful, so this included the fact that it had to claim the territory it wanted. First, the assignment of common areas, and in the direction of a completely unknown person, removed the friendly smile from Mos's face. Not to mention that he was serious, and the very arrival to the entrance of the hunter's territory, but now he was really ready for battle. He skillfully blocked all the attacks the guards tried to throw at him by pushing back, starting with their heads. Already when their head was unconscious, lying on the ground, one of the remaining guards ordered the others to grab this young man. Such a power, or rather its absence, made it possible for the boy to do without the charm sword. He deftly dodged the clumsy attacks of the number 1 guild members with his own speed, and then ended this senseless fight with just one punch. Thus he greeted each of the guards, considering that his strength had not reached the middle stage. The boy's perfectly honed movements in the great guild made one wonder who exactly he was. But Mos didn't want to set himself apart from the rest of the players, who were left with nothing after wanting to simply hunt these lands, so he took himself to them. They couldn't continue to just watch the unknown one top off all their allies, but attacking him didn't make much sense either. While they were trying to come up with at least an initial plan for their next course of action, a voice was heard behind them. From them, where did the main leader of the number 1 guild, Mr. Socks, come from, whose arrival everyone was happy about? They had already begun to laugh at the future loss of Mos, since they could not even miss that their leader could fall into the hands of such an enemy. But the people he was protecting had a look of surprise on their faces when they noticed a strange glare from the guild leader number 1. This shine was tied to the bronze token that top 9,000 players received. Such, perhaps even an insignificant detail, has completely baffled people, and they have lost all hope. During the time he spent on his training in the scheme, a lot has changed, and a new rating system has appeared. Just 3 months ago, a player's position in the rating was tied to his popularity. But now, if rumors are to be believed, the number of players fighting for a place in this rating was more than 310,000. But in response to the crowd's surprise, the leader revealed that their guild had at least 7 top-ranked members. To finish, because we were already far behind the schedule for the supply of resources. Saksa chased away all those who came from his territory, warning them to get out as soon as possible so that he could call security. And turning to Mos, he asked the boy to stay, pointing his finger at him. He promised that the boy would pay for having the courage to raise his hand against the Socks underlings. By the time the man continued his promises, Mos had already moved into the fray, delivering the first blow to Socks, sending him to the ground. Summoning the charm sword already without the help of words, the boy also began to speak to the leader. He proposed to call all his subordinates together so that they could see with their own eyes the collapse of his business. With the help of his own speed and good weapons, Mos walked through all the guards, not paying attention to any of them. As long as the guild members remained in their places, the boy managed to overcome them in a matter of seconds. Assuming that the rest of those who remained would certainly not want such a fate for themselves, they quickly left the area. Watching them run, Mos knew his mission was complete, so he quickly put the charm sword back as he was about to leave the area. At the same time, a notification appeared on the screen in front of him that the airship on which he had reserved a seat was leaving in 10 minutes. He became so immersed in this battle atmosphere and focused on his opponents that he even forgot about his main task. He said goodbye to the people he had the opportunity to help, going about his business. Already on board the airship, the boy enjoyed the magical view from the window, straight from the sky. But he was suddenly called out, interrupting his rest from further troubles. The man in which the voice that spoke to Mos belonged asked if the young man's arrival was related to the mission. The boy himself was not going to hide the truth, especially when he saw the seal of the secret class on one of the man's fingers. Realizing that he belonged to this secret class, the boy greeted accordingly. Looking at the man as he greeted the boy as well, Mos saw a strange aura around him. So he decided to use his unique ability, Insight, which helped Mos see the name and level of another player. In an instant, the boy's attitude towards the apparently quite friendly interlocutor changed, because he saw that the man had as much as the 91st level. Such a thing simply could not but cause the boy to respect and honor his interlocutor, who especially was also a swordsman. The man introduced himself as Kalawer, and a swordsman from Loswan, listening intently as he also gave his name and origin accordingly. Kalawer said something serious had happened in the north, but Mos himself saw no reason for such speculation. Then the man said that there must have been reasons for the gathering of 5 important people on one airship. Mos was wondering who exactly the man meant, but the man interrupted his thoughts by telling him that he was on his way to see them, having invited the boy with him. Now the boy was curious to know exactly who Kalawer was referring to, so he agreed to walk into this room together. They came forward through a large door, and a luxurious room opened before them. While the young man looked at the magnificent walls and ceilings, Kalawer asked him to be more careful and follow him so he wouldn't get lost. Entering the next room, which was the last on their way, the boy's eyes instantly widened when he saw all the faces sitting at the table. So many familiar faces of some of the continent's strongest people gathered right in one room. One of the people at the table, a triple crown-level mercenary named Aurora with 201 exp, asked if Mos and Kalawer would participate in their mission. Another guest at the table, named Ivan, a 5th-generation bean caravan merchant with experience level 217, decided to answer this, saying that they were quite similar to experienced fighters. Sitting next to Seer, a level 115 member of the 14 Knight Order, another member of the same order named Hayer, with a level 186, replied that although they did not have a strong first impression, one of them was an immortal. By the same immortal, the man must have meant Moses because he was looking directly in his direction, thereby raising the question in the boy's mind whether they had known each other before. The man sitting at the head of the table said that he had previously heard of a traveler who had to become a swordsman. That man was a Tikris swordsman named Gon, with a level of experience of 244, who let it slip that this traveler was Mos himself. Seeing such a colossal level of a swordsman, Mos immediately thought of all kinds of swordsmen. Among them were ordinary swordsman masters and grandmasters. Grandmasters of the sword were swordsmen who had attained the highest degree in their craft. It turned out that the man who was now standing in front of the boy was the same legendary grandmaster. After both boys greeted Gon, the man looked at them carefully before his next words. Tension boiled in their veins as they waited for a solution from the man. But he laughed out loud when he saw that the young swordsman did not even tremble in front of the swordmaster, which meant that they had a bright future ahead of them. A moment later, Mos received the not-so-secret achievement He Who Encountered the Drive Blade, which added 2 units of power to him. He got this achievement as a result of just meeting the Grandmaster. This made him wonder how powerful the other people in the room were. Now it was no surprise to him that this place belonged to Class 5, because such people participated in it. Suddenly, from the loudspeaker, which was located in each room of the airship, and addressed to the passengers from the captain of the airship, dawn was heard. The captain reported that very soon they would arrive to the north of Landness to the snow wall. This little journey was coming to an end, but he was sure that it was just beginning for all the passengers. All the members of Class 5 had to leave by now, so Gon announced that he and the boys would meet in Langnyas to discuss all the details. Notifications about changing the level of the quest appeared in front of the boy, and now it has become twice as difficult. This topic came up for discussion, because for the members of the 5 team, it was also a secret. And then Gon omitted that if this continued like this, then this task would have to be cancelled. But for Aurora, this cancellation of the assignment was not so bad. After all, based on the fact that there were also newcomers in their team, it was a salvation for them. Turning to Heyer, Ivan also wondered why the difficulty of the mission had suddenly increased. He replied that according to the document, the source of supernatural activity was identified. In the Eastland continent, the magical continent of Olu, and the continent where they were, red lightnings appeared and caused damage. At first, they thought that this was a natural phenomenon that arose as a result of a magical experiment in all. But due to the matching color of the lightning bolts, it was possible to miss that their source was Garnus. But at the same time, they don't know how exactly he got here. Garnus was a 17 the Danger class catastrophe monster that came from an unknown continent. Listening carefully to Heyer's story, everyone became interested in only one thing: what kind of payment is expected for overcoming it? To which the man replied that 50 Ormacons of the Arantis Bank were waiting for them. Aurora already liked this answer, but Ivan also joined his interest. The woman wanted to know what would be beneficial for her, and Heyer offered the rights to trade food in Aspargana. Turning to Mr. Gosen, the man did not know what to offer. But Gon himself replied that he was not interested in the award at all. All he needed was for the two boys still sitting on the other side of the table to join the quest on his terms. Moments later, Mose and Cullower were invited to join Gon's team. Already at the Dragon in the Snow Hotel, the dignitaries were greeted by a member of the Candor caravan named Sayer. But the man, who was in front of all the members of his team, said that they did not deserve such words at all. Sayer called out for some question about whether he belonged to the 14 Knight Order, but it was only after looking at his level 117 that he was sure of it. The rest of the team members were at the table chaired by Sayer. Aurora wanted to know how things were going with their mission now, to which Sayer replied that the red lightning had subsided for now, but that didn't guarantee it was completely gone. Such a lull gave the team the privilege to spring into action. Aurora was already willing to start the fight, announcing that he would go to the vanguard first and take all the damage. Gon agreed to this, under which the first line would be for the man. He also announced that he would take care of the swordsman who would attack behind the dragon. The roles were divided so that Ivan would stop the enemy, join Mr. Gon, and Seer's job would be magical support. Such a plan was supposed to work, but it went very much to Sayer's liking. In a moment, he announced that he would use a spell that would transport them closer to Harnas, out of his sight. Using their powers, they headed for the cold, snowy mountains, after which they were to move closer to the dragon. Nothing could be seen because of the heavy drift of snow, so Mose had to hide, holding his hand to his face. Suddenly, a loud lightning flashed from an unknown direction behind him. She left behind a dark trail that was still quite hot for a while. Granted, this kind of attack wasn't the strongest of all that Garnas had in his repertoire, but it was no less impressive. Cullower addressed Mose, encouraging him not to stand still and to follow him. In a moment, they found themselves near the already gathered team members. It was fully assembled, so now Sayer had to do part of his task and move everyone closer to the dragon. With the name of the incantation he had just uttered, Sayer summoned a powerful magical force that little by little moved them all closer to the enemy. It was so quiet under this makeshift dome that the ears of all the team members took it as a ringing. The magic was truly powerful, causing skin to tingle. After continuing the spell, which was also supplemented by Seer cast the entire team with the effect of restoring health and increasing their attack power by 34% for 2 hours. Such improvements would definitely come in handy during their battle. Now Mose could feel for himself the presence of good support in the team. But his enjoyment was interrupted by a loud sound coming from behind him. Drawing his sword, Gon reported that the dragon was already approaching them. The man ordered all of his team to occupy their points that they had discussed earlier. Thus, Aurora placed his shield on the first line, already waiting for the attack. Ivan prepared by surrounding the entire approximate arena with spikes with a slowing effect, and the rest of the swordsmen had only to wait and carefully listen to all the sounds. Suddenly, the ground seemed to start moving as a large and dangerous dragon appeared behind Mose. His appearance caused the snow lying near the place of his appearance to fall on the soldiers, favoring a dragon in a one-on-one match with a guy. As the dragon opened its mouth, a sphere of lightning began to form within it, which was aimed at Mose. But suddenly a loud cry was heard from the dragon's side towards the other members of the team. The sound waves of this scream were so loud that they shook the ground under the feet of all the participants. Watching the dragon build up its strength, the boy had already resigned himself to the fact of imminent death. When the dragon gathered its strength, a powerful, long-lasting stream of fire appeared from its mouth. But he did not have time to reach the boy, and Aurora formed a wall between them, placing his shield behind the obstacle. He ordered the boy to move on, not to sit idly by. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a rope appeared, which was tightly tightened on the dragon's mouth, thereby preventing it from attacking. Ivan came to Aurora's rescue, whose mission was to neutralize the enemy. At the same time, as long as she held the rope tightly around his mouth, it was the turn of the swordsmen to show themselves to the monster's eyes. Gon and Heyer attacked with their swords at the same time, already taking a larger area of damage. The damage was serious, but still not critical, and the corresponding scratches definitely did not cause the dragon to fall. As Gon had missed before, this kind of tactic only allowed them to win for a while. But not even a minute passed when the enemy broke free from the rope, which was definitely not steel. The next order out of Gon's mouth was for everyone to get ready, and for Aurora to take her first line. The fire that came out of Garnas's mouth stopped the bright beam of unknown magic that came from Aurora's shield. Such a clash seemed colossal, but both of them made every effort to defeat the enemy. In addition to Aurora himself, the support of this battle was also Seer and Sayer, who were under a magical barrier and could inflict damage from afar. The blessed light that was spoken of in their invocation appeared above the dragon in an instant, damaging it and thereby stopping the flames. This activated the Dispel skill, which weakened all enemy stats for 2 hours, which only played into the team's hand. Garnas regained consciousness and was once again ready to fight between elemental skills. But thanks to the time that Seer and Sayer bought for Aurora, he was able to overcome the already weakened dragon. Having finished the battle with elementary skills, the dragon was far from being knocked down, but it was definitely already tired. After this stage of the battle, Aurora's level skyrocketed to 354. The boy could already observe something similar during the battle with Jiraitan, when he picked up a special weapon. Spreading his wings, Garnas was about to take to the skies to gain an advantage as the battle progressed. But Team 5 definitely could not allow something like this, so they had to make a decision quickly. Using her skill, Yvonne sent a spiky white vine towards the dragon, which began to rapidly fly around the monster's paws along with its wings. Despite her reduced stats, she reported that she wouldn't be able to last that long because the dragon was really strong. In response, Heyer asked to hold Garnas a little longer while he used his charms, but he needed to move to the sky to use them. Suddenly, snow-white wings appeared behind Heyer's back, which helped him rise up. Swordsmen weren't supposed to stand idly by in their time, so Kullower was the first to react, calling Mos after him. When they were already in the dragon's field of vision, he could not ignore them, so he quickly threw it away from him, as if it were some kind of dirt. However, they could not remain defeated. After a moment, they rose from their seats and had to continue the battle. The enemy in front of them was definitely underestimated, because he could already assume that the boys would appear behind the monster. But suddenly, behind their backs, a familiar voice was heard addressing them. The owner of this voice was Gon, who was already holding the steel blade of the sword in his hands, reporting that the boys looked too tense, noting that they can both speed up and do a lot more damage. In battle, equipment was no less important, in addition to the sword, for the swordsman. Let something go for a whole wave with just one movement of his sword. The man informed that the boys must become such masters of his kind. A similar wave passed through the entire battlefield, reaching the dragon itself and damaging it. Little by little, the dragon began to lose its balance and fall, which could lead to the victory of the 5th team. Gon's technique delighted Mos, and the man's level also rose to 388. He might even have missed that after all the time he spent in the scheme. He had found an idol after all. Now all they had to do was put the finishing touches on this fight and win. For himself, the boy could promise that he had to add some of his colors to this struggle, otherwise it was not over for him personally. That is why he started summoning his legendary and unique sword charm, which was noticed a moment later by his ally Gon, who was very close by. The man could not get even in his head that a great future awaits him. Deciding that he should be the first to act openly, the boy gained speed and had already learned everything about the dragon, causing great damage to the skin that was like stone. This made the dragon turn his attention to the boy, but not in a good way at all. But after a moment, he continued to move, blocking himself from the attacks. By this time, Gon himself had already arrived, who was always ready to help the boys, and not only them. He made a big emphasis on the fact that the boy was completely new to this kind of thing, and that he had a lot to learn before overcoming such an opponent. The man quickly went to the side, not leaving a single moment to think. He began to pierce the wings of the creature that was still on the ground with his sword, thereby preventing it from flying. Such a sharp and strong movement of the blade was completely enough to send the dragon itself crashing to the ground. How less was expected from the Grandmaster, the boy could not have guessed. It was already possible to miss that the battle was over, but a huge storm rose above them all. And all that being in the sky, Care told everyone to leave Garnus. Suddenly, something unknown appeared from the sky under abundant rumbles of thunder, which was aimed at the monster. Behind all the team members, Aurora's voice announced that everyone should now approach him and hide behind his shield, from where they were to watch the victory over their enemy. A moment later, a sudden elemental force struck Garnus to the bone. But in a moment, there was a powerful explosion that took the dragon's life with it. Leaving the protective shield and approaching the dragon to make sure it was dead, they could still see it with their own eyes. All that was left of their opponent was a rather large purple core, which contained a bunch of magical items. The guy was worried if his whole team, not lootable characters, really didn't see this core. So he decided to somehow get their attention by standing right next to the big purple ball. But no one paid attention to this, and Yvonne dared to summarize their completed mission. During the entire battle, Mouse had to raise his level by as much as 25 units, congregate after receiving their awards, but Aurora was the first. Yvonne summoned her men from Bean Caravan, who had already taken care of what was left of the dragon. After that, she left the battlefield completely satisfied with her loot, but before that she reminded Hare about his promise. Of the entire team, only Gozen, Cullower, and Mose remained, whom Care had already thanked profusely. In the footsteps of Aurora and Yvonne followed Care himself, who said goodbye to Gon, who in turn considered meeting such talented boys a real reward. Care, who was already shaking hands with Gon, agreed with a similar statement. Such flattery made Mose feel embarrassed, but he was glad that everyone appreciated the effort he put into this battle. Left alone with the swordsmen of Losvan and Asparganu, the man announced that one day the glory these two had won would reach his ears. But when he hears such joyful news, he will definitely welcome them with friendly hugs. But now he had to move on to Bin Caravan and expect the same. Using the same magic stones used by the Kia, he opened a similar portal and disappeared. Cullower was also not supposed to stay with the Case Company any longer, so he left his company as well. Before leaving, the man said that they would definitely meet again in the future, leaving the young man completely alone. After a moment, when Mose was completely alone, it began to seem to him that there was no battle at all. But in the end, a purple core remained from her, which reminded that all the events were reality. He hesitated because he had not made much of a contribution to this battle and had to claim all the rewards for himself. But at the same time, it seemed to him that giving up such a luxury was simply a decision without meaning. In order to rank with the strongest warriors, he needed to be much stronger than he was now. The center lit up with a bright white light, revealing its contents to Mouse. A set of armor and a magnificent sword with a bright red stone in the middle of its hilt appeared in front of him. Discovering information about a similar sword, the boy learned that it had the name Mark of Atoria and a legendary appearance. The characteristics that this weapon had in its appearance caused an impression on the young man's face, and in a moment, information appeared in front of him about an almost complete set of Rising Son of Atoria armor, which also had a legendary rarity. Such luck or a simple coincidence made the boy feel that it was like a draw. All of the items that fell out of Garnasu's core were as impressive as the dragon itself, and helped the boy become yet another owner of another hidden rarity in the scheme. Another streamer from Korea, Ji-yeon, who was the anchor of a news program in the scheme, appeared on the screens of all scheme users. She informed everyone personally that the morning of the previous day she had already added one of the stormy news to her page. In this news, there was information that very soon they will all be waiting for the Battle of Rankers, in which everyone can participate. Currently, a player's level is closely related to his characteristics, but in the near future, more attention will be paid to this process. Rankers will be given national-level quests, so everyone who wants to test their strength should come to the central square. The listener of similar news was also Mose, who spent a lot of time training himself in order to improve his endurance. This helped him stay in the game longer. But after his last exit, he developed a headache from playing too much. Such changes were not easy for him, because it is quite difficult to accept the difference between the hero and reality. He wanted to change real life and decided to do it with the help of a scheme, but between these two worlds it became completely blurred for him. Probably, he would have stopped playing already if the scheme did not bring him a lot of money. It is because of this that he decided to take up his own development quite seriously. But the overly powerful attitude to the ordinary game did not satisfy him either, and he was faced with the question of whether the scheme should be looked at as ordinary entertainment. Looking at the happy people around him just enjoying life, he wondered if his life would be normal if he hadn't played this game. But even if he leaves the game, he will just enjoy life there, and he will definitely not get any financial profit from it. So such thoughts should quickly dissipate, turning into thoughts about what is really important. Wandering along the street of Aspar, the boy set tasks for himself regarding his next actions. First, he had to give his equipment to the blacksmith, and before visiting the shrine, he had to look into his inventory. Finding a suitable dark place where no one would notice him, he entered it, opening his inventory. Such actions were related to the fact that he wanted to take a closer look at his legendary artifact, which he received very recently. The reason for this was that he did not believe in the authenticity of these events. The moment the weapon was in his hands, he felt it begin to heat one of them, so he quickly removed it from the hilt of the sword. In a moment, from the dark alley, which he entered only to look at the sword, a loud cry of Mos accompanied by a bright light. As a result, he received an orange-white aura around him, which did not even attract his attention. Such unusual movement between places accompanied him with a headache. But in an instant, he gained a passive skill called Atoria's battle style, which allowed him to see all possible variations of weapon usage. After all, he learned from his experience what a passive skill means and how exactly it works. Suddenly, an unknown sound was heard behind him, which indicated that someone else was watching all this besides him. Leaving his legendary artifacts behind, the boy approached the corner from where he heard the sound to make sure there was someone besides him. Looking behind him, he only saw a boy talking to someone with a magic bullet. The magic crystal ball was an artifact that allowed the players to communicate at a distance, but what surprised the boy more was that an unknown person could so easily go outside with such an artifact. Perhaps this thing would be really useful to him, because it has been a long time since he heard from the friends he made on his first mission. So it was this that made him think of purchasing one, which he did a moment later while taking his repaired armor away. Using the magic stones he had previously observed in Kay and Gon's hands, he made his way to Asparganu's sanctuary. On the airship approaching Bin Caravan, he was greeted by a friendly woman who wished the passenger a comfortable flight. Then the woman invited the boy to look at the white horse of Rowendell, to which she was going to show Mos the way. Such a visit was connected with the fact that having reached the sanctuary, he saw a note from Robin, in which he ordered the boy to go to Bin Caravan. In a moment behind the boy, a familiar voice rang out, asking him why he was so late. Behind him was Kaya, who asked if she would always have to wait for Mos. It turned out that she was also headed to Bin Caravan on Robin's orders. But the boy was also awaited by the news that a joint mission awaited them. Having already got off the airship, he continued to regret to the girl that they got to Langer much faster. But she decided to attract his attention with some excursion. Standing in the very center of the Bin Caravan, she pointed to the tallest tower that was the place of common trade. The similar appearance of the tower surprised the boy, but he commented on it, calling it quite impressive. But this excursion was interrupted by an unknown person who called out to two fighters behind their backs. The man introduced himself as Russell and said he was a member of the Information Guild. He decided to continue this little excursion with a combination of a story about their duties. The man said that starting from the 80th and ending with the 90th floors, they were separated specially for guests. He also informed that the fighters themselves will be stationed at the 88th. But after a moment, Kia caught the boy's attention, wanting to know if Russell had been sent by their master. Looking straight into the girl's eyes, he told her with a not entirely trusting look that it was true. He promised to tell all the details after the arrival of Kay and Muzu at their rooms. After some time, they still met with the man again, who was already planning to conduct the briefing. Before he began, he also announced that all words spoken from his mouth were equal in importance to Master Robin's words. Bowing before the man, they confirmed that they were already expecting to hear his next instructions. Unfolding the paper on which he had the contents of the task that had been assigned to the two, He reported that recently artifacts were smuggled into Binkarawan that should not have fallen into anyone's hands. These artifacts are called Rhapsody of Ulasena, and are found here in the number of Rhapsody 7 to 14 inclusive. Some say that very soon they should be put up for auction, which will take place on the upper floor. Bin Caravan only has power over merchants, so no one, including bosses, can take the item until it is within their tower's boundaries as a commodity. The man set a task for the two fighters to buy the artifact. Kea was supposed to participate in the auction under the guise of the aristocrat Ariane Marie, and Mos, in turn, had to play the role of her bodyguard, a knight named Maxim. Arriving in the hall where the auction was to take place, Ariane Marie, that is Kay, could not be confused with her prototype, so everyone really thought that the girl was a real aristocrat. The gazes of almost everyone present in this hall were directed at Kaya. It was understandable because the girl looked simply flawless in this dress and with this hairstyle. To participate in the auction, they only needed to come into the light, and looking at the impression that Kia left behind, the beginning was laid perfectly. In a moment, Akazith von Rime of the Akazith family appeared in front of them, who, in accordance with the requirements of the aristocrats, greeted the young lady of the Ariane family. Rime invited Kaya to their table, to which she graciously agreed. As they passed by the other aristocrats as they had attended this auction, soft laughter came from their lips. Looking back at them, Mos, who was posing as Marie's bodyguard, has some questions. After some time, Mos and Kia arrived at a luxurious table where other aristocrats were already guests with their bodyguards. Turning to the new guest at the table, Rimi introduced her, spelling out her last name. A similar, perhaps rude joke caused laughter on the faces of the Rime sisters. While Kia was trying her best to stop Mos from betraying them, Rimi apologized for her words because she wanted to show respect by using the Parif dialect, where Marie came from. The fact that the girl had previously heard that the family of her interlocutor was famous for its exquisite grapes, she decided to ask if her family really had vineyards, to which she heard confirmation from Kaya. Thinking that this was just another guest title, the Remy sisters began to boast about their lineage, which was connected to wizards in their line. They argued that the Ariane family should find a better occupation that would earn them a worthy title, not to mention the elven blood in their veins. In addition to the girl's origin, their attention was also drawn to the fact that the necklace around her neck was worn backwards. So Rimi decided to fix it, and ordered her bodyguard to help the lady adjust her jewelry. Already coming closer and closer to Kaya, the bodyguard almost touched her jewelry, commenting on his behavior that he only listens to the orders of his mistress. But already halfway this hand was stopped by Mos, who could not wait for such a relationship with his mistress. Some quarrel broke out between them due to the carelessness of the bodyguard of one of Rime's sisters. The threats from Mos's lips greatly frightened the ladies sitting at the table. Behind the armored guy was all that was Kaya, who was waiting for the right time to make her comment. Turning to the Akazith family knight, she asked if they were so clumsy and rude. The knights of their family, the representative of the table, could not stand such words, so they expressed their anger immediately after hearing them. Kea remarked that everyone who belonged to the Akazith family were arrogant fools, as the noble lady honored them with her presence and wished to resolve this situation in a dignified manner, according to the high-ranking aristocrats. But now she was Mary of the Ariane family, who had been the victim of the grossest insult at the hands of the Akazith family. For this reason, she challenges their knight to a duel with her own knight to defend her honor. Turning to her personal knight Maxim, she clarified whether he is ready to protect her honor and dignity. He, raising his flaming sword, announced that victory for the honor of his lady's family would be his. The crowd was outraged because the girl went out in public for the first time and already announced a duel to the family of Akazit, whom I was so easy to deal with. One of the sisters turned to the same knight, ordering him to protect the honor of their family. Using his skill, the boy quickly noticed that the knight, whose name was Orf, was only level 32. Such a level was not high, so the boy had a question as to how he ended up in his position. In any case, the battle had begun, and they had to decide which of them still deserved their title. Orf's first attack was too slow, so Mos was able to bide his time to hit him while remaining unharmed. The blade quickly knocked the Akazith family knight to the floor with just one swing of the sword. Such actions on the part of a completely unknown knight caused the crowd to arrive in shock. As if mocking the victory of the Remy family, they praised the strength of Maximus, under whose face Mose was hiding. For those willing to hear such, Remy ordered her faithful knight Launchel to deal with the situation. A moment later, the same knight appeared behind her, agreeing to carry out this order. His blade was already ready to pierce his opponent, leaving nothing behind. Launchel's speed was already higher than Orph's, but not inferior to Mose's. Noticing only out of the corner of his eye a body gradually approaching him, Mose was already ready. His blade inflicted 3 new injuries on his opponent's body in an instant. Therefore, such a thing did not even make him feel the tension in his body. Before falling at Maxim's feet, Launchel commented on his speedy movements, calling him a monster. The dull sound of feeling the floor with his own face rang out right from under the knight's feet. The lady herself also came to the place of battle and instructed her prince to do the same. She stated that she was very disappointed with what was happening so far. This disappointment included the taunts of the Akazith family against the Ariani family. In her last appeal to Remy and her sisters, the girl noted that she sincerely hoped that in the future they would understand their mistake and treat the guests of the event more warmly. After all, Bin Caravan was a place where all the cultures and peoples of their world met and interacted. Such a thing excited all the guests of this event, and they began to quietly applaud in the direction of the girl. And also the events of this evening were watched from afar by Lyro, waiting for the right moment. Leaving the grounds of the hall and finding a place to speak privately with Mose, Kia informed them that their mission had now begun. The entire time Kia was preparing for the auction, Mose watched her silently with a moved look. When asked what the problem was, the boy answered that the girl got into the role so well that he even forgot that it was all just a performance. But to this she informed that she did not play roles at all and had already dealt with the nobility. In such a way, it seemed very exciting for the boy, and he wanted to know all the details of the past life of his ally. To which she instantly replied that she used to be a slave in the house of aristocrats. Everything that was connected with aristocrats, taking into account their behavior and course of thoughts, was remembered by her for many years, if not forever. At first, when she first saw Mose, she, as a half-blood elf who knew what slavery was, wanted to kill the boy on the spot. But now, as it was her task to bravely hold the sword in her hands, Kea, who thought she would repay all the abuse, died deep inside the already new reborn girl. With a softer expression on his face, Mose apologized to his interlocutor when he heard her tragic story. But she saw no reason to apologize to the boy in particular. The situation was resolved but long forgotten, so he had to relax. Also, as she was about to leave the room, she informed the boy that the master had promised to give him a short vacation after their mission was completed. That is why they had to exert themselves to the fullest in order to rest accordingly. The carriages rushed to the highest with their goods, which included 25 ormacons and 7,000 gold. So if they have to snatch the artifact for the smallest amount, they'll be terribly lucky. But it won't end there. They weren't the only ones hunting for secret scores, so it was also their job to find out who these people were and get rid of them. But with all this, they had to act quickly, clearly, and bravely. They were already slowly approaching the auction hall of the Bean Caravan, where all the determination they had within them was to be revealed. A young man was already on the stage, addressing all the guests, asking for their attention. He attracted their attention in order to show right in front of them a more valuable artifact than any known to all the visitors of the auction. Another man came out from the other side of the stage, carrying on a cart the first artifact that opened their auction. Keeping some intrigue in the hearts of the guests, he pulled one of his hands on the canvas under which the artifact was hidden. Such tension made the blood boil in the veins of Kaya and Mose. Under the white cloth, which was quickly removed by the presenter, Esrindel, the last princess of the ruined kingdom, appeared from the index finger. But after this artifact appeared in front of Kaya and Mose, they breathed a sigh of relief. And in a moment, windows appeared in front of them with a description of this artifact, from which Mose learned that after receiving the artifact, the owner will also receive a quest. In a moment, someone out of sight of the two began calling out the starting price for this artifact. The rest joined him, after which the final rate was 17 ormans. No one in the hall offered more, so the artifact passed into the hands of the last one. Such a sight was very tiring, but he felt terrible, not to mention the excitement that came with the announcement of the item. But in response, Kia could only encourage him to keep his brave spirit to himself. He immediately agreed because their mission still remained unfulfilled, and they could not let Robin down. Soon the next lot for tonight was announced, before which Mose and Kea were completely focused. The host of the auction called this work the most talented and at the same time composer, which was precisely the mission of the swordsman for this auction. Paying attention to the fact that the notification window took over the dark color of the design, the young man realized that this artifact was not so simple. After giving some time to get acquainted with the information about such an artifact, the host mentioned the starting price of 4 ormacons. The highest bid he heard in the first few seconds after the artifact was announced was 9 ormacons, but he hoped to hear a higher price. And so it happened, because Kea decided to take responsibility into her own hands and offer as many as 25 ormacons. Such a big bet caused enthusiasm for the host as well, so he closely watched the development of further events together with everyone present in the hall. When the man asked again if anyone wanted to bid higher than 25 ormacons, but the two allies were already aiming for a quick victory, exchanging glances with each other. The man already wanted to say his last words and move on to the next lot. But someone from the hall named a bet of 50,000 gold. In translation, this bet acquired 50 ormacons. Hopes of an easy victory instantly collapsed in the eyes of Mose and Kaya, while the former was already about to go in search of this rich man. In an instant, the girl stopped him, ordering him to sit in his seat and not even to think about swaying. She loudly announced the next bid at 55,000 gold, which was equal to 75 ormacons. Enthusiasm as before boiled in the veins of the host himself, so he was already going to declare this bet final. The guy was already going to stop his ally because the amount was really colossal. But she assured that she had everything under control and was waiting for the next reaction. A bet of 100,000 gold, which was equal to 100 ormacons, sounded next. Such a bid was the highest for a lot in the entire history of the auction, as reported by the host himself. Kea was no longer going to bid more, so this lot actually belonged to the rich man. The last thing they wanted was to catch this buyer and put an end to it. But seeing such a familiar face in front of him, which radically changed his life, the boy froze in an instant. A girl sitting on a nearby seat also noticed this, and now she wanted to see this person with her own eyes. The criminal, who had previously sold the boy his luck for 5 gold, was now standing right in front of him. But the boy was more interested in the fact that this person was now wanted and was dangerous. The man quickly began to run away from these two, who recognized him as a criminal, in an unknown direction, having long forgotten that he was in the auction hall. But he did not take into account that his opponents at the moment were swordsmen, who were also much younger than him, despite the fact that they had been following him all this time, and now they were also chasing him. But the boy still could not come to terms with the fact that such a man who gave him faith in fate could turn out to be a criminal. Being a boy, Lyro ignited a purple aura around his body, announcing that he had been waiting for this meeting. Such an aura made Mose feel as if he were in danger right now. One wrong move and his enemy would burn him to ashes. But in the midst of these threats, he completely forgot to mention his name, although the boy had already known him for a long time. He warned Kaya to be more careful, as she was not a looting character who could not see the level of their opponent and the full danger of the situation. Lyro's level was slightly higher than 100th, but his skills and characteristics were truly terrifying. He called this battle, combined with the moment, a truly historic event. To Kaya's question, the boy confirmed the fact that he was familiar with this person, because he bought an artifact from her in Lindruk. But the boy had no idea that the man was able to remember him among thousands of customers. In response to this, Lyro said that their meeting was destined by fate itself. The similar speed with which the man moved closer to the boy made Mose wonder. Kea also came to the defense of her ally, forcing the man to move a few meters back, establishing a safe distance. She didn't know what fateful meeting the man was talking about, but she wasn't going to look at it that easily either. She called herself a swordswoman from Aspar and said that her sword would help her discover the whole truth. But in a moment, her opponent was already behind her, leaving nothing but emptiness in front of Kea. Turning to Mose and being close to him, the man said that he would be shown something. In a moment, there was only her in front of the girl, no sign of Mose. This shocked her greatly, but she sincerely hoped that Mose would be able to stand up to Lyro. Together with his husband, he ended up in an unknown dimension, remaining only the two of them. The place where the girl was left was not suitable for a face-to-face conversation. This forced Lyro to find a more suitable one. The boy was interested in what kind of conversation Lyro was talking about, because apparently he was aiming for a fight. He could see the horror on the boy's face, even though he was holding himself quite bravely. In fact, it was worth bragging about him, because under this mask of an ordinary person something terrible is hidden. Calming down his evil laughter, he announced that during the operation of the lottery, he had chosen more than 1,000 people who would have to become immortal in the future. But all of them, after receiving the artifacts, rushed to sell them without even trying to use them. But the young man, who had almost lost interest in the game, decided not to miss his chance. It was because of this that the man had a plan that was perfect for Mos. Lyro wanted the boy to remember the moments of his life before he became a swordsman. The real so-called coincidence of the meeting with Giratin, as a result of which he received his second more than magical artifact. That person in Phallop whose mission was to find the man who was now in front of the boy. But in the end, their joint stay in the caravan during another task of Mos. Everything came to him in a moment, but he did not know what to feel, because all this time his thoughts were wrong. He was not a lucky man, and his luck was of no use here, because all his last moves were read by Lyro himself. All his life recently was just a real game, but already in the hands of a man. His legs weakened like his arms, but stopped holding the young man, so he immediately felt the floor beneath him. When asked why the man decided to do such a thing, he answered that he wanted to get all this into his own hands with the help of immortals, which he created with his own hands. Lyro presented Mos with a choice: to continue to be a loser whose luck always remained behind him, or to join his man and rule the whole world. In return, his interlocutor only asked for one thing: revenge for his family on those who took it from him. The boy never considered revenge in his plans for the future. The very offer seemed quite inappropriate to him. But the man kept urging him to destroy everyone who wore the golden crown. The boy passed the test, but now he had great power in his hands. Lyro had been looking for a suitable candidate for such a long time to make such an offer, and he chose Moses. It turned out that Lyro was an ordinary man who hated the whole world, left without a family, and now wanted revenge. Thinking of Q, the boy wondered if she was also part of the man's plan. Grabbing the sword in his hands, he realized that meeting Kaya was only his choice. He was not a pawn in Lyro's game, and his decision to become a swordsman was his own. What a desire to train your stamina for this goal. It wasn't, but still the boy was not selfish, so he thanked the man for giving him the pendant, which in turn gave the boy a future. But now, raising the flaming sword in his hands against Lyro, he was making choices based on his desires. In a moment, a window appeared in front of the boy with a new quest, the task of which was to overcome Lyro. As a result of completing this quest, Mos will receive a secret ability. It started in a moment, but the man definitely did not expect it, although he tried to dodge the boy's attacks. After the attack which struck the man, something of an unknown shape and dark color began to appear from him. This caused Mos to jump several meters away, providing a safe distance. He was really confused by all the unknown black smoke around his opponent. But in a moment, Lyro revealed that this power was his real one. It was limitless, and if Mos did dare to join him, he would get a similar one. It was supposed to be the last offer that came out of the boy's mouth before his death. But in response to this, the young man refused to choose between these offers. This kind of attitude towards the gifted power that the boy could inherit made the man very angry. He did not understand the reason for the refusal, because after gaining such a power, everyone would bow their heads to Mos. He will be able to defeat all the miserable pawns of the empire and subdue it at his feet. But the boy did not want such a fate for himself. He did not need such performances and power over the universe. But in such a case, if he did not wish to destroy anyone, he should be destroyed by Lyro. During the fight, you couldn't tell that they were both fighting at half strength. But clutching the sharp blade of his sword in his hands, Lyro reported that he was enlightened that such were different from all of them, seeing and knowing things that others could not. But the man also had some information that the immortals came from a completely different world, their own. For the sake of knowledge about the immortal soul of some people, the man even had to make a deal with the devil for his own soul. The man already knew the reason for Moses' arrival to this place, because he wanted to know the meaning of existence. But such an existence was Lyro's own handiwork, so he felt he was perfectly capable of taking it away. all the new power he gave the boy, all the dreams and meaning and pleasure and fun. That is why he did not understand why the boy renounced his creator and chose a difficult fate. Why is he looking for only entertainment and pleasure in his world, bypassing all seriousness? Does not appreciate what was created exclusively for him and sneezes at what is happening around. To this, the guy replied that he came to choose the scheme only for the sake of money, like many players. But thanks to Lyro's help, he gained the most powerful power that allowed him to better understand the dimension of the scheme. He had been traveling around the continent for some time and had already seen a lot. Even now he understands well how many magical and unknown things he saw. His heart trembled at every new place in which he had to find new adventures. He was deeply grateful for what he had done for him and perfectly understood what his opponent was feeling now. But all this was still not enough for the man to gain full power over Mos. His desires remained only his own, and he personally accepted the choice that he would not be able to destroy this world. There were still many continents that the players definitely did not know about, and the boy himself did not think that Lyro wanted to destroy it. This became the reason why Mos decided to take the pain of his opponent and at the same time mentor and bear this heavy burden himself. But in response to this, a loud laugh rang out from the man's mouth with the remark that his revenge does not see all possible limits. Even all the magical species and unknown continents did not save the situation, but he still wished to see the entire world perish. The soul that had been sold to the hands of the devil was indeed empty, and even the boy could not change the man's mind, so he was already going to fulfill his past words. The man quickly ran up to the boy, taking 30% of his health with just one attack. But Mos was not going to give up so easily, so he actively resisted Lyro. Similarly, persistence only continued to take away the boy's health level, and he was already setting less than 50%. The man continued and continued to inflict insane damage, which as a result left the young man with only 10% of his health. Most likely such a dimension was not chosen randomly, but was set up to win, because Mos could not even strike back. But if the boy does not hurry to stop his opponent, then his empty soul will only sink into an endless cycle of desire for destruction. But suddenly, after thinking that the boy had to use something for this, the sword in his hands lit up with a bright golden light. As a result of him destroying 100 monsters, the effect of Atoria's mark was activated. The new skill Solar Storm, which increased the damage, was also activated. She activated in an instant, even without the boy's permission. A similar wave of flame enveloped the field around the boy in an orange-red hue. Such a wave even frightened Lyro, who did not even expect a backlash to his attacks. This wave of flame began to actively move towards Lyro, taking away his pain and suffering. He remembered that miserable day when his entire family had died at the hands of the Imperial soldiers. It was on that day that emotions were stronger than those. The man wanted to take revenge, promising that he would never forgive such a thing. He spent the rest of his days after the tragic events searching for the necessary artifacts for revenge, which began very soon, taking the life of one of the soldiers who was involved in the murder of the Lyro family. Although it was not part of the man's plan that someone else would see the act of his revenge, there was one more person besides him at the scene of those events. The child who ran to his father could no longer see him. His terribly frightened look was directed only in the direction of Lyro, and he begged that he would have mercy on him. But looking at the frightened child, the man claimed that such actions were not his fault at all. Deep in his thoughts, he continued to assert to himself that such a punishment was borne only by those terrible imperial rats. Even then it was clear to the man that this concession was completely wrong. But there was no way back. It may have been a long time since then, but he was grateful to the boy for stopping him. Sometimes he reflected on the fact that he regretted terribly that he had not taken other measures then. But now, with terrible deeds behind him, Lyro could only apologize to Mos at least and say goodbye to him for the last time. Without even suspecting it, but in the boy's opinion, Lyro had already atoned for his guilt when he wished to grant immortality to 1,000 people. That was the end of their fight, and the boy was about to return from Lyro's dimension, but without his husband. All this time, Kia did not stop her hopes of finding a boy, but suddenly she saw a translucent glow coming from behind her. This glow brought Mos with it, and the girl quickly began to move towards him, while he was still mourning the loss of Lyro. Already on the airship, The boy continued to think about his new hidden trait, Happy Destroyer, which appeared in him as a result of the fight with Leiro. She opened two skills to him, the first of which was Happy Destruction, which allowed the boy to create spheres from objects, and Combination of the Destroyer, which gave him the ability to store and combine spheres. The first omission in the boy's mind was that Leiro himself used these skills when he distributed items to players. After acquiring such skills, it felt like an inheritance. Now he intends to act in such a way that unfortunate people like Leiro do not appear in the dimension of the scheme. After talking with him, it became clear that in this virtual universe, those who are non-playable characters still have human feelings like anger and compassion. This suggested that they were the same people as the players themselves. They existed on the same level as those non-playable characters who simply execute their software algorithms but are noticeably different from them. Perhaps this is why the scheme cannot be considered a real game, because it was more like a parallel reality. But the boy was brought out of these thoughts by Kia, who approached him to clarify whether he was really normal. The girl was also interested in how she spends her vacation, to which he replied that at the moment he is just freeing his head from unnecessary thoughts. There are no plans for the future. To the boy's question about the girl's plans, Kia answered that she was planning to go to her relatives. She said that she came from a small settlement in Agirus, where she spent her very young youth. The girl did not name the approximate location just like that, because she invited the boy to visit her sometime. But for now, he had planned another walk through the streets of the capital of Asparganu. After saying goodbye to Kaya, the boy finally realized that he still needed to take a break from the constant fighting and stress. Suddenly, the crystal ball in his pocket began to play sounds, but he quickly realized that he had received a call. Finally accepting the challenge, the boy saw Sharon inside the ball, who was interested in his pastime. After spending quite a bit of time talking about the magic bullet, they agreed to meet at a local bar. Having gathered the whole team, they calmly had a conversation like old friends, asking the longtime guest of their company what exactly he was doing now, that he had to become famous for the whole game. In response, Mos replied that he was actually working in different places all the time until people noticed him and started talking about him. Deciding to keep the conversation going, Hale also wanted to tell what had happened to him during all the time they hadn't seen each other. Raising one of his hands up, he announced with a happy face that he had recently received a pair of magic rings together with his girlfriend. Uncle and Sharon appreciated such a thing because it looked really precious and high quality. Congratulations were heard from Mos's side as well, but they were more addressed to the fact that Guile had a girlfriend. Deciding to add her own comment to the situation, Sharon said that according to rumors, this girl was an elf. From what he heard, even though he was in the year, Musa suddenly found himself outside his limits from shock. Such a shock was caused by the fact that the boy had never heard before that ordinary players could meet non-playable characters. But if you remember the conversation with Leiro, those players who exchanged reality for this game are not different from non-robbery and ordinary characters. However, as far as the boy himself could see, people like him continued to marvel at the words of Hyle. Although relying only on his own opinion, it is quite difficult for Moses to imagine how he should perceive such a thing. A moment later, Hyle spoke to Mos again, informing him that he had not done anything special for this mission. But thanks to the boy, he was able to pay his way through college. After this mission, Hyle finally got a little better about the money problems that were present both in life and in the scheme. Complimenting the thanks of his interlocutor, he noted that after all, Hale had put in his efforts during the execution of this mission, because he had saved the injured uncle. Everyone put effort into this mission, so they should all be grateful to each other. But attracting attention, Sharon also spoke, who reported that Mos still played a big role in the fulfillment of their mission, because if it were not for him, they would all have become victims of the manipulation of the terrible Silburn. Complimenting the girl's message, the uncle added that he had heard a lot about people who had suffered because of Silburn, and had heard that all of those people quit the game after what they had been through. But these four were very lucky, because thanks to a united team, they were able to overcome the troll. It turned out that the chance that Leiro gave to the boy saved, besides him, 3 more human souls. Maintaining an equally joyful atmosphere in their circle, Sharon decided to announce that they had already planned their dismissal from work. Everyone was shocked except the uncle, who first of all knew how it would all end. The girl commented on her decision by saying that her job was not the best option, which is why she decided to focus on the scheme. Also opening her inventory, she remembered one thing she wanted to show off to her friends. Finding a slot in her inventory, she showed everyone at the table a new bow she had purchased on her own. She informed him that this item was rare and she had wanted it for a long time, which surprised the boy. He himself understood what efforts the girl had made to get just one artifact. Thinking that Hyle and Sharon already had regular jobs, he wondered what he had at the moment. If he didn't try and put in his best effort, but ever since he got Florin's star, he was just lucky. He got all the high-level artifacts and skills much easier than the rest who really put in the effort. So instead of growing and working on himself, he just relied on luck and Lairo's help. He took all this for granted, although earlier he made every effort, begging to be given another chance. He promised himself that he would really enjoy a game like his team. But as a result, he is only engaged in making money, so it all made him think that he should go back to the beginning and do a good job on himself. Addressing all the guests at the table, the boy invited them to complete some tasks together. At that time, he did not yet know how such an invitation from his friends would turn out for him. Already being on a public quest, all four of them found themselves at a dead end, continuing to think about the fact that they could not even imagine that fate would lead them here. Continuing to retreat further and further to the edge of the cliff, they tried to come up with a plan of withdrawal because there were too many opponents. Already on his way to his next task in the carriage, the boy was thinking about the measures that could be taken against the lizards, their today's opponents. Until this moment, none of those present within the carriage knew about such creatures and what they imagined themselves to be. But only Hale took a textbook with him, in which you read that they belong to the family of deep mountain monsters and live in packs, in which the presence of about 100 individuals is possible. Uncle thought it a little strange that their task was to defeat a whole colony of such individuals. Deciding to add surprise to her husband, the girl pointed out that based on the fact that their quest belonged to the Wyvern class, there should be more than 500 monsters. But Mos already had some proposal. The first thing to do is to take on the main representative of this colony, because if they get rid of the leaders, then the rest of the individuals will not imagine threats. A similar decision seemed reliable to the uncle as well, but he decided to add what is usually believed, observing the progress of the entire battle. In order to attract his attention and lure him on the battlefield, you need to take control of an area that is key to the life of the colony. Deciding to divide the roles between them, Gale ordered Sharon to go to the top of the mountain and find traces of the colony. Uncle took over his stable role as a shield, and Hyle took it upon herself to help with your Musa. This kind of excessive attention to Mos caused him some questions as he was the last to join their team. But after a moment, she noticed that he was the basis of their team. Perhaps it was not an easy task for him, but with such a plan their chances of victory are the highest. Since everything was divided among themselves, he could not refuse and lose the chance for their victory. Already in the middle of the cave, they continued to follow Cheryl, who illuminated their path with a crystal ball. The surprised girl stopped after finding something under her feet and ordered the rest of their team behind her to stop. She reported that from the bottom of the stairs they were walking, she heard unknown sounds coming from the darkness. Descending completely from the stairs, they got to a rather large square, after which the road ended. Looking beyond this platform, the man saw nothing, so he assumed that they were now on a cliff. Addressing all of their team members, Hyle advised them to be careful. A similar cry woke something in the darkness behind him. But in a moment, a huge lizard appeared behind him, which was about to attack the boys. Mos was able to quickly react to this, stopping the lizard's attack with his sword. Releasing one of his hands from the steel blade, he opened himself up to attack the lizard, pushing it back. Guy was quickly approached by his uncle, who asked about his condition, but he claimed that I had not yet had time to strike him. But at that time, they did not know that a whole pack of lizards had already woken up behind them. Their eyes glowed bright red, meaning they were directly above this team. Immediately, a window appeared in front of Mos, which reported their presence, which exceeded 1,000 individuals. By now, everyone had to prepare for battle, taking all their positions that they had discussed on the way to the cave. But even having at least an approximate plan of action, it did not give them an advantage, and the lizards gradually approached them, outnumbering them. In a moment, the uncle managed to get close to Hyle, who covered him, attacking the lizards with his shield. Activating one of his shield skills, he was able to push opponents back at least a long distance. But pushing others away, they lured new lizards to themselves, which formed an even larger herd. The position played an important role, but being on the edge of the cliff, they could not line up as planned. While the boys considered their next course of action, Sharon continued to defend herself against the lizards, which did not disappear. If someone doesn't come to her aid now, she'll be blocked, after which they won't be able to save her. Mose managed to react to this and call her to come slowly towards them. And the boy himself, in turn, planned to take all the damage on himself and to come forward in order to at least clear their way. At a fast pace, Sharon was able to approach the boys, leaving her previous place, thus standing with them in one row, already intending to continue attacking the enemies. Looking at all the enemies that were now right in front of them, Mose knew that it would take a lot of time to kill them. Even though Guile was already starting to panic, Sharon continued to reassure him by telling him that he was composed. Even now, they were in a terrible position, but their victory over this pack was definitely not 100%. Their plan had failed miserably, and they had nowhere to retreat. But Sharon definitely did not plan to give up, just like her uncle. So she drew an arrow, aiming in the direction of her enemies. They should not give up and give up halfway, looking for only an easy way out of this situation. In addition, they had not yet seen their leader after all, a whole army of lizards, so their task for now was to find out what he imagined himself to be. Looking at the situation from all sides, they seemed to miss what he was able to do, and his first guess was that he could try to make his way through the crowd, but he immediately rejected that suggestion, as he would have taken too much damage as a result. But similar to Lyro's case, when he was stuck in a dead end and had almost no choice, the same window appeared in front of him saying that he had defeated 100 monsters, causing the effect of a Toria's mark to be activated. This meant that he could now cast Destructive Flame Solar Storm, which he was about to do. The team members had already begun to come up with a plan based on the situation around them, but they were quickly stopped by Mose. After the boy stopped them, he revealed that he already knew how their place would end as he continued to hold his sword in his hands. Having allowed the lizards to come closer to him, he waited for the right moment until they gathered around him in a whole crowd. As they continued to jump on top of each other, covering the boy with their bodies, Mose's plan began to cause excitement among the rest of the audience. But these worries, at the moment when a loud explosion rang out in front of them, as a result of which all the lizards that managed to get close to the boy were defeated. In front of his team stood an almost unharmed Mos, holding a sword in his hands as if he had not overcome a whole pack of lizards. The notification window reported that just one colossal attack had taken as many as 415 lizards out of a possible 1,568. With each subsequent attack by Mose, the number of defeated lizards became larger and larger. Such a sight caused the admiration of Guile and the stupor of his uncle, along with shock. Even Sharon, who remained in the barrel watching the battle unfold, wondered where Mose had such tremendous strength. They were all equally surprised by how the boy, even with not such a powerful effort, could overcome the whole pack without stopping. After dealing with half of the lizards, Mose suggested that the rested team members should return to their seats and continue the fight together, to which she definitely agreed, standing behind Mose and starting to open the attack. Everyone contributed a part of themselves to this battle, and with the help of this, they still managed to stop the attack of the enemies. Such cohesive work recalled the language of the day they first met, and the same day of their first fight together. When the number of defeated lizards reached the end, a window appeared in front of them with a message that they had one more enemy to defeat before their victory. Turning her attention and the attention of the rest of the team, Sharon pointed towards the dark cave. A similar pack of lizards appeared in front of them, which they had already overcome a moment ago, and among them they saw someone who was significantly different from them. As they began to look at the individual who stood out from the crowd, the entire team missed that their leader was a human. The same person began to move towards them, leaving the lizards behind. At first glance, none of those present could understand what this man had in his plans and intentions. Turning to the same person, Mose wanted to know who she was. But as if not posing any threat, she began to move strangely in front of all the team members, calling herself a fallen person. Pointing to his back, this person associated his hump with the fact that he was fallen. Telling the story of his past, or more precisely from his childhood, the man said that his mother decided to get rid of him by throwing him off a cliff. Uncle called this concession completely inhumane, and Hale wanted to know why. Musa, in turn, inquired whether there were other people in this cave besides the fallen one, but she replied that they had all turned into bones. Pointing to the burn of the entire team, the person reported that they looked like her parents and asked who they were going to throw this time, but he announced in a loud tone that they did not come to this place for this. The fallen man had already heard such words, and now he was not going to believe them. Besides, these people standing in front of him had decided on his friends. By friends, the person meant the lizards behind her. All this time they took care of the abandoned. This person taught them how to survive in the world, and in return they fulfilled her every wish. The next desire of man was to destroy the cliff by destroying it. Now they all knew what was in that man's mind, so they decided to try to dissuade him, claiming that as a result of such actions, all nearby settlements would suffer and people would die. But the fallen man went on to report that the cliff contained far more bones than the living people in all the nearby settlements, for their role as cliff throwers was different from the others. Threatening the residents of his settlement, the king forced parents to get rid of their own children who had physical disabilities, just to make the overall picture of his settlement look good. This was actually the reason why most people were not happy that the team had taken up this matter, but rather they were scared. But the fallen man immediately warned that the team should not have interfered in her business, because behind her were thousands of lizards. Celebrating the development of further events, watched the conversation of his team. He understood that regardless of the rewards they received from this mission, they clearly did not like the idea of deciding who lived. But most likely, such a difficult case was the first in the history of their game. Even Mose himself could not have missed that he would encounter one like this in a normal quest. Fallen man and his panthers threaten human souls, but killing them all would also be inhumane. In the end, they decided to at least try to talk to them with peaceful intentions. This is what Mose decided to do. He moved closer to the human, beginning to apologize for having to deal with his friends, but was challenged by them attacking them first. The guy explained that the fallen person was not supposed to get rid of the cliff, because if she did it, her mother would be under the debris while she was still alive and take her life as well, which the person did not want. Mose promised that he and his team would deal with the king of the settlement, after which everyone like the fallen man would continue to live in the same settlement. Such a proposal sounded quite profitable for a person because, as a result, his friends will not be sad because of the appearance of even more bones. In addition, Mose suggested that the fallen man should leave the mountain and return to his settlement, where she could help other sad fallen children. In order for a person to agree to this, she only needed a promise, after which she would do whatever the guy told her. But he was able to make a promise to the first person that now her life will change radically and she will return to her settlement, starting to help children similar to her. Turning to his team, the young man said that after such a conversation he had an idea. After visiting the Information Guild in Leadwood, which was located not far from Mount Damont, the boy communicated with an unknown person through his magic crystal ball. Speaking in the direction of the sphere, he informed the person on the other side that Mose had one business that he wished to entrust to her, and to whom the Knight Maximus would be addressed. For all the efforts put in by all the team members, they received an honestly earned 6,000 gold. Having finished with all their affairs that had to do with money and the rest of the mission accomplished, the rest of the team, except for Mose, were about to head to Castle Damont. In the 2 hours before the current events, they had continued to trade offers to get the reward for the quest and avenge the queen at the same time. A similar approach that Mose suggested would be ideal in their situation, and it was possible because the scheme was known for its free gameplay. This free-flowing gameplay involved all aspects acting within any event they could imagine. The goal of their quest was to destroy all the lizards that were in the cave. That is why Mose suggested that the fallen man leave its borders. So it is precisely because of this that they will be able to take revenge and receive a reward for the completed quest at the same time. Moving on to the current events, horses ridden by people in robes were heading towards the center of the settlement. Raising her sword, representatives of the people in robes announced that the ruler of the castle, Damont, would soon answer for the evil he had done. Under the hood of the mantle was hiding Kea, who managed to gather herself in time and gather the rest of the swordsmen. Leaving the castle, the king of the settlement, Lari, remarked that such a visit was rather unexpected. Only at one appearance of the king, all the inhabitants of the settlement were afraid to even move. Bowing before another horse whose rider was no longer Kea, the man begged to be heard. With tears on his face, the man reported that the king himself threatened him with death if he did not push his daughter off the cliff because she was disabled. The proofs of the king's guilt had come to them themselves, so that now the question of his guilt did not even arise, but was fully confirmed. Throwing off the hooded mantle from his head, Care of the Order of 14 Knights appeared as the second rider. The king himself did not deny his involvement in the death of the children, explaining it by the fact that he was devoted to his country like no other, so he considered healthy residence to be the basis of the future of the empire. The order was given in his name personally, and the politics of his lands were completely at his disposal, so only the emperor himself could interfere with him. But Care denied such a purpose of his visit, explaining that he was brought here by some rumors in the guild about the fact that there was a task for a swordsman here. The meaning of this task was to take revenge on one lord of the castle, which immediately caused the king to understand the whole situation. He did not want to wait for further developments, so he soon ordered all his knights to arrest everyone present in this square right now. What the king said was completely against the laws of the Order of 14 Knights, who had hired Heyer to serve them faithfully. All the people who were hard to call people only got the continent they were all on now. The man considered these words from Heyer's mouth offensive and did not understand how he could treat the master of the castle. Care was not going to repeat himself, and such behavior of the king was just beginning to annoy him. He asked the man to take a good look at who was in front of him, but still, he was not going to get involved in this fight because it was not his task. So he quickly got rid of the pace with which he was starting to get more and more annoyed, completely calmed down. Without clarifying who took such a task into his hands, a strange fog began to appear around the king, which was like a snake climbing up to his neck, piercing it through. The owner of this sharp, mist-like blade was Kea, whose dexterity was indeed similar to the graceful movements of a snake. In just one move, the girl was able to save the entire settlement, which only rejoiced at the defeat of their evil king and the rule of all future disabled children. Mos was right, and this task was still not as simple as it seemed at first glance, so the last unknown monster turned out to be the king of the settlement, and their mission was accomplished. Sometime later, as the boy was already enjoying their victory, Sharon approached him, holding in her hands the letter that the fallen man had left in the cave. Opening the contents of the paper, Mos saw in front of him drawings as well as a message that the man had left before leaving with his friends. The picture showed the fallen man and the lizard men approaching the ship, but it made them afraid, so they waited for the boy at the indicated point. He was also unexpectedly called out by another friend who had come all this way, on which she spent a lot of time and effort to help her friend. So she was going to hear at least words of thanks from her interlocutor, which he uttered very soon, adding that he and Kea had not seen each other for a long time, but he missed her very much. It was probably better than what Kea had expected, so she agreed that the time they spent in the different points of the scheme dimension was quite long. Already gathering in a fairly large circle with his team and partner, he asked the girl to be an assistant in his business. Sharon was interested in time, wanted Kea in relation to the boy, so she decided not to hide her interest and ask about it from the girl herself. After thinking for a bit and shifting her gaze to the boy sitting to her right, she really thought about how their relationship could be described. But calling their relationship formal in the form of colleagues, she made the guy nervous, not for nothing. As long as the girl continued to communicate with Sharon and with a happy face, Musa already began to encourage his uncle. In his mind, their relationship was a little more than that of normal colleagues, but that kind of thing was less of a concern for him now, as he still had to find that ship with the fallen man before leaving the location. Once again, striding down the same stairs he had explored earlier with his team, the boy approached the middle of the cave. Approaching that cliff, now close to him, he saw sparkling water, noticing how quiet the cave had become. Before he saw something trying to jump out of the water, he was already wondering if he had actually arrived at the place the letter said. In a moment, a ship jumped out from under the water in front of him. The ship of the ruler of heaven was another secret of the cave that Moses found. A window appeared in front of him, stating that he now had the opportunity to use the Lucky Destroyer skill, and was faced with the choice of turning the ship into a core. He had already questioned whether he could really turn an entire ship into one small core, but believing in himself too much, he hesitated for a very short time and quickly pressed the button. In a moment, a bright white glow emanated from the ship as it began to slowly transform into a small version of itself. In a moment, the boy could already hold the entire ship in his palms, examining it on the other side of the translucent blue ball. Before leaving the cave, the boy was once again stopped by a familiar voice, which announced that their meeting was already taking place. After greeting Mos, Hein admitted that he was surprised and also interested, because it was the first time he could see an immortal with his own eyes so often. Instead of a greeting, Mos said that he didn't even think he could meet the man here, to which he said that he was also interested in Demand Castle. Analyzing all the events that took place on the square of the settlement, the young man assumed that Care would put all the blame on Kaya's shoulders. He informed that he was not going to do this at all, because in any field there were rules for which the law did not apply. All the boy needed to know right now was that Care was exactly the same person as him. He wasn't going to accuse Kaya of something like that because he believed that such actions on the part of the girl were completely correct. He hated those who kept people in fear while continuing to torment them. More than that, he wanted to thank Mouse and his new assistant. That was the end of the information he had gone through to tell the boy, so he had to get back to his business. Already setting up the bar where Mos spent her free time with her team and her assistant, Kia said that the bottle was already too much for her. But even with the pain in her stomach, she was glad to have made new friends, and Mos was glad to hear that she considered them so close already. Turning to the boy, she said that she likes immortality, because they have no superstitions about this world and relate to everyone, not relying on various factors. The young man treated Kay like a normal person, even though she was a half-elf, and that's why she liked him. Very soon it would be time for a joint dinner, so the girl had to do something before it started, and the boy had to hurry. Already during dinner, the boy had a question before his friends, who wanted to know what was in the plans for Mos. Looking in their direction, he answered that the task would be to find a new quest. He invited his friends to join him if they wished. Without even delving into this question too deeply, they happily answered that with Mos, the execution of any quest becomes much more interesting and easier. But such attitude of the boys to their work did not please Sharon at all, because she always wanted to get fame through her own work, and not relying on others. Turning to the boy, Kay also wondered where his team would go this time. But the boy didn't have a clear plan yet, but he assumed that they should go back to Aspar. After a moment, sadness appeared on the girl's face, and with similar sadness in the mood of the spoken words, she simply confirmed the previous words of the young man. But after a moment, the boy realized that such a question was asked because the girl was also not against joining their team, so he invited her to join them. The sadness on his assistant's face had already disappeared, but now she was smiling as she accepted Mos's offer. Everyone was already on the large ship, which took on its true size after Mos took it out of the orb. Peering through the windows in the middle of the ship and looking at its magical walls, all the members of Mos's team were in a slight state of shock. While everyone was looking at the situation from the middle of the ship, they were already standing on the second floor with the boy. The girl asked him where he got this ship from, but he gave only vague answers. Turning her attention to the statue behind the two of them, the girl asked who exactly it was. The statue behind them was a shining tree fairy named Elsha, who was both the guardian spirit and foundation of this ship. In a moment, Elsha introduced herself in person to Kia and informed that they would soon reach their point and destination, the Aspargan continent, which shocked the boy very much because they had just boarded. Such unexpected facts that came out of Mos's life made one miss the fact that he was a secret wizard of the White Fortress or something like that. Having already arrived at the Information Guild, where the team was supposed to get a new task, they saw a crowd at the door. Apologizing for the push, the boy tried to make his way inside, moving closer to the center of the crowd, letting the rest of his team pass behind him. Turning to the man standing at the door, Mos wanted to know what was the cause of such serious outrage among the players, to which the man replied that all information offices on the continent had been forced to close. It would be understandable if it was only one room or several, but if they were closed, then the problem was serious. Suddenly, behind the backs of everyone standing at the door, the shout of an unknown man was heard, asking everyone to urgently go to the square. The closure of the Information Guild, followed by an urgent message from the man, excited Mos, but he knew that something like this had to carry something negative. Reaching the square, the main screen showed only a few motionless people who had ended up on the floor for an unknown reason, causing everyone to question. Suddenly, an unknown person entered the frame who said that the scheme is under their control. Mortals cannot stop the broadcast on their own. Such words led to the assumption that the person on the other side of the camera was a non-robbery character. The man, addressing all the viewers, said that his next message would be addressed specifically to the immortals. As predicted, they came to the land of ordinary players, but completely forgot to ask their permission. Neither the goddess of the sun, Bellica, nor Bellis, the goddess of the moon, gave them permission to do such a thing. Immortals decided to give themselves this permission on their own, who penetrated these lands. According to one of the representatives of the group that was targeted to destroy the immortals, word got out that no one liked them, nor their presence. The foot of the immortals entered these lands only to destroy, rob, and deceive ordinary players, so they were not going to stand by and watch it happen any longer. Turning the camera towards the still living immortals, the man addressed the people, telling them to watch how in a moment the lives of these invaders would either end, but being completely exhausted, they would not be able to return to their world. Anger and the desire to teach this man who holds hostages and abuses completely innocent people only grew in the veins of the boy. In the end, the man showed his true face and gave his name. He introduced himself as Lydorn, Prince of Logos, and declared war on the immortals. It referred to a new quest that had been given to the boy's team, the goal of which was to defeat the Prince of Logos Kingdom, the extraordinary genius Lydorn. After yesterday's appearance of Prince Lydorn, real panic started on the scheme forums. Some of the players took everything as a normal event, but there were also those for whom the extremely high rate of mental activity of the artificial intelligence caused concern. On the forums, many users sympathized with the scheme's official channel, but at the same time, there were messages in which players sympathized with Lydorn. But all this soon led to the fact that many began to look for teams for a quest unification. Millions of players gathered to stand together against Lydorn. At the same time, when Mos was already developing a plan for their team's next course of action, already on his ship, he was distracted by Kia, who suggested that he rest for a while, enjoying a tea made from kefale leaves. Even while enjoying a nice drink, the boy couldn't stop his own thoughts, asking what the girl's attitude was about the situation. For her part, Kia didn't think much of it. She felt some negative emotions and surprise, but she didn't have any specific thoughts. Emotions, maybe similar emotions. Or rather, their absence was due to the fact that Kia was within the limits of war and birth itself. Be it a war with fate to stay close to your parents, or a war with a pack of wolves to avoid becoming their prey. A slave girl's desperate fight for her survival, or war against those who were against her existence, for the sole reason that she was only half human. She had to defend herself all her life, so she simply did not have enough time to deal with other people's problems. Probably after hearing the whole tragic story of the fate of the assistant, the guy should have at least apologized for what happened, but she assured that it was all in the distant past and her life was much different now. She recalled that a wizard had once told her that their entire world was unstable. Passages between dimensions were always opening and closing in it. This all meant that every race that did not belong to this dimension passed through the parallel one. Even the elves to whom the girl belonged by half of her blood were those creatures who crossed that line in their world. From the very beginning of her growing up, she was bullied by other children, and not only because of her appearance, but in the present day of events, these two civilizations have finally found a common language. Oppression and discrimination still existed, even towards half-breeds, but now the immortals to which the main character belonged had also appeared. They were bright and brave individuals. Sometimes they caused some trouble, but all people made mistakes at some point. And it was not a sin only for the immortals. The truth was that civilization developed only thanks to them, which is why they received such support from the locals. Wanting to hear only Kay's specific opinion, the boy asked her about it again, what she thought about people like him, wanting only a straight answer. But his interlocutor replied that she had already told Mos that she liked the immortals, because they treated Kaya without paying attention to her differences. They didn't call her half-blood, half-human, or half-elf. To them she was a regular Kaya, as she was to Mos. Words like these were enough for Mouse to be satisfied with what he heard, and the girl, who decided to change the subject immediately, became interested in the question of what if everyone looked at the world the way the boy and his friends did. Some do not understand and do not accept the players, but the young man understood that they had their own motives for doing so, just like Lidorn. It's always hard to see someone else's misery and suffering, but the method of combat chosen by his current adversary was harming the wrong, which brought with it even bigger problems. In the end, it didn't matter what Lidorn wanted to prove to himself or anyone else, because Mos had to put an end to this. Already being on the battlefield, which was again and again flooded by an even greater number of motionless bodies, was the leader of the River of Roses Guild himself. It was a real surprise to him that an entire army of players and non-robeable characters was destroyed instantly, and all the blame was on the shoulders of only one invincible person, Lidorn. Such a vision came to an end, and events quickly shifted to the journey of Mos and his team in an unknown direction. While standing with Kaya in front of the magic crystal ball, they were listening to the news of a major event in the scheme. The Thaiwanda Rampage Guild was completely destroyed as it approached the battle. Mos was already planning to enter the battle right now, because he was not going to wait for the next message about the death of another guild. I wasn't going to force anyone to leave right now. He only warned all his team members that this battle could be extremely dangerous, so they had to choose for themselves. Glancing at each other, the uncle began to speak to Mos. The man said that they would all like to join the boy. Such a statement really shocked the boy because he even expected that his friends would take a similar risk. The man explained such a decision by the fact that the young man was stronger than all of them, so if he was ready to be their leader, then they would follow him. The initiative was also picked up by Sharon together with Gale. Their team had to have a leader, and no one but Mos could handle that position. Trying to calm his friends, the boy explained to them that he was a person who could handle such a great responsibility. But his words stopped when he saw Kay's directed gaze in his direction, which seemed to deny such underestimation of the boy's self. Seeing the corresponding nods from the girl's side, the boy understood what she meant without any words. So after a moment he mustered up the courage to tell them that the situation was getting worse by the second, so if they really trusted Mos, they should become his allies in this fight. The whole team appreciated such words of the boy and supported such enthusiasm. Kaya, like the rest, were not going to be left out either. She promised that she would obey all orders of their leader and help them all until the very end. One of the following armies, which went towards the event, continued to march across the field because of the violent wind, which only hindered them. Addressing one of his subordinates, their guild leader asked what exactly had happened to their troops. He, in turn, replied that they had only 20 tank soldiers left, 10 of whom had a low health index. A situation in which their guild could not win drove the leader into a dead end. Taking out a magical crystal ball from his pocket, the man heard the voice of the Tiger King on the other end of the line, reporting that most of his warriors had been killed and asking for the troops of his allies. A similar situation also developed in their guild, and almost none of the fighters remained. They couldn't try to continue this fight any further. King Tiger then offered to join his forces, reporting that he and the rest of his soldiers were on the banks of the river near the plain. The man was already willing to end the connection and approach the rest of his army towards the Tiger King. But suddenly one of his subordinates, who was standing next to him, pointed in the opposite direction from them, on which something shocking appeared. A whole pack of Lidorn warriors mounted large birds instead of horses and approached the survivors. The leader directed all his subordinates to get to the plain as soon as possible and unite with another guild, until he tries to buy at least a little time by attracting the attention of the warriors and their birds. But he could not even imagine that all the attention he would gain would only last 1 second before his death. Perhaps the thought that all Lidorn's warriors had extraordinary speed could be the last for the man, but he was saved by an accident. Suddenly, something that had a white color neutralized the birds so that they jumped several meters away from the guild leader. The man who caused this white powerful explosion, buying some time to save the man, ordered him to run quickly to his team. Someone from the team, being behind their leader, recognized the person who saved him as the same player who first entered the White Tower. Aside from being the first player to enter the White Tower, this boy was third in the official ranking of wizards. Kellyan. In one of the camps that members of one of the guilds that were also going to strike at Lydorn were able to build, it was quite quiet. But this silence was interrupted by their leader, who began to shout loudly in anger that almost 11,000 users and non-grabber characters were destroyed by his army. This battle was not easy. The warriors of Lydorn were an unusual army of non-robbery characters. They were lucky to survive such an attack at all. But this kind of thing definitely did not suit the leader because now their entire guild was destroyed. After commenting that most of the warriors were doing nothing and then running away, an argument broke out between the man and another guild member, which Kellyan quietly quelled. Suddenly, there was the sound of Lydorn's warriors starting to retreat from the guild camp. After that, quick orders began to be heard from the mouths of the guild representatives to quickly prepare weapons for attack. But while one of the representatives of their guild was engaged in the preparation of weapons, Kellyan watched that an even stronger army was coming towards them. For a moment, he was beginning to wonder if his entire guild would be able to stand up to the new adversaries. The new army now included their leader, who had personally come to see his enemy in the face. He apologized to his comrades for following him, renouncing country, throne, and honor. Their loyalty to their leader is so great that even the sun goddess cannot eclipse it. The prince himself was guilty of his foolishness when he entrusted his soul to the mistress of Aina. Addressing all the knights standing side by side with him, he ordered them to follow his angry prince forward. If he could take even a part of the enemy's dishonor with him to hell, he is ready to die at least 100 times. The black griffins instantly spread their huge wings at their leader's command and flew into the sky, thus attacking their opponents from the sky, which gave them an advantage in battle. Elsha tried to stop them with his own magic, but very soon his powers would be exhausted, and he understood that. Kellyan received a request for a large amount of mana. At first, the man was very surprised, but in a moment he realized that this player clearly lacked her, so he confirmed without further thinking. Suddenly, a Mos ship appeared above the heads of Kellyan and his guild. Having adjusted all the indicators of the guns, which were located on both sides of the ship, the base of this ship ordered to open fire. All the participants of the battle, who took the opposite side from Lydorn, silently looked up at the sky, wondering who exactly had come to their aid. But such a sight struck them so much that they completely forgot that they were supposed to attack the enemy while he remained confused. Prepared to land on the same battlefield, all members of the Mos team were already fully assembled to attack. In a moment, they descended to the ground, causing a bright white glow behind them, which brought them down. Such an appearance raised some questions from most of the active participants in the battle, but they quickly disappeared as the newly arrived fighters began to attack their enemies. Lydorn Kea was the first to greet the army. She quickly dealt with the enemies standing in her way, moving on to the next ones. Sharon tried to attack the enemies that remained in the air on the griffins. Guile actively attacked the enemies that were getting closer to them, while Mos and his uncle worked out a plan for further events. According to their plan, the uncle was to hold the enemy close to him, giving Mos the opportunity to move forward. This plan was a good one, except that their enemies had quite a bit of speed power that still didn't outweigh the team's speed. And from sudden death at the hands of his enemy supporter, Musa was saved by a stream of magical power that neutralized the enemy behind him. The source of such power turned out to be a boy who was saved by Mos and his team when they're common opponents. The boy in front of the main character introduced himself as Kellyan, and helped Mos' dad by commenting on his huge flying ship. Kea, who was behind, called the attention of both boys in the language, reminding them that now was not the time to talk. Continuing to keep the sword actively in his hands, Mos overcame his opponents with strength that was slightly above his average. Although their speed was indeed inferior to the members of the Mos team, it was still their blue side. It seems that the boy really underestimated them, and all the warriors who were currently on Lydorn's side were indeed strong opponents. It was not for nothing that they became the protectors of the prince himself, because each of them was equal in strength to a small squad of ordinary fighters. In that case, the boys didn't have to wait that long to activate them with Atoria's newly acquired sword skill. Without even moving from the boy's hands, the blade overcame the enemies closest to the boy in an instant. When Mos lost track of time, new opponents began to attack the boy, attacking him from all sides. To his rescue and help in this difficult battle, she accidentally collided with his back. Asking her assistant if she was okay, she replied with a rather relaxed face that everything was fine. Holding the sword firmly in his hands, Mos announced that he would not let them lose in this battle and would definitely protect her. But in response to this, the girl picked up quite a lot of speed in order to run away and head in the completely opposite direction, commenting on the boy's previous words by saying that she can handle it herself. She said that the boy would do well to pay attention to his actions now and choose opponents in the best position for his attack. After all, the effect of his sword was still unfinished, as were his deeds in this battle. Finally, he had something else to do. Umi's stance gained a more stable stance, and the sword was perfectly in his hands as he greeted his main opponent for this fight, Lidorn. The man in front of him also held his sword firmly in his hand, fully ready to fight. His position was occupied on the rock, so he was looking down on the boy. As their fighting senses became identical, the swords clashed as well. The power of the leader was not inferior to the power of Mos, but his position, which he took, which was very convenient for himself, played an equally important role. Immediately, when the boy's hands suddenly stopped holding the sword, Lidorn inflicted a small amount of damage on the boy, causing him to feel dizzy. While the boy was trying to regain consciousness, the man took advantage of those seconds to get closer and swing to fatally strike his opponent. But the uncle came to the rescue of his leader, who separated Lidorn behind his shield, blocking the man's attack. Lidorn called the man's concession very self-righteous when he decided to stand in his way. He asked his rivals if they knew why he was known in close circles as the White Wolf of Logos. This nickname came from the fact that everyone who decided to stand in his way was always destroyed by his wolf fangs. In a moment, behind the uncle's back, a sharp sword like a blade appeared out of nowhere and pierced him through. A moment after this, Mos quickly rushed towards his uncle, trying to do something to save him. But the attack was serious, and the uncle understood that, judging by everything, he and Mos would be the first to leave the arena. In an instant, the man who was barely conscious in front of the boy disappeared, leaving behind only a holographic trail. Turning towards Mos, Lidorn pointed his shining sword at him, announcing that he was next. The young man's anger knew no bounds. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as the steel in his hands began to rapidly heat up. The effect of Atoria's Kit and Sun's Fury have been activated. Mos promised to avenge his uncle's life, which was taken by Lidorn. The sword's effect absorbed more health with each passing second, transforming it into the boy's attack power and speed. In a few swings of his weapon, 20% of the boy's common health turned into 100 units of strength and speed. Lidorn noticed similar changes in the boy, but it was too late to retreat. Thus, the absorbed health turned into 150 units of strength and speed, and the boy was able to push his opponent away. A similar force acting on the prince carried him away from the boy and stopped him near a rock. Seeing the boy so distraught over the death of his ally, Lidorn could have missed that immortals have feelings too. Little by little, Lidorn got up from the floor, and with each step, he got closer to the boy, whose strength and speed indicators were rapidly increasing. He was finally able to raise his sword, crossing it with Moses' sword. Turning to the boy who was now in front of him, the prince asked if the one who died at his hands recently was also immortal. This was not a tragedy for him because the young man could not even imagine what happened to Lidorn when he had to say goodbye for life. In an instant, his level began to rise just from the words of something that touched a piece of his soul very strongly. His level rose to 210 in an instant, while he still continued to attack, seemingly oblivious to everything that was happening outside of his blade that was directed towards the enemy. He called all players, including immortals, pathetic murderers who didn't even have the right to walk the earth. He wanted Mos to look death in the face and accept that the man had come to this battlefield to punish. The sword from the board suddenly appeared behind the boy, instantly piercing him through, not even leaving a choice for any actions. Such an attack made the boy fall from his feet, feeling the solid ground beneath him. Lidorn continued to state that immortals were not masters in this world, and even if they decided to do whatever they wanted, they had no right to dispose of the lives of those who were dear to the prince. Suddenly, the rest of the boy's team, who had been looking for him for so long, came running into their fight, which was no longer a fight. Noticing that the people who ran up to the boy were very dear to him, the man decided not to stand aside and continue to take his revenge. Sharon and Heil could not react so quickly to his warning, but in a moment, behind Heil's back, a blade sword appeared, which took his life. Lidorn wanted the young man to feel his own powerlessness as he killed everyone who was so dear to his heart. According to all the events that rapidly developed in the man's head, the girl should have died by the sword of revenge. But next to her, with tremendous speed, Kellyanne appeared, who saved her from death. Thus the sword managed to penetrate only the air and ended up with the blade down, stuck in the ground. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, with all the knights taking their place behind Prince Lidorn, Kea was already defeating the last of her nearby opponents. Quite unexpectedly and untimely, rather large drops of rain began to fall from the sky, which really would not be appropriate in this battle. But aside from that, the swordswoman's attention was diverted by something else that she hadn't noticed before, being busy neutralizing her opponents. She saw in the distance Mos, who was barely standing next to the organizer of this fight. Turning to the young man, with all the anger that had accumulated during their fight, asked Lidorn to stop. But he, of course, was not going to do this, calling all players selfish hypocrites, real monsters that profit from Bellica's blessing. The sadness they feel as immortals is just dust, mirage, and self-delusion. It lasts for a short time and ends within a few days. Their sorrow was nothing compared to what Lidorn had to endure, for the flame of her beloved Aina's life was extinguished forever by the likes of Mos. Immortals always pass through again, and the man killed them again. But one day they said, "Enough," because they were tired of playing. Everything that happens within the scheme to Mos is just a game compared to the man's mind. Remembering all the events that happened in the real universe, the boy really understood what his opponent was talking about at the moment. For ordinary people who were considered immortal by the real inhabitants of the scheme, the virtual game was a normal pastime, and they did quests to seize territory and other not quite right things just for fun. After a moment, Mos deactivated the Solar Rage skill and decided to say at least a few words that didn't fit at all on his tongue as an excuse. Lidorn agreed that not all players in the scheme were like that, but the ones who were always breaking the law and acting recklessly were the immortal players. They were ordinary people who didn't want to take responsibility for their actions, so the man came here to solve this problem once and for all. He hoped that his speech would somehow affect the boy, but he would still understand that there was no right to stop him, perhaps as if he wanted to do something similar. But now the question arose whether he would really be able to withstand all the anger of the prince. Agreeing with what Lidorn was right about most of the scheme's immortal players only entering her for the wedding, he couldn't let him go without being punished for taking the lives of others. He did this only for the sake of those who are now putting all their might into this fight. But they were not the only ones for this, because a special place for the boy was also occupied by Kea, who, one could not say, was fighting at half strength. He was the only one who could defeat Lidorn, even though the Sun Fury was no longer working, but especially for himself, he decided he had to put an end to it. After a dramatic moment with the prince's story, they went back to the main reason they were here, fighting. Seeing how Lidorn was irresponsible in choosing his position to attack, the young man was quickly able to see a vulnerable spot without armor. That's why he decided to pull away from his safety and put an end to it, already gathering speed for his attack. But Lidorn did not choose such a position by chance, because it was useful, especially for him, to distract the boy for a moment and make his legendary sword appear behind him. The problem was that he was in too much of a hurry to finish this fight, so death had already opened its arms especially for him. Even if the sword didn't hit the boy fatally, it still did a tremendous amount of damage, taking away almost all of the boy's health level, leaving only 20%. Realizing that the possible end was not far off, the boy began to come to terms with the fact of his possible death. However, the fact that one of his team members still had his assistant played into his hand. After all, such a familiar voice, which in a moment was already near the boy. This voice belonged to Kaya, who reacted quickly only when she saw that a colleague was in danger. The girl's sharp and unexpected cry shocked both the boy and the man behind him. Looking carefully at Kay, the leader immediately noticed that she was not among the immortals. In a moment, after hearing such words from the man's lips, the boy reacted quickly, telling Kay to get out of here quickly. Addressing the same girl, Lidorn asked her if she knew the young man who was right in front of the two of them. She confidently claimed that she was familiar with Mos, that she had sided with the immortals for a while. The man wondered if she was really ready to sacrifice her only life for an ordinary player who had a lot of similar attempts. He continued to stop the girl, so that she was at a safe distance, and in no case did not agree with such a question. But the girl refused to listen to him and announced confidently, looking in the direction of the prince, that she was fully ready to protect the person who was especially dear to her. She couldn't let her eyes close even for a second just for the reason that her loved one was immortal. She was ready to fight to the last, and if necessary die, she would not back down. She had nothing to say to the leader because he made a decision, continuing to want to achieve his goal. She personally allowed him to judge her and hate her for days, but she could not forgive herself or him for the death of her friend. Such a decision sounded like a suicide wish to the man, so he had to fulfill this wish. Being not very picky about the type of his murders, he only had retribution in his pocket in the form of a sword that appeared behind the backs of his opponents. Of course, Kia didn't know about it, but he knew the language, who managed to react to it and throw his sword, stopping the sword that was flying towards the girl. It worked, but he saved an innocent person from death. But this kind of thing was definitely not to the liking of the author of this sword. So the man, in a moment, drew the sword that was behind him, already pointing it towards Mos, wanting revenge. The only thing that came into the boy's head and could save him from death was the summoning of the sword of Sharma. The man really couldn't account for all the possible attacks that were hidden in the boy's pockets in the end. In his last words, the leader said that he was only a small flash, which in the future will grow into a real fire. His mission was complete, but this did not mean that new, like-minded people could not appear in his place, who would incite war plans. That was the end of the quest, though not in the most pleasant way. He was a man with history behind him, so his death was quite tragic. But even among the gloomy sky there was a bright glow in the form of increased level and rewards. After their victory, Mos was approached by a girl who had been behind him all this time, watching all the events. But even after getting the desired victory, all that remained in the boy's heart was anger at the girl, because she risked her only life. She tried to calm the boy down because it was reported that such a thing was necessary in order to get rid of Lydorn. Even if she had done so in this instance, it promised that such a thing would not happen again in their future missions together. After the tragic history of Lydorn, many cities of the scheme have undergone major changes. In the kingdom of Logis and in all settlements located close to it, leaders appeared, a new group of non-robber characters who were negatively disposed towards players. In their opinion, all of Lydorn's actions were brave and completely right, so they decided to continue his case, which should not cause the players to suffer again. In addition, the White Tower recently introduced the magic of stigma, which allowed players and non-robbing characters to outwit internet trolls. The Guild of Information established an award for the heads of such personalities. As a result, some players and the wrong characters began to refer to themselves as troll hunters and continue further quests. Meanwhile, the object of controversy, not in the form of jokes, because of him they began to call him the Heavenly Ruler. Now he can barely move around using this ship without attracting too much attention. People continued to debate whether the owner of this ship belonged to non-robber characters or immortals, but if rumors of Mos's true identity eventually reached them, then the boy should forget about peaceful travels. After Lydorn's death, the young man's heart was quite heavy, but his assistant tried to approach this issue as efficiently as possible each time. The girl offered to take a short vacation and go to her family, which is why they were now traveling a long way to her native place of Agerus. But even during his vacation, he wasn't supposed to lose the athletic shape he'd been getting all this time, so he needed training even while on the ship. With the inner walls of the lower floor firmly fortified with magic, the boy had to carry out his training without caring about the consequences. Starting his training by summoning the charm sword, he gradually began to choose which weapon he would take to his right hand. In the end, his choice ended up being the sword of karma he received after defeating the leader. It was with this sword that Lydorn killed quite a few immortals. But now that it belonged to the boy, he could learn a new skill immediately with the 2 engraved swords. With these 2 swords, all engraved summon type skills are changed to will summon, after which the sword's power increases by 8%. It is this skill that allows the boy to direct both swords at the chosen target. So now, in addition to attack power, the boy's skills have been added to the use of ranged combat. But still, there was only one nuance to his strategy that he still hadn't figured out in the form of the swords returning as fast as they moved towards the enemy. Catching one of the swords was quite easy, especially the charm sword, as the boy's hand was quite used to it. Embracing another sword using only one free hand was not an easy task, but the boy could cope with it. Although not always, such training with attempts to possess two swords at once ended without consequences. The daily stress on his tired body was taking its toll, and immediately after both swords were in Moses' hands, he fell to the floor. He understood that it was unreasonable to expect too much from himself, without having fully understood the tactics, but still, he made every possible effort. However, he had a goal that he was rapidly approaching, trying to advance with similar techniques every day. After all, if he continues to remain at the level he came to the battle with Lydorn, then he will not be able to protect anyone. Will continue to stand by and watch the death of his loved ones. Just like the schedule he suffered in the battle with the last opponent, he will lose everyone. This became the reason for the boy to try to train even more thoroughly without stopping. He promised himself that he would continue to try until he was shaken from the dead point he was in now. After all, his training for the day was over, and he was leaving his training room with thoughts on how he should proceed. Suddenly, as soon as he left that room, Kea appeared in front of him, greeting him with a friendly smile and asking if his training was really finished. She already had clean clothes in her hands, and which she gave to the boy so that he could change them and start looking like a person. In his hands was a rare linen shirt of Azharis. The girl explained the choice in the form of this shirt by the fact that it was brought from her native city. And for this reason that they kept their way to him, the boy had to have a suitable appearance. But before he walked away from the girl, going to put on the appropriate clothes, he didn't think about him at all. In his thoughts was only the desire to become stronger and protect all his loved ones. Meanwhile, some negotiations have already been held in an unknown, clearly illegal organization. The director, who asked one of his subordinates to bring him something, was already expecting it and eventually waited. Holding a very small, but such a significant ball in his hands, the director called such things the reason that all that leaves him within the limits of the game. Entering the free city of Ascaris, the boy's eyes were wide open, because he saw a huge white tower in the very center of the city. The whole city was famous for it, because according to legends, it was there that alchemists and secret servants of the Empire created experiments without any restrictions. But after that, this city turned into a lifeless wasteland where nothing even grew. However, the wisest of the elves named Geysa blessed this land by sacrificing his soul. This is considered the reason for free Azharus to become a true paradise for its inhabitants. Musa wondered why the girl kept adding to the name of her city that it was also free, but she answered this question by saying that they did not have a ruler. All criminals are dealt with by the conglomerate, in which representatives of each race gather for a joint discussion and pass sentence. These rulers are called Elders of Azharus. That is why in this place you can hear many different opinions from different races on different issues. So that such information brought dumb shock to the young man's face. More recently, this game was just a way for him to survive. But after that moment, he went through many difficulties, and his life underwent tremendous changes. On his very first team quest, he found loyal friends. And during his own journey, the reason for which was the boy's great and unexpected popularity, he managed to join the ranks of swordsmen. Being both Mos and Lee Kehoe at the same time, he's been lucky enough to build relationships with some incredible people. This relationship led him to the battlefield with Lydorn, making one of the most important decisions of his life. From now on, he felt it was his duty to protect all his loved ones, something he had failed to do during his last battle. Suddenly, Ka brought the boy out of these thoughts, and suddenly it became interesting what he was thinking about so deeply that he let all her words pass by his ears. But calling all his thoughts just a trifle, he urged the girl to move him from the dead spot where his thoughts still continued, and direct him forward to new adventures in her native city. She promised to show the boy many more interesting things that they could meet on ordinary streets, and he in turn promised to protect her until death. Soon enough, their journey took them both to the nearest tavern, which Kia knew for its most delicious drinks, which pleased Moose as well. Suddenly, their idyll was interrupted by a man who accidentally recognized the girl as his old acquaintance. The girl also liked this sudden meeting, as she also recognized in her husband an old acquaintance named Lorad. Introducing her old friend to Mose, the girl noted that although the man was not tall for his height, his ears were the largest in all of Azharus. The girl continued to praise her acquaintance, noting that his voice was indeed something strange. After hearing so many nice things about the man, the language with a friendly smile on his face extended his hand to him, informing him that he was really glad to meet him like this. But on the young man's hand, in addition to friendliness, Lorad also noticed a ring, which indicated that a real swordsman was standing before him. In response to the man's question as to what exactly brought the boy to Ajarus, Kia noted that they were currently on vacation and had only visited her hometown to relax. The girl noted that many people believe that swordsmen go to the cities only to make a fuss and cause big problems, which is exactly what Lorad assumed. The man also noted that there were some rumors roaming the streets of the city, which led him to think that these two visited Ajarus for big problems, demonstrating an unknown dark-colored orb to the girl, causing Kay to speculate that it was a marble or medicine. The man explained that this thing is called a venetic on the streets of the city. Simply put, it was one of the easiest ways to have fun applying the thing to the body through the skin. Venetic quickly spread not only on the streets of Ajarus, but caused serious problems because it was in their city that even children could get it. Remembering the law that indicated that the elders of Ajarus strictly forbade the sale of such things, a completely crazy assumption came to the girl's head. Lorad reported that the two should have known that a large number of immortals had arrived in Ajarus, and at the same time the city began to grow with the construction of new factories. Everything was magical until the moment when every bar started selling venetic, which made all the residents of the city go crazy. Already wanting to inform about all the people who were involved in the distribution of this product, he was interrupted by a door that suddenly opened. A small group of people appeared from the side of the same door, striding confidently towards the center of the bar. With only one eye in their direction, Lorad called these very people venetic traders. The man reported that these people had their own guild and a gigantic potion factory. Most of the people assume that it is in those factories that venetic is produced. Moses' gaze was directed in their direction, but he didn't even hide it. He carefully considered these merchants and already had a personal conclusion for himself. Only at first glance it was obvious that they belonged to ordinary players. Kaya, in turn, posed a question to Lorad, asking him exactly what the name of their guild was. Pickups were known for their love of parties and all kinds of entertainment, which was evident in their way of earning. Their director, who decided to make a surprise visit to his club, wanted to clarify who exactly had visited his club today. In response to this, one of the workers replied that today there were 3 half-elves and 6 limps in his club, which made the director really angry, because he needed at least 5 half-elves. Another man came to the poor boy's defense and said that today's guests had arrived from Valum. After a moment, the director calmed down because a similar amount of half-elves from Valum was acceptable for him. In this boy, he instructed to bring these elves for the night, to do it carefully, so that there was not a single scratch on them. Suddenly, one of the men, a trade in the ranks of the Pick-a-Pear Guild, came to the room. He reported that he had something interesting for his director in the form of seeing something interesting in a bar yesterday. Upon hearing that his subject had seen a half-elf in the company of a strange player, the director's eyes instantly widened, and he demanded at least a photo. A man who, all this time in his jacket pocket, nevertheless found the photo that his director asked for, holding it out to him. What he saw clearly interested him, and in the photo he found exactly what he wanted. He ordered his subjects to bring Kaya, who was depicted in this photograph, to him. Handing the boy a dish called Ajaruska stew roto, which looked delicious, Kaya asked him to taste it. Just looking, the boy could already feel how delicious it was, and he was even more surprised when he learned that the girl had cooked it herself. After he tasted such a dish, he liked the way it looked and tasted. Meanwhile, the girl reported that her friends Shira and Farah, with whom she had long wanted to introduce Mouse, would arrive very soon. Laurence suddenly entered Kaya's house, which made the young man startle. Leaving all her efforts on the girl's shirt, the boy turned to face the man, asking the reason for his unexpected visit. Breathing loudly, the man explained that they had to see such ions with their own eyes, so they had to gather quickly and follow him. In the local hospital, the doctors tried to at least assume that their patients were poisoned by the inhuman screams coming from their mouths. Everyone was watched by Mose, along with Kaya, whose face was completely down because she recognized one of the patients as her friend Shira. Next to her was another girl, Farah, with an adult woman sitting next to her. Unable to stop herself, the girl begged for Venetic without stopping her screams. Looking at the neck as well, he noticed the presence of strange blue stripes on it, which resembled dilated veins, and he already had some guess of his own. Turning to Lorad, Kea wanted to know what was going on in that hospital. But hearing from the man's mouth, it was not at all what the girl could have expected. He reported that her closest friends were forced to accept Venetic. It was known that the same guys who were in the bar that day had a hand in it. Continuing to watch the girl, who was definitely already unconscious from the effects of Venetica's action, Mose couldn't hold back his anger towards the Picker Guild. These scumbags not only began to spread it around town, but also forced Kaya's friends to accept it. After a moment, Mose turned to Kaya, who, no less than a young man, could not forgive them for almost taking away her loyal friends. He promised that those who did similar things to the girl's friends would suffer a well-deserved punishment, which the boy would personally take care of. He swore in the name of Bellica that he would go to any lengths for revenge. Around the same time, the Scheme Master Group, which was the largest online community in the game, was in chaos due to two events. The first of which was that the Information Guild found the Holy Treasure in the form of the Eye of the New Humanity, which belonged to the giant Orthopus. And according to the second news, which Kea and Mose were absorbed with their heads, became Venetic. Provided that if this thing is not introduced into the body within the next 24 hours after the first intake, then the strongest poisoning will begin, along with convulsions. Such poisoning can even lead to death, and no antidote has been found. It was known that only high-level alchemists and sorcerers who had studied the detox Karskani skill could remove the poisoning effect. However, most alchemists are already in guilds, so the price for such services is extremely high. At the same time, it is quite difficult to find a sufficiently skilled sorcerer, so everyone who has touched Venetic at least once has no choice but to become his subordinates. Walking confidently towards the door of the club whose director was targeting Kay's best friends, the two allies already had a plan of action. Asking the girl if this was the place Lorad had spoken to them both, Mose heard a confirmation. Together with her husband, she was in the hospital. He informed Kaya that Shira and Farah had managed to tell him that they had received an invitation from an online troll henchman. Their birthdays were coming soon, and their favorite bard was coming to town. Blaming himself, the man continued to remember how the girls were happy for such an invitation. But Kaya did not even hear the last words uttered by her interlocutor. She heard that the online troll's henchman had only invited them, so the blame lay squarely on the troll's own shoulders. Already almost approaching the door to the entrance to the club, the girl thanked Mouse for daring to go with her. She had to warn her ally that her revenge for such an act would be quite brutal until they entered the middle. But the boy was not against this, because he perfectly understood that the feelings that overwhelmed Kaya had no limits. But right at the exit, they were both stopped by a guard who informed them that today's entrance was exclusively for dignitaries. But the man could only make an exception for half-elves. By order of the organizers, he could let her in and give her the opportunity to use any room in the entire castle. He reported that he was the girl's escort, but neither the guard nor the one who was his boss cared at all, because the boy was not a half-elf. Not intending to stop, the girl resolutely set off in the direction of the entrance, crossing the line behind which the guard was standing. Such actions excited the boy very much, but he tried to stop her, simultaneously breaking out of the strong grip of the guard. In response to all of Mose's worries, Kea replied that she would only go inside to see what the point of this party was, and then return. Even the remark that the girl was not going to act arbitrarily within the confines of the castle made the boy feel anxious for her. No longer able to hold herself in her hands, she approached him, grabbing his hand. She said it would only take 2 hours, but on the condition that if these 2 hours are minutes and she does not return, he had permission to do what he considered necessary. Realizing that persuading the girl not to take risks would be the wrong decision in relation to her choice, he nevertheless agreed to trust her instinct for self-preservation. Finishing her conversation with the boy, she headed towards the entrance once more without saying goodbye. When she was completely out of Mose's sight, he couldn't wait for her to get out of that castle again, telling him she was all right. A moment later, as the girl crossed the border between the corridor and the hall, from where the loud music was blaring, The gaze of one of the merchants of the Picker Guild was directed behind her. Walking straight to the center of this party, Kia's eyes searched for the culprits who were guilty of the horrible thing they had done to her friends. Suddenly a voice was heard behind her, asking the girl if she had come to this party alone. The girl had not heard this voice before, but she definitely recognized a member of the Pickupper Guild. With a completely calm face, the girl said that she was really alone at this party. She was completely engrossed in all the events that were happening here. Hearing this, the man offered to give the girl a short tour, placing one of his palms on her waist. After such a gesture, Kay's thoughts were in complete chaos, and she couldn't wait for the moment when she could remove the mask of the cute party guest. Such a tone would definitely leave her with nothing. So she decided to act according to her plan, which she had thought out before entering the room. She accepted the offer, commenting that it was a pretty good opportunity, but still kept the previous emotion on her face when she was out of sight of the stranger. At the same moment, Mos, who was already beginning to worry about her, was still waiting for the girl around the castle. Suddenly he heard the same voice he had been waiting for quite a long time. Quickly walking over to Kay, he rebuilt to see if she was normal. The girl also replied that everything was within the norm. However, she returned to the boy not empty-handed and pointed behind her, informing them that the man had agreed to tell them everything he knew. At the same time, behind her sat the same stranger whom she had met within the confines of the castle, who, though in a disadvantageous position for himself, continued to threaten them both. He continued to press on them with his position, because he thought that they were completely unaware of this, and did not even guess what kind of punishment they would suffer. Musa was starting to get annoyed with this nonsense, so he decided to both calm the man down and get him to say something useful. With an angry face, the boy informed that in this case it would be better for the man to tell the whole truth without hiding anything. After all, if he even tries to lie in their direction, he will be waiting for a personal trip to hell. With a completely displeased face, the man nevertheless understood that without cooperation with his captors, he had no chance of surviving this dispute. He was not at all apologetic as he bowed to Kay and Maz, continuing that this would not happen again. But the young man was not at all satisfied by the man, because all he wanted to know was whether Vanitic was the work of the Pick-a-Pear Guild. Still looking around at the glowing sword that Mose continued to hold in front of the man, the abductee hesitated on his answer. Deciding to push the man a little for a truthful answer, Mose reminded him that he was waiting for him in case of a lie. This strategy worked, but the man quickly spoke up, saying that he knew nothing about the production, but that he knew a man named Jason who was involved in it. The man confirmed that Jason was also a player, a level 57 alchemist at that who worked for their shared director, Choi. Wanting to learn a little more about this director, the boy asked the kidnapped about his name. Not wanting to witness a trip to hell with his own eyes, the man revealed that Choi Sofo was the representative director of NGTK. Kaya said that she had previously heard about this player-owned company from her old friend Lorad. Bowing even lower to these two, the man announced that he would tell them everything he knew, so he begged them to let him go and not tell anyone that he had given them this information. Leaving the place where the man was interrogated, Kaya said that they had learned everything they wanted, so she told Maus to leave him here. Already watching how his kidnappers were walking, the man promised to take revenge on them, but while promising this, he did not say it out loud. Having almost left the company, the unpleasant man had a lot of bad things behind him, so in order for him not to even think about revenge in the future, the boy decided to deal with him right now. This execution was more of a punishment for what the man had already done than for the safety of the assistants, although that was also quite influential. Meanwhile, being in his office, the director wondered why his subordinate was so delayed. Because he had given him only a few drops of freedom, then he immediately spent them to escape. Another of his subordinates tried to reassure the man. Very soon what he wanted to get would be in his hands. Being under the influence of emotion, the director allowed himself to unleash his anger on his subordinate, because he could not wait for the desired thing to arrive. Even the fact that a subordinate is engaged in the manufacture of Venetic did not excuse him for the negligence that he observes in delaying deliveries. The man had no intention of sitting idly by while the alchemist was engaged in the usual delivery, even though the goods were already ready. In response to this, the humiliated subordinate could only apologize to the director and order his boys to start the delivery as soon as possible. After chasing away the alchemist, the headmaster also engaged the rest of the members of the Pica-Pair Guild, who were now in the room, causing fear on their faces. Completely enraged, the man ordered both boys out of the room so quickly that he would not even be able to remember their presence. Meanwhile, the rest of his subordinates dealt with the issue and the missing man. They found him by a tree as he continued repeating the same words over and over again, bringing the unconscious man to consciousness with the help of a very expensive potion. The savior wanted to know exactly what happened during the time he was absent. As he continued to tremble, the man reported that the half-elf and the player had kidnapped him and kept him near this tree for a long time. Quickly reacting to this, the other man missed that it was the same player and half-elf that Director Choi had reported. Judging by everything, they left not so long ago, and accordingly, they could not go far. Turning to the other subordinates behind him, the man told them to contact the people in the settlement so that they would destroy everything in Ajarus. The man promised that the two would be punished for their actions. You can say that this kind of thing started the war. Soon, all the instructions that the man gave to other subordinates came true, and Ajarus's houses were on fire. At the same time, wounded people were walking on the streets near the same houses. Running closer to Kia, the boy noticed a sign that said that the two of them were coming to the troll's tongue if they wanted to save the dwarf that Kia was staring at dumbly. Quickly realizing that such an abduction was similar to the abduction of that unknown man, he seemed to understand that the Pickapers had decided to take revenge by destroying the settlement. Now they faced another task in the form of revenge for the entire settlement, and Lord Idiot returning justice. Deciding not to wait another second, the two of them headed towards the troll's tongue without even having a plan. On the same day, Ji-Yun was already greeting the audience, who was at the place where Onward to the Search must bring the holy treasure. Everyone was delighted, because very soon the eye of the new humanity must show them its power. Suddenly, the ground under the feet of everyone present trembled, indicating that the eye was ready to show itself to the people. It was at this time that the holy eye was outside the roof and had to show what it was hiding inside. Howling, powerful, and bright explosion almost did not allow everyone present to stand on their feet, but the presenter of the scheme continued to confidently hold the microphone in her hands. When unknown symbols appeared in the sky, she hastened to comment on such an event. Already after deciphering all the symbols, the message that the eye had long ago grasped the secrets of this world and was ready to share them with all people. In a moment, a message box appeared in front of the players, which contained a message that the popularity of each player would now be available for everyone to share. And after opening the popularity rating, everyone saw Mos, who reached the first place. Meanwhile, at the Troll's Tongue Castle, this information also reached his workers. Everyone began to wonder if this was related to the holy treasure. While they were talking among themselves about the player who reached the first place, the director was visited by his loyal subordinate. Being in a rather difficult stage, the director asked the man who visited him how soon Venetic would arrive in his hands. In response, the man informed him that Director Choi would soon be able to get what he wanted, but he also warned that he had heard that Venetic was a bit wild. But in response to this, Director Choi claimed that such things did not bother him much because taming was his specialty. Before she could even stammer about the same half-elf and player next to her, Choi Sofo heard the sound of the door, after which two people entered the great hall, shocking everyone with their presence. Not expecting to see his desire so soon, the man was completely amazed, especially based on the fact that they looked even cooler in real life than in the photo. He clearly expected less, but he was not against receiving such a gift. Jason, who was the master of the Pick-a-Pair Guild, appeared in front of Kaya and Mos. The man noticed in a moment that he saw their powerful efforts in the form of a kidnapped subordinate director. Even if they did not expect further consequences and wanted to escape from the massacre, Jason promised to show them similar behavior. He sent a group of other underlings with weapons towards the two, informing them that the headmaster needed the girl still alive. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of the alchemist, which informed that NGTK and Mos had received the status of potential enemies. The man thought this name was familiar, until he remembered that he saw it in the rating of the most popular players. In a moment, Jason too was to see the danger of such a massacre of the wrong people. The sharp swords that were released from the boy's hands quickly headed towards all of his opponents, attacking them in moments. Not even having time to react to the fact that already half of his rather powerful defenders were affected, he continued to think that the most famous player had forgotten in this ordinary fight. But he himself wasn't even going to stop. So it gave the man something to think about, that he had to slowly get away from the field of this battle in order to stay alive. Seeing such powerful strength and dexterous skills in wielding two swords at once, Jason immediately realized that he didn't even stand a chance against such an opponent. However, the boy already had other plans for his fate, so he launched one of his swords in his direction. With the help of his being a sorcerer, the man was able to set up a protective barrier around himself to prevent the attack. However, such magical skills for a legendary weapon that acquired colossal power in the hands of a true professional seemed to be only an entry level. While Jason was wondering about the weapon that belonged to Mos, Karma's sword was already flying in the opposite direction towards his back. Even after the sharpest blade he had ever seen pierced through his body, he knew that his entire team had connected with the wrong opponent. Reacting quickly to his returned swords, he seemed to be able to quickly grab them. A battle like this brought another level to his skill with two swords. This last duel could not even be called a complete fight, but only the beginning, because the main goal of the boy and his assistant was Choi Sofo. However, he, having no skills other than faithful servants, tried to quickly run away from powerful rivals. Continuing his escape, the man also pondered the question of what exactly the player with the first place in the popularity rating had forgotten in such a city. As he got into his car, Choi Sofo kept repeating to himself who he was. As a result of the fact that the boy touches him with even one finger, he will suffer the death penalty. Touching the magical crystal ball that was hidden in his car, the man was greeted by the NGTC immediate security system. To the same crystal ball, the man explained in a loud tone that it should assemble the security team right now. Making a message to the same security team, the man said that they should prepare immediately for the time he would spend on the road. Greeting the man, the security team was in full force despite the fact that it was quite late. The chief, who had just gathered the rest of the team, reported that the director had woken them up in the middle of the night, causing everyone to be suspicious of his condition. The man quickly stopped his interlocutor when he was putting forward his claims, and regarding the fact that this kind of thing is going on for too long, the director himself should not rule out the possibility that the president might find out about it. Continuing to inform the man of the most pleasant news, despite the director's best efforts to stop him, he announced among the security team that the Information Guild had ordered the destruction of the pickups. But even looking at all of this, the director claimed that it was completely unimportant right now. Addressing the man whose name was Director Park, Director Choi explained that their company was on the verge of collapse. Leaving Director Park alone, the man ordered him to deal with all the problems that had accumulated over the past while threatening the death of all his business partners. Following Director Choi as he entered the most secure door, the man told all of his subordinates to stop anyone who tried to enter. Already in the middle of the room, Director Choi was holding a certain thing in his hands, the power of which was able to overcome even Mos. Veraburden's earring was of legendary rarity, as was the boy's weapon, but was slightly different as all artifacts were. Just as the Moses were approaching the place where Director Choi was staying, they were stopped by the team, who informed them that they would not go any further than their place. You can agree to such conditions, but added to them that in this case the whole team will transfer Choi Sofo to them, and in this case will remain alive. But realizing that these two had truly grandiose intentions and equally grandiose power, the security team still had to stop them somehow. A case appeared in front of these two, which contained a lot of money, with which the two of them could buy anything they wanted. But no matter how huge it was, Kaya and Mos would definitely not agree to it. For the actions that Choi Sofo had committed, he had to be punished, and the price for them was not calculated in money. But even for such a case, the man was prepared, having requested evidence of guilt from these two. But I was not even going to listen to such a language. He was already serious about a fight, but he didn't want to waste time on conversations that would lead to nothing. After hearing the words from the young man's mouth that he wished to see his enemy, Director Park informed him that he had no right to demand that the director talk to someone like him. She decided to intercede for her colleague, to which she heard an equally negative response already from her side regarding the fact that she belonged to non-robbery characters. But after hearing this, Mos decided not to stay away and pointed out to the man that he should also know his place. In response to all the words that came out of the boy's mouth, the others gathered by Principal Park began to laugh at the young man, asking him if his mother knew about his way of making money, which could put him in serious trouble with the law. Speaking of the game, the man informed them that they had one of the elders of Ajarus on their side, so if they tried to truly declare war on them, they could bid farewell to the scheme. But even not intending to hear such a thing, Mos did not wait for his rather friendly request to be fulfilled, so he decided to approach him from a more serious side. A moment later, a notification window appeared in front of the man, which indicated that Mos had declared war on NGTC, and they had received the status of enemies. Deciding that this kind of treatment of their entire organization was very laughable, the man decided to let loose a few comments about the strength of these two against an entire team of true professionals. However, his words soon ceased to be hollow, as his team members lost their balance one by one. This was only the beginning, and what I was doing, who had such an act they were not even going to stop. There were still a large number of members of the organization in front of the girl, whom she was going to overcome in the name of the God of Blades. The rage that boiled in her veins instantly raised her to level 101, turning her into a true killing tool. All the fighters who were near the pack director stopped being so brave in an instant. The damage from just one blow from the girl's blade seemed simply colossal, and everyone who stood in her way was going to suffer it. In addition to Kaya, Mos also joined this battle, who was no less determined. The man was giving him one more try so that the boy would think things through before there was no way back. But he didn't even want to hear such a thing from the mouth of a terrible person, so he dealt with him with just one swing of his sharp sword. The boy realized that the man in front of him belonged to the same immortals, so he informed him that he would not be able to deal with all the consequences by simply restarting the game. After all, not even an empty space will remain from their organization. Still in his secret room with Lorad, Choi Sofo grumbled under his breath that he didn't want to do his next thing, but he had no other choice. Lighting the lighter in his hands, the man repeatedly repeated that all evidence must disappear. He already had some plan to start this fire and had a player he was going to set up. He was going to blame an ordinary player who allegedly infiltrated the factory, and this investigation of the witch was carried out by one of the elders of Ajarus, who takes the side of the NGTK company. Turning to Lorad, to whom the man had told his whole future plan, since he hoped that he would not be able to tell it to anyone, Choi Sofo wanted to know the personal opinion of the abductee. Little by little, Mos and Kia approached the place where Director Choi had set the fire, but suddenly on their road met exactly the one whom they were so desperately looking for all evening. Addressing the well-known boy, the man continued to waste time, continuing his greetings. But also next to the boy, he noticed another guest whom he also couldn't wait to say hello to. Not knowing the girl either, he didn't even say hello to her, simply noting that the elves who paid a visit weren't even half as healthy as Kia was from yesterday. That was Choi Sofo's plan, to make the girl so angry that she would rush towards him, but could not strike because of the man's possession of the legendary artifact. Already holding Kay's sword blade, Choi Sofo remarked that her attack speed was impressive. But even that speed wasn't enough to hit him, not to mention that he considered such power to be the merit of only a rare sword. However, now it was his turn to deal the appropriate damage, and he already had his next attack behind him. However, she was able to stop her speech, who promised personally for himself to protect all his loved ones to the last. It was because of this incident that real chaos began in Azarus, and the local branch of the Information Guild began its investigation. They tried to find a hook anywhere, starting from attacking ash settlements, and ending with the spread of Venetic, taking into account the arson at the NGTTK plant. The sequence of these events shook society very much, and because of this, the elders of Ascarus wanted to meet with the Information Guild, and after the Information Guild, with the culprits themselves. Already standing before the elders of Ajarus, Mos admitted that he still did not understand what was happening, because he and Kia were considered suspects in the case with Venetic. He didn't understand why, if they both caught Choi Sofo, they were the ones being blamed for the production. A commotion had already begun in the hall, because some believed that the first thing to do was to find the channels through which Vanitic was distributed, while others were more concerned about arson. However, the lady judge stressed the silence in the hall, giving the floor to the senior clerk. At one time, the man said that before making a final decision, he would like to learn more details from the mouths of those who were at the fire. In turn, giving the floor to the elder Bolat, he in turn asked the accusers a few questions. Musa was greatly troubled by the look of the elder Bolat, as he looked extremely suspicious. The man was interested in what exactly connected these two with the pickuppers. But Kaya was quite surprised by this question at the time, because she didn't even know how to answer it. So the man decided to give them a little hint, asking a little more clearly. Ask if you're talking about whether Mos set fire to this building on their orders. The man was also worried about the question of whether the two accused in front of him really belonged to swordsmen. After such words, a wave of discussions also passed through the hall which were related to the pick-a-pear sleeve, whose members were immortal. Regardless, the boy replied that they were indeed swordsmen, but that didn't really matter in this mission. However, the man refused to agree, continuing to note that usually swordsmen undertake such secret tasks. For this reason, it was assumed that one of these tasks was this fire. Kay's anger knew no bounds, so she couldn't hold back her true emotions and loudly denied the elder's claims. This was exactly the answer the man expected to hear from the attackers, because it had to remain a secret for them. This false evidence was enough for the man to conclude that the two swordsmen had been tasked by the pickers to set fire to the factory. It was then that the boy remembered the pack director's words that one of the Ajarus elders was on their side. After a moment, Mos's eyes cleared and he finally understood the true nature of the swamp elder. After asking for the attention of the entire hall, the man noted that an attack had been committed on a resident of the Ash Tree settlement. Recently released evidence indicated that the pickers were to blame. The man confirmed this, but he also added that they had hired these two to set the fire. In conclusion, he emphasized that the pickapers were the ones who were cooking Venetic, but they needed someone who could distract the public. Unable to endure such lies any longer, Kaya decided to speak out. The girl noted that the swamp elder had no right to ridicule the swordsman and make accusations against the innocent. But this brought an exaggerated smile to the man's face, that swordsmen are always shrouded in secrecy, even if it costs them their reputation. Having finished this conversation, the man turned to the inhabitants of Azarus, asking them if these two were not guilty in their eyes. The man demanded to bring them to the tribunal of Barvid and insisted on carrying out the magical judgment of the medium. They were faced with a verdict that the accused could not do anything about. But at the last moment, an unknown voice was heard in the hall, indicating that the elder really did not have any evidence. The unknown man remarked that he would like to hear a full explanation of the situation, but he did not think it was fair that the matter was revealed only through the conversation of the elders among themselves. The man noted that he was in quite a hurry, as the situation was quite serious and required a special investigator. But looking at the way the case was developing within the court, he could have missed that everyone within the court had forgotten about the case. The man had just walked into the courtroom and actually saved Mos and Kaya from an unfair sentence, with a whopping 211 levels. He introduced himself as Zyke and the Platinum Head of the Information Guild. On the way to the courtroom, he got acquainted with the case and could tell that the case required a thorough investigation. Of course, discussion would do nothing, so it was too early to pass judgment unless the judges had a good reason for such haste. The atmosphere changed instantly after Zyke's arrival in the courtroom. Thanks to his information, which he prepared in such a short period of time, the boy and his assistant were saved. Based on the speech style used by the unexpected guest, it turned out quite effectively. The boy's gaze was still directed towards Zyke as he studied him. His level and position in the guild caused the boys to remain puzzled. It was unlikely that this impressive person was so ordinary, but Mouse was more concerned with the question of why he was helping them. However, for all the things that the new guest of the courtroom brought before him, the swamp elder declared that he was not going to wait to pass judgment on those responsible for the destruction of Ajarus. However, as he addressed Kay, Zyke moved closer and closer to the center of the hall, informing the girl that the two of them could present evidence. Continuing his appeal to the innocent, Zyke wanted to hear his question clarified. If he and Mos were indeed on vacation, there was confirmation. Then, the man in turn asked what exactly they were doing at the factory at the time when the fire occurred, because most often workers take vacations to rest and not to continue doing their work. In response, the girl said that her close friend had been hurt by Venetic's sudden popularity, which is why she began to conduct her own personal investigation, as a result of which she learned that the NGTTKs were above the pickups and covering them. This was the reason for them to come to speak alone with Choi Sofo, who stood at the source of the entire town's nightmare. The information about the fire at the factory shocked the two of them no less than everyone present in this hall. All the evidence that the girl and her partner found during their own investigation did not survive the fire. However, this story was interrupted by the same elder of the bog, reporting that they had no evidence even before the fire. Summarizing once more, now having familiarized himself with the whole picture in more detail, Zyke was not going to jump to conclusions, and also believed that the swordsman should be questioned in more detail. At the request of the elders, he turned to a special investigator, but found out that no one was even going to conduct it. Now, since the man had learned that no one had investigated, they had to start all over again, relying only on the facts. The swamp elder's face changed instantly, and now he looked more frightened and confused, and the lady judge, in turn, called this conclusion logical. Suddenly, a strange man appeared behind Kay and Mose, who announced that the two of them would immediately go to the Azarus Information Guild. But all further action was stopped by a voice that sounded from the door of the courtroom and asked everyone for their attention. The sight brought a smile to the faces of Mose and Kaya, who immediately recognized the survivor's face and voice. The man who was asking for everyone's attention introduced himself as Lorad, revealing that he was a resident of Ash Tree Village and had been kidnapped by Choi Sofo, the director of NGTK. Currently in the courtroom, he had valuable evidence that he had collected for the special investigator. Such words of Lorad confused not only everyone present but also the judges. The swamp elder was interested in what kind of evidence the unexpected guest, who was also late for the meeting, had. Not wanting to hear words of disbelief, the man decided to really prove his words by showing the seal of the memory crystal on his neck. Instantly, Zyke, who was in shock, asked the man a question, clarifying if he was the voice. The man confirmed his contribution to the war in the Lonbest tribe. Beginning his story about a similar crystal, the man said that he installed it in order to work in intelligence. Pressing the same seal as if out of nowhere, Choi Sofo's voice rang out. The whole courtroom is full of emotions because they heard the words that one of the elders of Azarus is on the side of NG Tech. The audio continued to play until one of the elders, who was known to be unkind, became visibly nervous. It was then that the truth was revealed to them all that the swamp elder was actually working with Choi Sofo. Lorad emphasized that when Choi Sofo's underlings stole him, he managed to record everything that happened next. His kidnapping was revenge on their part for the fact that Lorad's friends began to search for the person responsible for the production of Venetic. If the man had not been able to get out of that factory, all the evidence would have been destroyed in a fire started by Choi Sofo himself. Addressing the swamp elder, Zyke said that the investigation could not continue any further. The man decided to deceive a special investigator and destroy the magical city of Azarus. Without even thinking to listen to all the man's excuses, Zyke quickly moved closer to him, starting to tell that 52,000 people got addicted to Venetic. 383,000 were under special supervision, which was caused by suspicions of addiction, and the remaining 110 people were lost. The evidence also proved that the swamp elder himself was involved in the development of the trade, and accordingly, the deaths of addicts. This was already enough to send an ordinary person behind bars, but Zeke promised to make every effort to do the same for his interlocutor. He wasn't going to stop at just the swamp elder, and announced that all the military, knights, and guards involved would go there after the man. As he cast his horrifying gaze on the apparently innocent Mose and Kay, he looked very terrible in their eyes. But in a moment, a warm smile appeared on his face, as soon as he remembered that he had saved the lives of the innocent and sent one of the guilty behind bars. He apologized to them for his past behavior, because he did not immediately recognize the true heroes of Azarus. Addressing the entire hall, he emphasized that he, of all the elders, was closing this case due to the availability of evidence. Summarizing, he said that the production and distribution of Venetic was the fault of the NGTEC company and the Picker Guild, as a result of which many civilians suffered. The evidence provided by one of the people who suffered at the hands of the Pickers removed all charges from Kay's sword house. Based on them, Zyke announced the swordswoman Kaya and the swordsman Mose as the heroes who contributed the most to the investigation of this case. Suddenly, the floor beneath the boy's feet lit up brightly, causing him to receive several level increases and the special title of Savior of Ascaris. He received a rank that increases the characteristics of similar and unique artifacts. In addition, his popularity has grown significantly, and the secret quest has also ended. Even after completing a series of, as it seemed to him, rather simple tasks, Mose got a grand result. After the incident, an article appeared in the Incidents and Events section of the Scheme Master forum. Thus, this article, the main character of which was Mose, quickly gained popularity. Each player felt it necessary not to leave this case without comment, which led to the fact that the site froze, and very soon, the author of the article had to delete it. At the time when Mose was about to leave Ajarusa, his acquired acquaintances came to say goodbye to him. All members of the court that day were very grateful to the boy and felt indebted to him. Their farewell was supposed to be at least some payback for all the things Mose had done for their city. Another of those present at this farewell apologized profusely for the fact that, from the very beginning, all the elders treated the young man very carefully, not paying attention to all the other good deeds that were kept behind his back. They understood that an apology in the form of words was not enough, so they prepared a small gift for the young hero as an apology. A small chest appeared in front of the boy, and the woman explained to him that only elders have the honor to own this thing. Although the hands of the marsh elder had already touched, it did not affect the sacred stone in the middle of the chest in any way. All in Tori was a unique magical teleportation stone, but still caused a condition of doubt as to whether he had the right to possess it. For the elders, this was indeed a small thing they could give to save their city. It would be very rude to refuse the gift, so the boy gratefully thanked the elders. However, they could not keep the boy so long, distracting him from the future rescues of others, so they hurried to say goodbye to him. They waved after the flying ship that Ajarusa's heroes were currently inside, who with a smile watched the inhabitants of that city, whom they had to save from the evil hands of Choi Sopho and his evil creation, Wanetic. Having finished with this rather long journey, they were faced with the question of where to go next. They should go. Around the same time, in an unknown direction, a rather powerful battle was taking place between fighters of the same guild, during which one of the fighters wanted to know from the other why he had betrayed his allies. But the answer to such a question never came when a sharp sword took the life of an interested fighter. After a moment, two boys appeared behind the master, who introduced themselves as Larif and Azer from Loswan. The boys brought the man a paper on which he could see the face of one of the immortals who had to become a swordsman. Leaving motionless bodies behind them, on which the piece of paper that the master had left behind eventually fell, the three of them approached in an unknown direction. Watching the events around him, the boy, whose name was Callian, saw his old friend Sharon. Having found himself in an unknown place with the girl, he understood whose hands it was. He understood that the kidnappers were real monsters who hated him but used Telop to get what they wanted. In addition to all this, they also took away the perfect place to hide victims in the White Tower. The only hope that was hidden deep inside Callian was the hope that Mose would eventually find them. Returning to the main character himself, he and Kaya were considering the location of their next adventure. Reminding the girl of his old friend Sharon, the boy noticed how Kia immediately recognized this name. After which he reported that since she disappeared with the wizard who had saved her, Mose had been unable to contact her in any way. Mose couldn't even let it pass that she died, but as long as the player was within the boundary, which he visited at least once, the boy could establish a connection with him, which he could not do with Sharon. Their ship arrived at the city of Tikris, which was famous for its entertainment and gambling. All the streets of the center seemed to shine, confirming all the reputation. But it should not be forgotten that Tikris was also known for its contrast, because behind the center hides another side of this, at first glance, brilliant city. Leaving his ship, Mos immediately set the coordinates of the location of Tikris Harbor and saved them, paying attention to the fact that compared to such luxurious ships, their heavenly path paled, but on the other hand, it looked even good for them. Suddenly, from one side of my back, there was a scream that indicated that someone had gotten into trouble and was losing everything. But the source of this cry was a man who gambled all his savings and then lost them. Turning his gaze a little further, he continued to see a less gruesome picture of how people bet their last funds on such gambling, which cases were not isolated at all because a bunch of people gathered on both sides of the streets near the gaming machines in order to try their luck. This led the boy to despair and sadness at the same time, because the entire alley was actually filled with the automatic machines that Lorad was talking about. Tikris is both a beautiful and brutal city, where hope and despair are always side by side. However, the two travelers were brought out of their creepy thoughts by a high-pitched voice, almost from the floor, asking them if they were interested in the games. A furry resident of Tikris named Foshi said that he was a guide through the local alleys. He offered travelers to try to win one Ormacon in exchange for 3 pieces of silver. This really impressed Mos, and he didn't even expect that in the arcades you could actually win a whole Ormacon, but instead Foshi informed that only one of all the machines kept it in himself. At the same time, there wasn't much point in playing arcade games just for the sake of it. In addition to the desired Ormacons, all players can find even more wealth in the slots. Convinced by looking at each other, Mos and Kea seemed to coordinate their further actions towards Fosha with just their eyes. But noticing that the little Limpu was standing on the injured leg, the girl immediately understood what she had to do next. After giving her funds to Foshi, Kea asked him for 9 tokens for her first attempts. The fluffy Limpu quickly ran in an unknown direction, promising that he would return very soon. When I asked my assistant, I couldn't believe that she was really going to gamble, to which she replied that she wanted to try just once. In addition, the girl informed the boy, being alone with him, that in Tikris they are actively exploiting Limpu children. The girl perfectly understood that all other races which differed from human were valued much less. From her own experience when she, as a half-elf, actively participated in gladiator fights, learning to walk, she knew that Limpu were doomed to a lifetime of exploitation. A few seconds later, a Limpa was rushing towards them with a small bag of tokens. After handing it over to Kaya, Foshi wished her luck in her endeavors to get what she wanted. Just when the furry resident of Tikris was about to leave the company of 2 travelers, he was suddenly called out by Mos. The boy turned to Fosha, holding out 1 golden one in his palm. Such a gift made him happy, but he still could not understand the reasons for kindness from an ordinary person. In response, Mos noted that the Limpu was very friendly to his customers, so he decided to thank him for this in the form of a gift. Looking at the glow, which seemed to be approaching Fosha in a dense current, he could not think that an ordinary stranger would be able to give him such a gift. Clutching the coin in his palms, Foshi was choosing words of thanks for the fact that a stranger had given him the opportunity to pay for his younger brother's treatment. Continuing to bow towards Mos, the furry Limpu continued to thank him and wish him a good journey. Soon deciding to leave their company, not wanting to cause too much trouble, Foshi ran in an unknown direction with a happy face. Left alone and planning his next move, Mos decided to invite Kaya to try her luck in his inventory. However, already returning empty-handed, the boy noted that, as he had guessed, all the tokens that Kea bought did not bring them a single Ormacon. However, they did not go to Tikris just for the sake of gambling, and the information guild of this city was still waiting for them. They were approached by one of the workers, who immediately recognized the two as they had been in contact with them recently. With a friendly smile on her face, the girl opened the portal in a moment with the comment that it would transport them to the right room. The portal under their feet took all their attention, and they didn't even have time to blink an eye before entering the next room, where an unknown man was already waiting for them. He introduced himself as the head of the Information Guild to Tikris by the name of Viren, holding out a hand towards the two that had 2 artifacts visible on it. Taking seats on a comfortable sofa, the 2 travelers listened carefully to the man who asked them if they were looking for someone within the walls of this guild. Kaya decided to speak to the man and informed them that their task was to find the immortal archer and sorcerer. After some thought, the man noted that an immortal, and even a sorcerer, was quite rare in the scheme, but he had information about one apprentice of the White Tower who fit that description. Calling Callion's name, the man greatly drew the attention of their guild guests, continuing that this player was truly unique. From the beginning, there was no one in the White Tower who was happy about the presence of immortals. However, Callion gained their respect and recognition by shedding his player status and becoming exactly like all non-playable characters. When the man reported that it was precisely because of his reluctance to continue his journey with the player status that many wizards began to hate him, Mos decided to inquire what exactly Callion had done wrong. Informing that he was able to tell the guests the current location of this sorcerer, the man said that he did not intend to do so, clarifying that he remarked that he wasn't going to do so until the two travelers returned the favor, which instantly sent outrage to their faces. Addressing the information guild worker, Kia remarked that he was supposed to make all the information they needed freely available according to the rules, but he tried to brush her off a bit. He noted that this was true, but all the information was too private to be given to anyone, and this counterfavor could give the man confidence that the information was in the right hands. Deciding to calm down a bit, Kia continued to glare towards the information guild worker with her evil gaze, but she was already expecting conditions. The man said that not far from here is Mount Malik, whose peaks are topped by ancient ruins, which are also known as the Olive Pass. Therefore, the man ordered the young travelers to exterminate all the ghosts that inhabited these ruins. Asking the guild worker, in response to this, the man confirmed that ordinary swords would be enough for both of them without the need for magic. Everything has been prepared for their adventure, so their task for this quest will be their weapon skills. After leaving the walls of the Information Guild, they both wondered why the guild head had so suddenly imposed a condition on the swordsman, refusing to provide information. In turn, she did not see the point of wasting her time on such a thing, which they should devote to the search for the missing Sharon and Callion, but she silently took a slightly different point of view and offered the girl to agree to this assignment. He believed that such a task would be much more interesting than simply returning to Aspargan and carrying out the duties of the swordsman. However, all his thoughts and meaningless words were stopped by Kia, loudly calling his name. Only looking in the direction of the girl, the boy understood that he had made a terrible mistake in his words. Kia pointed out that Sharan was the boy's friend, even if she was his casual acquaintance. It didn't take away from the fact that they worked on the same team, so the boy couldn't be indifferent to what might happen to her just because they were immortal. Thinking about the girl's words, the boy understood that he was really wrong, like the nonsense that just came out of his mouth only a player could choose. Moreover, similar nonsense was said by him in front of Kaya, for whom this whole world is real and one. It was not the first time that the boy had noticed how much his two personalities, Mosa and Lee Kiho, were undergoing colossal changes, becoming more and more distant from each other. Kia decided to break the silence between them, who shared her opinion that Mos was at least a little different from other immortals. This was all due to the fact that Mos really empathized with all the characters, regardless of whether they were unplayable. But still, the boy remained immortal, which meant that one day he would be able to easily adopt a rather familiar attitude to the world of the scheme for his kind. However, Kia desperately wanted the boy to remain the same Moose she had once met, even if that sounded rather selfish. The young man himself perfectly understood his mistake, so he apologized for it to Kia. He understood that it was rather silly of him to talk about such things. He and Sharon were true partners who should help each other, not leave each other in trouble. He thanked the girl for the fact that her words helped him return to his true goals and promised to remain the same Mos. Their walk unexpectedly led their eyes to the alley in which they saw Fauci. Having decided to approach her new acquaintance, the girl greeted him with the question why he was not going to his home. But after the Limpu returned to her, she was able to see his injured face. When asked what happened after him, he hid it and hesitated to tell the truth. A boy also joined their conversation, who also wanted to hear the truth from the lips of their recent acquaintance. Stopping his hesitation, he eventually apologized to the travelers for the precious coin they had given him earlier being taken by Shayaman. Although Foshi continued to claim that this coin was a gift, the man did not believe it to the last, and accused the little limp of theft and deception, and remarked that it was worth sacrificing to the ghosts of Olive Pass. The last sentence that came out of Foshi's mouth shocked the two travelers the most, but they also wanted to know more about the man who was threatening him. Having found out exactly where the same Shayaman lives, the two travelers immediately went to his house. However, a surprise awaited them at the very gate in the form of guards who, judging by everything, were even about to leave their places. However, looking at them a little closer, Mouse concluded that for such powerful swordsmen as he and Kaya, ordinary guards did not pose any threat. Through his magic crystal ball, the man addressed his interlocutor, ordering him to lead to his apartment a person who would be of some use. He didn't care how his group of subordinates were going to do it, but they had to understand that Shayaman's next victim had to be more durable than the last. Eavesdropping on all this conversation, all the while being under the space between the floor and the stairs where the man strode confidently, Kia and Mose hoped to remain invisible. Everything that continues or tells all his secrets. Shayaman told an unknown interlocutor that he had collected only 4,000 gold for this month. It was extremely necessary for him to spread rumors that there were already 10 ormacons in the machines, so that all the players would leave more and more of your money. The man also mentioned the robbery and planned a public assassination for even greater control over his subordinates. Kia suddenly left the boy's inconspicuous company, resolutely helping the owner of the house, no longer able to listen to the rest of his secrets. Shayaman's attention was drawn to a noise coming from behind him, but he already regretted looking back when he saw the girl behind him about to launch an attack. The blow flew straight into his face, catching his nose, from which a red liquid began to emerge little by little at a fast pace. The man continued to call out to his guards as Kia watched with a creepy smile on her face. With the same smile, the girl reported that all the boys who stood in the way were already in an unconscious state, or had left the territory of the man's estate altogether, not wanting their own death. Having seen how the girl skillfully dealt with the consequences of all the terrible deeds that Shayaman had done throughout his life, the boy decided to stay away so as not to fall under Kay's strong hand. Apologizing to Mose after the end of her revenge, the girl said that she had been holding all her anger for a very long time, and it was time for her to let it out. However, the girl's plans did not include completely getting rid of her husband, because he was still needed for information about Olive Pass. As he continued to grumble words of punishment from the girl under his breath, the man still did not provide the useful information that those on whom his life depended on expected. Therefore, Kaya decided to remind the man of his ability to speak with the help of a figurine standing next to her. Having recalled all his speaking skills, Shayaman announced that there is a place for gambling on Olive Pass. Elaborating further, he said that people go there to play with the ghosts in person. There is a certain society of silver cats, which includes all the city's nobility. A necromancer who had been hired personally by them sent a powerful ghost to Olive Pass. He, in turn, began to lure desperate fighters and immortals into battle, promising to give a huge sum in the event of their victory. However, no one has yet been able to overcome that ghost, and all of them ended within the first 3 minutes. Kay wondered how many men the man had sent to such death in order to obtain the desired gold, but continued to reassure the girl, telling her that they should listen to Shayaman until the end. Informing that tomorrow would be different, the man remarked that he had been informed that the strongest among the immortals should take second place in the battle with the ghost. Everything became clear in the boy's eyes. He understood how Olive Pass was connected to the Information Guild, and now he understood Viren's entire plan. Even Kia couldn't believe that the guild was also on Shayaman's side. Having already raised her hands, the girl threatened her husband that in a moment he would suffer retribution for everything. But a moment before the certain death of Shayaman, Kaya was stopped by a young man who said that there was no need to destroy the thief Tikris. This was due to the fact that soon he will lose everything when people find out that there are no ormacons in the machines at all. Such news made the girl really think, because if she leaves him alive now, then the news about the lack of ormacons in the machines will definitely bring him more trouble. In the end, the girl joined the boy as he was about to leave the room, going on his next adventures related to Olive Pass. The huge library that was built by the elders of Ascaris to retrieve and restore all the lost history of the city was called All in Tori. This place was full of secrets and could only be accessed with the help of special magical stones that were created from the Avec tree. With about half a day to go before heading to the pass, Mose wondered if he should look into this library. Asking the relevant question to his assistant, the boy wanted to hear her answer, but she meekly refused the offer to visit this library together. Kaya explained her refusal by the fact that the stone was given personally to Mose, and as a resident of Asheris, she wished to follow the laws of her city. But instead, she asked the boy to fulfill only one request of hers and bring her only one book called Kafer's Manifesto. In an instant, the stone in the boy's hands turned into a magical purple portal that he right into the middle of the library. Seeing that in front of him, he found huge, luxurious walls that were filled with books and noble ornaments, the boy immediately recognized the legendary library. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of him, which indicated that the boy had accidentally found a new secret adventure for himself called The Diary of Blacksmith Lavager. Recognizing the name, Mose remembered that it was this person who had found his swords. It seemed that if he completed this task and found Lavager's diary, he could find a way to find the rest of the desired swords. Having already caught a wave of enthusiasm in himself, he decided to go right now, regardless of the fact that he had not thought out a plan at all. Deciding that such a legendary library should have a built-in search engine, the boy turned to an unknown being who was supposed to help him find the book. But even after such an appeal, he did not hear any answer from the Holy Spirit, which in reality never existed. Finding a single book in such a library that looked gigantic compared to a very small boy seemed like a task from the Unreal department. Blaming the game on an open-world book-finding quest, Mose continued to crawl across the floor looking for the journal he needed. Fortunately for him, the books in the library were in sections, but another problem was their number, which depended on the number of shelves. Turning to the large bookshelf, Mose reported that he had infinite stamina before beginning his search for the right book. Of course, he didn't have much time for such a task, but he hoped he would make it before Kaya panicked about him being late for the passes. The last book the boy touched turned out to be exactly the diary he was looking for. After he opened it, he immediately received 5 new tasks, as a result of which he was supposed to receive the remaining swords. However, one of these 5 tasks had the location of a hidden sword in the Olive Pass of Tikris. Believing in his luck again, Mose was glad that he didn't give up and searched for the book until the end. He thanked Kaya for being the person who made him reconsider his excesses. It looked like he was on the right track because everything was coming together so well. Before leaving the library, the boy had to find a few more books personally for the girl and return to the flying ship. Already stepping through the portal that opened between the library and the ship, Mose informed Kaya of his return, hoping she was somewhere nearby. But not finding the girl in the room where his portal was opened, he decided to check the rest of the rooms from inside their displacement transport. Eventually, he found her in one of the ship's rooms, asleep. Apparently, she decided to lie down for a while, continuing to wait for the boy's return, but unexpectedly fell asleep. Sitting next to the sleeping Kaya, the focus of her thoughts was that she could have taken a more comfortable place on the bed. For a long time, he had been hiding inside himself the thought that Kia was not indifferent to him at all. But tearing his life into 2 different dimensions, Mose did not even hope for his persistence in confessing his feelings to Kaya. Hiding his feelings was a necessity for a boy because demanding an answer from a girl would be an incredibly selfish act. He could surmise that the cause of these worries was an over-seriousness towards the world of the scheme. He promised himself personally to gain courage and one day tell Kaya what was on his soul. An unexpected girl next to him woke up, seeing her colleague next to her. Still in a half-asleep state, she wanted to know how long it had been since Mose had come, for if it had been a long time since he had come, which he denied, he should have awakened her. In a moment he held out to the girl the book she had asked him to find in the all-in-Tory library. To be honest, the real girl was still holding the book closed, looking only at its cover with the appropriate comment about holding it for the first time. She thanked the boy for fulfilling her old dream, keeping her eyes on the cover. The girl reported that she was infinitely glad that Mose was always by her side and was her friend. Watching the view from the window, the 2 travelers saw the sun setting, indicating that they were about to begin their journey to Olive Pass. Once there, all the comments from the Silver Cats were directed towards Mose continuing to fail in the drive battle. One of the silver cats continued to comment on the course of the battle, reporting that anyone who bet on Mos would be out of luck. The battle was also watched by Kia, who was disguised as one of the silver cats. Although Mos did not lose in battles with his last opponents thanks to a rather powerful weapon. But now, on the battlefield with a sinister cause, all his skills were lost in his background. After all, the realization of failure was definitely not part of Mos's plans, so he was not going to give up before the specified time. Before Mos got to this battle, he and Kaya began to prepare carefully so that their friend could enter unnoticed. They immediately recognized Virens, carefully hiding under one of the cat masks, so they planned to trick him somehow. Noticing that all the guests of the event were wearing masks in the form of cats, the girl immediately had a plan to get inside. In addition, this measure was aimed at ensuring that all the rich placed their bets on the fighters. The first thing before reporting to Virens and remaining unnoticed, the girl needed a mask that would help her blend into the crowd at the same time. Having chosen a suitable victim who lost her focus as soon as the girl descended from the tree, Kia sprang into action. After taking her trophy and tying up the almost unconscious victim, the girl was ready to make a decisive statement to the organizer. The next action on the part of the girl, the boy came up with, that she should bet about 100 ormacons on his victory. Not agreeing to lose such an amount at all, the girl said that such a thing would be completely inappropriate. But the boy, in turn, encouraged her, saying that he has no intention of losing and hopes for her support. After such words from Mos, Kia simply could not help but believe in his victory, so she agreed to such a schedule. The next task was already on the boy's shoulders, and he had to find a way to overcome the ghost, if this place really was a ruin. Seeing a familiar face in front of him, the organizer turned to the guest, already knowing his name. However, he had to keep some secrecy in his words, so he decided to check with the young fighter, or the same famous Mos. Such a decision was quite logical, because by all indications the rules of masquerade and complete anonymity reigned here, so the boy decided to confirm Virens' guess while maintaining his anonymity. The man kindly invited the boy to go inside, informing that all participants should leave in the order of their arrival. Having already taken their seats, all the spectators wanted to see the play as soon as possible, which was the purpose of their visit. Among them, Kia was also omitted, who seemed to have remained unnoticed and occupied a rather inconspicuous place. Addressing all the spectators, he said that he saw in their eyes real excitement and desire to enjoy today's spectacle. Viren announced that tonight there will be a duel, which the walls of the arena have not seen for many years. The first of the fighters was the champion of the Olive Pass, the evil spirit Sumyon, who had 31 victories and 0 defeats. It was one of the strongest spirits at the disposal of the Silver Cat Society. It was created from the soul of a swordsman who once had the audacity to disrespect the olive grove. The payback for his stupidity was that he was forever chained to this place with no way out. It was time to introduce the opponent of the spirit of Sumyon, which was the immortal player Great Archer. Watching the introduction of the second competitor in the duel, Mos was truly shocked that the other fighters were also players. This made him think that newbies or players with some experience had come to this fight to break the bank, but considering that Sumyon had not lost any of his fights, the battle with him would definitely not be easy. When the battle began, the Great Archer wasted no time in attacking. But the opponent standing right in front of him was able to easily stop his arrows in front of his face. Some, who were in the hands of the spirit, began to soar to the sky. The organizer commented on such an action as showing the mastery of Sumyon's evil spirit. Paying attention to the fact that the sword began to reach the hands of the spirit, the boy realized that it was the same engraved blade, the location of which he learned in the library. At such actions on the part of his opponent, the Great Archer became confused. Watching the boy's face from afar, the man reported that it was precisely for such moments that the silver cats gathered around this arena. Without even thinking about waiting for his opponent's next move, Spirit Sumyon sent his blade towards the Great Archer. The Great Archer must have lied about his true powers, because he couldn't even withstand the first attack of the spirit. The boy was mortally wounded, so once again the evil spirit Sumyon takes the victory for himself. Watching the audience around Kay laugh at the defeat of a boy who had no idea what he was getting into, the girl wondered about morality, informing that the nobles who bet only 4 ormacons on the Great Archer are not losing much, because most likely this bet was made only out of pity. Sumyon's second opponent was the swordsman Mos, who was calmly approaching the arena from an unknown direction. Throwing off the mantle under which he was hiding, the boy appeared before the audience and the second participant of the duel. The spectators, comfortably seated in the stands, began to whisper among themselves that they did not understand the reason for the participation of a swordsman who was supposed to perform secret tasks in such an arena. As she continued to listen to all these whispers that were involuntarily arranged around Kaya, she held back, with the last of her strength, not to wipe the same rumor-mongers from their seats. After hearing that no one in the audience was going to bet on Mos as they expected him to disappear from the battlefield without winning, Kia rose from her seat and loudly placed a bet of 100 ormacons. All the spectators who were around the girl wondered why such a bet was suddenly made. However, the girl did not stop and decided to finish her speech by betting exactly 100 ormacons on the swordsman Mos. The battle had already begun, and Sumyeon accordingly attacked first. As he made the first swing of his sword, Mos remained motionless. Such inactivity of the boy was due to the fact that he always had a spare option in the form of 2 swords that could stop the blade of the other. While in a state of ecstasy, the organizer of the gods remarked in front of all the spectators that Mos was using a similar skill compared to his opponent, after which his swords were in the sky. When the enemy began to retreat from the boy, he decided to take the opportunity and direct both of his swords in his direction. However, as expected, such a battle was not one of the easiest, and the opponent quickly found himself behind the boy. As long as Mos concentrated all his attention on attack, he even forgot about self-defense within the limits of close combat. Then his opponent, as the audience expected, saw defeat. But thanks to the passive skill of Variburden's earring, all physical attacks left no visible mark on the boy's body. Sumyeon remained in the dark until at the same time, Mos regained the opportunity to end the fight by receiving his opponent's sword. Only the swords of Karma and Charm have the ability to stop another engraved sword that attacks at some distance. However, these swords are usually used for thrusting. At the moment, he could not decently interrupt the slashing blows of Gervais' sword, which remained in the hands of his opponent, so he only has to defend himself. Under such circumstances, he had no way of defeating the ghost with sheer force alone. For starters, he had to find a way to stop his sword, and he had the right skill for that. Lyro, who was objectively not one of the serious fighters, was able to gain the respect of the players not because of his strength, but with the help of artifacts. If one of the items is found in the ruins of ancient dungeons, then they can be enclosed in a sphere. Successful destruction. The boy should have tested whether the skill would work with a spirit that was tightly bound to his sword. However, in order to verify such an omission, Musa first needed to touch Gervais with his hand. As long as the organizer of this fight in the arena heard not the most pleasant words towards the boy about his defeat, he did not have time to listen to such things. Mos knew that he should have focused all his attention on the sword instead of focusing on Sumyeon. In an instant, Gervais's sword overcame the boy's 2 swords and was rapidly approaching him. Thus, the sword quickly reached the boy, leaving him with damage. Such a development of events no longer frightened Kaya, but little by little she began to not believe in the veracity of her colleague's plan. However, Mos was also worried about his situation no less than the girl. As long as the sword was above him at some distance, he considered his next course of action. He let the sword sink into his body in order to stop Gervais. Firmly grasping the sword that was now inside his body, Mos loudly called out, "Successful destruction!" In the wake of which a bright flash of light rang out from the arena, the beginning of which was from Mouse's side. From such a face, all the spectators, who previously did not want to experience even Mos's victory, got a surprised look. This was all happening while the boy was in the middle of a fog that was slowly starting to clear, fully revealing the culprit. As a result, the evil spirit Sumyeon thanked the boy who won the victory over him. He addressed him as another owner of the engraved sword, saying goodbye to a place he had been chained to for far too long. A soft sigh escaped the boy's lips as he could assume the battle was over. Holding a small purple ball in his hands, the fact of his victory began to reach the boy more and more abundantly. He was able to fully accept this in just a moment, joyfully raising the hand that contained the magic orb. Such a victory from the side of the boy seemed incredible to the organizer, having won a victory over the absolute champion who did not know defeats. A wave of excitement went through the crowd for their own money, which they had bet, as usual, on the undefeated. Addressing the girl who had previously bet 100 ormacons on Mos's victory, Viren informed her that her winnings were now 231 ormacons. Of course, the organizer assumed that eventually guests would come to his event with such large stakes, but the money would still circulate within the Silver Cat Society anyway, so he understood that they would be able to return these ormacons through other events. Walking completely through the territory of Olive Pass, one of the people belonging to the Society of Silver Cats noticed an unconscious colleague. Thus it appeared that the person who made the bet of 100 ormacons was not involved in their society at all. Finding something already on their ship, Mos and Kia shared their impressions after the battle was over. Kia stated that she was very worried all the time, and her very magic was being used by Mos. But in response to this, the boy admitted that his coincidence was more like an adventure. If his skill had not worked, then he would not have won this victory in any way. In any case, the main thing was the result, and it turned out to be desirable. So Kia suggested that the boy visit the center of Tikris and play the machines, but he was completely against such an idea. The Tikris Information Guild, learning of all of Viren's and Shyama's shenanigans, began a huge bounty on their heads the day after the events of Olive Pass. However, unfortunately, they managed to get rid of all traces. In addition, the Silver Cat Society, which was behind Viren's, was also not identified and investigated, as was the involvement of high-ranking figures in this case. Nevertheless, Viren's and Shyam will not expect a quiet life. Knowing the price on their heads and how much money was lost by the Silver Cat Society, it's not too hard to guess that it's not just mercenaries who will be hunting them. Returning to the Information Guild of Tikris, the two travelers were met by a Limpu who introduced himself as Rayran, the golden head of their guild. The guildmaster wanted to know what brought the two youths to Tikris and the city's Information Guild. As he began to speak to Rayran, Mos revealed that the two of them were searching for two immortals, namely a male sorcerer and a female archer. Rayran immediately understood who it was about because, as the boy knew before, the immortal sorcerer was quite a famous and amazing person. It was known to the Guild of Information that he had teleported before his sudden disappearance. The point of departure was known, but they could not make similar manipulations with the point of arrival. However, they also discovered that a forbidden spell called Telop was used inside the White Tower to hide the coordinates of the teleport. This meant that Callian could easily be kidnapped right during teleportation. It was only a guess, and I could not verify her information. Rayran could only say that if there had been a murder in the White Tower, they would have known about it. Travelers should visit the city of Lundavaran if they are concerned about the fate of their friends. Meanwhile, in the White Tower, Callian was approached by one of those involved in his kidnapping, remembering the events in which the boy tried to help Sharon by wanting to teleport to Toik's space. After teleporting, he immediately realized that he was in a completely different place. Thus, while he was trying to figure out if Sharon was conscious, he completely lost control of the situation and was completely oblivious to the presence of someone behind him. Turning to his teacher named Hossboy, the sorcerer tried to stop him. The guy promised to pretend he didn't know anything, including about the use of Telop. But Hossboy himself was completely dissatisfied with such a schedule of events, so he tried to stop Callian's pleas. Addressing the abducted, the boy assumed that he still does not understand the situation he got into. Excess was one of the sins committed by the sorcerer. Hossboy wanted him to realize his mistake, but with the addition of this instructive lesson of corporal punishment. With the help of magic, the boy took out all the malice that he kept in his soul on Callian, until he carried him on the magic ropes that held him in his hands, being completely, not only physically, exhausted. One of the subordinates who turned to Hossboy asked him whether such manipulations had not destroyed the abducted person. But in response to this, he claimed that the sorcerer in front of them was immortal. Enduring severe pain, Callian understood that he could not leave the game so easily because if he did not deal with the boys who had kidnapped him now, then Hossboy would follow him and move on to abuse Sharon. Turning to Hossboy's subordinates, Jarenvale and Hargan, the sorcerer, with his last strength, asked them if they were afraid of his death. He knew that these two had always dreamed of catching up to all that Callian had in store for them, because they had no idea on their own. They had been studying the same curriculum all that time, so if they wanted to blame someone else for their own failure, They had only themselves to blame, because they didn't put enough effort into studying. Even mocking the object of their dreams, they are not afraid of it just because the boy was immortal. Addressing all of them, the boy noted that with such actions they only dishonored the name of the White Tower. Walking closer to Kellyan, Houseboy remarked that they had all had to crawl out of their skin for a whole year to be seen among the teachers, while the wizard in front of them only knew how well they could make their teeth talk. If the commission had known that the boy was one of the immortals, then he would not have received the status of a sorcerer for anything in his life. In Houseboy's opinion, Kellyan's existence alone left a huge stain on the White Tower's name. After the initial taunting of the abductee, Houseboy was already planning to tell Kellyan of their plan, his staff in hand. The first thing Houseboy and his subordinates planned to do was start with the girl who happened to be next to Kellyan during the abduction. Noting that Sharon was useless in this situation, the boy caused Houseboy to think even more about the falsity of his words. The kidnapper decided to ask the sorcerer if there really was a homunculi laboratory in the basement of this tower. His plan was to test the immortal by conducting dozens of experiments on homunculi. This can easily become an excellent thesis, which will definitely be liked by teachers. Shifting his focus to the boy who was roped to an almost immobile point, Houseboy stated that this kind of entertainment would help them obtain their wizarding titles. Kellyan expected to see anything, but definitely not the kaleidoscope of Daklamas. Seeing such a structure in front of him, the boy could not even miss what he had to think, except for the complete absence of brains in the head of their captor. A little later, Houseboy stated that the boy would be their key to the door to a new dimension. Until now, no one knew what would happen if a portal was opened with the help of an immortal as an intermediary. They will take the first step into an as-yet unknown dimension of magic and become pioneers. Soon, a notification window appeared in front of Kellyan, the content of which was aimed at the fact that he had activated a secret quest called Combat Spirit. Meanwhile, Kea and Mos made their way to Lundevarun, which was on the continent of Asparaganu. The main goal of the journey was to get inside the White Tower and save his companions. Looking at the fountain, which was in front of the White Tower, she commented on it, based on the fact that at first glance one could immediately observe what was known by mages, because even the architecture indicated it. Looking at all the wizards around, the boy noticed that when they stepped on unknown plates, they mysteriously disappeared. An unknown voice which sounded directly in the young man's ear informed him that all the sorcerers around were using a detour. Something like that, not knives, scared the boy so much that he could barely stay on his feet. The unknown apologized for such an unexpected appearance, but he explained it by the fact that recently, many travelers have not been able to find the Information Guild of Lundevarun on their own, so the guild itself sent the unknown to help new guests. Bowing a little to the travelers, the man introduced himself as Zaire and an inquisitor. He turned to Mos and Kaya, asking them to follow him to the same information. Analyzing all the characteristics that Mos knew, he assumed that the sorcerer in front of them was incredibly strong and could easily match Lydern. All that having some doubts about Zaire's involvement in the Information Guild, the boy asked him for proof. The man once again apologized for his haste and understood all the questions that the guests of the city asked him. The fact was that he was a homunculus, personally created by the wizards of the White Tower, and after that he was transferred to the Shell of Information. Surprise immediately appeared on Mouse's face at what he heard. He did not expect that the first inhabitant of Lundevarun would immediately turn out to be an artificially bred human. Confirming that bringing out artificial life was quite a difficult decision, but the wizards of the White Tower were so confident in their abilities that they dared to take such a step. The city of Lundevarun was founded by sorcerers, so within its borders, residents and guests of the city have the opportunity to freely use spatial magic. Turning his attention to bypasses, Zaire noted that they are a large part of the infrastructure of the entire city. A huge space stone, which is located underground, allows everyone to move without using the teleportation stones. Zaire knew many of the secrets of the city, so he offered a small tour of Lundevarun to dispel all the doubts of travelers, noting that special routes would be inaccessible to the uninitiated. Such an offer seemed very interesting to Mos, so he quickly agreed, following all of Zaire's instructions to get around using the platform. In a moment, they found themselves at Lundevarun's Information Guild, accompanied by the same inquisitor. He ordered the travelers to follow him, informing them that the golden head of the Information Guild was already waiting for them. Already being in the same room with the same head, he confirmed that he knew about the case of teleportation in the middle of the White Tower. The boy knew that getting into the middle was an impossible task. That the head of the guild. He later revealed that the tower's territory was controlled by sorcerers, so the Information Guild could not interfere. Leaning closer to the guests of the walls of the Information Guild, Zaire informed that the Information Guild was similar to a swordsman's shrine. There were no other ways to get to the White Tower, except to pass the tests of the same wizards, so the head apologized for not being able to give those who wanted another option to answer. As he left the room, Kaya and Mos were approached by Zaire, informing them that there was, after all, another option the travelers could take. Even then, they could solve such a problem with money. They could find and hire a sorcerer who could go there. Turning to the man in a whisper, Mos asked him why the chairman did not inform about this method. After some thought, Zaire replied, noting that being in wizard territory was officially extremely difficult, and he was present here to help travelers get inside, bypassing this formality. Addressing Raiden, who was on the other side of the magic crystal ball, the man informed that he had one request for him. He wanted to introduce one person to the sorcerer and do it as quickly as possible. In response, he heard that he was to move towards the southeast building and wait for Raiden himself to appear in person. After thanking his interlocutor, Zaire was able to make Kay and Mos smile warmly. Addressing the travelers, he rose from his seat, inviting them to meet the sorcerer, who would become their key to the entrance to the tower. Already walking to the meeting place, the man announced that they needed to get out of the area of the space stones in order to avoid official penetration of the tower. Suddenly, strange cries were heard from one of the sides, the topic of which became the immortals and their non-belonging to the world of the scheme. Zaire apologized for the inconvenience and put his hood over the boy's head to avoid further trouble, informing him that this would not last long. The authors of the same cries were the leaders who still continued to fight for the ideology of the leader who died at the hands of Mos. The boy was very confused by the fact that they still continued to follow the will of the late leader, and according to Zaire, their power was growing every day. According to the Information Guild, Lidorn already had approximately 3 million followers of his cause, or, to be more precise, this was the number of those who openly spoke about his position. Tens of millions of residents of various places can safely be attributed to them who avoid ordinary players because of leaderboards. As he continued to hide his face, Mos knew that now it would be best to follow all of Zaire's instructions and hide. The next thing the man suggested was to move to another location until someone in the crowd caught sight of the familiar features of their leader's killer. The boy could not help agreeing to the offer of his defender, leaving the street of Lundavaruna to the loud and unpleasant shouts of the Leidernhof residents. Hearing the vibrations from his crystal magic orb, Zaire responded by addressing Raiden. The sorcerer on the other end of the line said that there was a man in the building now who introduced himself as a master. It appeared to be a master from Lao Swan, but this message was followed by interruptions and silence from the interlocutor. Addressing Raiden, the man tried to maintain contact with him, but as a result, he heard nothing. An unfamiliar voice was heard from the magic orb, who announced that he was looking for 2 swordsmen from Aspar, namely Mos and Kaya. After breaking contact with an unknown man who called himself a master, Zaire asked the 2 questions: why exactly they might be looking for them. Having made the omission that the 2 travelers from Aspergen had broken the swordsman's law, the man was immediately stopped by Mos, claiming that such a fact was impossible. Kaya decided to intervene in their dispute and informed them that if they broke the rules, then the master would come after them, and the master himself has no reason to persecute his students. Turning to the language, the girl said that both of them should go to Aspergen right now and find out on the spot what the problem was. And turning to Zaire, she wanted to know if her husband would hand them both over to the swordsman. However, he replied that although he did not know the whole situation, he could not do this to the guest because his job is to help them. Besides, the man trusted the 2 travelers more than the swordsman who decided to attack the Information Guild headquarters. Already thinking about the plan of further actions, Kay's face changed in an instant when she saw something behind the boys. Also returning to the direction where the girl was looking, Mos and Zaire wanted to know the reason for her surprise. But their faces also immediately wore an expression of surprise when a magical, bright purple glow appeared in front of them, originating from the White Tower. Such a situation was completely unexpected, so Zaire reported that they should flee as quickly as possible, using detours. From the very top of the tower, a hail of dangerous lightning was showered with the same bright purple glow. They quickly fell to the ground, thereby preventing the inhabitants of Lundeverun from hiding in a safe place. Moses' attention was drawn to something that came right out of the mist and flames, which caused a powerful attack of an unknown wave of lightning through the streets of the city. In front of him stood a man whose gaze did not contain good intentions at all. It could not be said that he was happy about this meeting, but he was definitely expecting it, because he already knew the name of Mos. Stopping in front of the unknown, the young man put a question into the void, asking who exactly he was. Using the stones that open portals between places, the unknown turned to the same void, reporting that he had found them. Behind him, 2 portals opened, from which his assistants, Agera and Larif, emerged. After a moment, Kia realized that the man was the same master from Laosvan, who had been looking for both of them, with Mos. The master said that he had been closing his eyes to what was happening in Asparaganu's sanctuary for a long time. However, after meeting in person with Mos, who was the same guy who killed Lydorn and became a hero to the people, to do what he really had to do. Taking out his sword, the master reported that the prince was indeed young and foolish, but he did the right things. It was an early realization that the immortals were veritable parasites on the world of the scheme, and their place of residence was not to go beyond one of the worlds. In defense, Kia was also speechless, and she turned to all the swordsmen of Laosvan. She wanted to know from them if they were willing to suffer all the consequences of taking the soul of just one immortal. Addressing her back, one of the master's companions asked her if she was aware that the immortals were bullying and killing all the residents of the scheme just for the fun of it. He knew this from personal experience, for his comrade had suffered death at the hands of his own master, having been accused of breaking the rules. After such an unsuccessful death, his place was taken by one of the immortals. All the consequences that followed the murder of one of them, they did not even plan to experience because they did not consider it a betrayal. They both had to go through a lot. They carried out missions and kept secrets that belonged to the duties of swordsmen. However, they were the faithful swordsmen of their organization who maintained the world balance. Turning to Kay, who also joined the ranks of the swordsmen, the assistants of their master noted that they were the ones who accepted the same violators into their ranks. All their words were terrible in relation to the city of Asparganu itself, so without waiting even a minute she decided to make a remark to them also about the fact that they should stop such words towards the city. The master himself also joined in their conversation, who did not consider the above-mentioned words from the lips of his partners to be offensive, because in his opinion such words were an ordinary statement of fact. Already starting his movement towards Moses' side, he announced that the victory in this dispute will be given to the one who will remain alive after today's fight. The boy was able to stop the unexpected attack by summoning his sword Atoria, which saved him from death. However, in just a moment, the master changed his tactics, now really impressing the boy. Kia would have been able to react to this if she hadn't been busy dodging attacks from her opponent as well. Admitting with all due respect to her own efforts, the girl understood that the technique was refined with each swing of the blade. However, leaving the field that he painted pure white with just the movements of his blade, the girl was able to remain almost unscathed. If she had hoped that this would be the end of their battle, she was sorely mistaken, as one of the master's assistants finally let out another attack. At first glance, one could assume that the attack would be using magic, but in fact, she had the aura of the guy attacking Caillou embedded in her. This aura would be enough to take away the girl's soul. Zaire, who was also on the battlefield, could not allow this. Turning to his ally, one of the master's assistants, he ordered the former to leave the path that led to the man and the girl. This was a warning before the attack with the help of spikes, which began to appear at a rapid pace as if from nowhere, overcoming the stones that were on the floor. A similar attack was able to pass through Zaire's face, damaging him. In a moment, Mos also returned to the fight, claiming that he was in full order, unlike Zaire. Turning to Mos and Kaya, the man was able to confirm the fact that he was at least approximately normal. Zaire reported that the three of them together could easily overcome the two opponents in front of them. However, They will never be able to overcome their master being under such a schedule. This should be an excuse for them to leave this street and the company of the master and his allies as soon as possible. Zaire promised to lead the swordsman to the detour. His magic only delays opponents for half a second, but that should be enough to prevent them from following where Kia and Mos are headed. He can use this chance to save colleagues by creating a passage for them. The only thing that hindered him was that Larif had damaged his eye with his attack, so now it would take him about 3 minutes to prepare the spell.